Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to you all to your Alpha live stream of round 7 of the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships, coming to you as ever live from Whilton Mill Kart Circuit just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, England. There it is. There's the details of the circuit there. We'll be giving you a bit of an onboard in a moment's time. But indeed, round 7 of the championship, as we take a look at the weather, 40% chance of rain. We're entering that part of the year where the weather can start to play a part, or more of a part, shall we say, in proceedings. But at the moment, the odds are with it remaining dry for now, albeit overcast. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media, and it's my pleasure and privilege to be here in the competition as well. But I'm not alone today, folks, because we were talking earlier, we can't believe we've never actually been in a comms box together, but making a WMKC debut on comms as well. Mr. Anthony Jordan is alongside me. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Howard Mitchell. How are we?
I am fine, thank you. I am fine. Yeah, and it's I say it's cloudy. It's not cloudy at all out there at the moment, actually. Do you know, it's that shot looks, you know.
Do you know what? It's absolutely lovely outside.
It is.
It's a nice temperature. The track is dry. The grass is wet. I found that out very quickly.
Yes, yes, and anyone who does go off will discover it even quicker, if anything.
Oh yes, I suspect so indeed.
But yes, shall we? And there's an added element. We've got the usual veritable smorgasbord of classes available for you here today, and the additional excitement today of the O-Plate.
Yes.
Honda Cadet's O-Plate.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to the most, but that's coming up a little bit later on today. First heat for Honda O-Plate due at around 10 to 11 or 7 to 11 but later on today, so stick around for that one. But there is plenty more racing coming up, because our first heat of the day, race 1, is Honda Cadet, but that is not the O-Plate, that is purely the normal Honda Cadet. That is what you can currently see live on your screens there, is all the drivers lining up. In total, 34 entries for the Honda Cadet class in this one, and I have to say, fairly busy grid. Now, Honda Cadet in obviously, I'm very used to the British Kart Champs, is a very, very popular grid, but today, I suspect, is going to be exactly the same, a very, very popular, busy grid. And did I see an E-plate out there?
You did indeed. You did indeed see an E-plate out there.
I haven't got that written down on my piece of paper. Who is an E-plate?
I haven't got it down on my sheet either, and that's terrible.
Absolutely tremendous. A crack commentary team here at Whilton Mill for the first, or the 7th round of the championship, I'll say.
Nevertheless, let's look ahead then to our first race of the day in Honda Cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for our first race of the day. Tyler Davis will start this one on pole with Jack Price alongside Oliver Meek and Zach Champney on row 2. Charlie Wolfett and Max Fallon on row 3. Row 4 is Jake Schulz and Rio Licata. Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith round out your top 10. Oliver Majewski and Theo Champney are on row 6. Sebastiano Tuseo and Finlay Lyons are on 7, Hayden Gray and Mayan Patel on row 8, Adam Hill and Bobby Pete behind them. Ellis Pullen Meemin and Joshua Bugembi round out your top 20, Albert Friend and Riley Till on row 11, row 12 is Callum Wilson and Alexander Koejikov. Sergio Wirtz and Samuel Gameo, Alessio Lamalfa and Zach Starbuck, Jensen Walker and Logan Giles are your next 3 rows. Then it's Amin Saran, Jacob Bashler and Oliver Warner to round out your really packed Honda Cadets grid. And we're already under starters orders here, but so good to see how healthy the entries are today.
Well, I tell you what, crack country. Didn't unmute my microphone. There we go. Yeah, no, excellent to see such a packed grid. Hand goes up at the back. The green flag gets pointed at the lights. The lights will go out. A big jump start there from the number 20 on your screen. That is Mayan Patel. Yeah, so a jump start from Mayan Patel. And as they get underway, the first race of the Sunday is underway for Honda Cadet. And they screech their way through Oblivion, up the hill through Fine Lady. And they'll appear up in towards Christmas Corner. You see they're all hugging that inside line. The Honda Cadets do that, and there's already a coming together there. Several karts off the E-plate. Joshua Smith is off the track as well. Who else is off the track? There was a couple more I couldn't quite see off the corner of my eye, but yeah, so there we go. Straight away here at Whilton Mill, there's already carnage.
Yeah, absolutely. Not how some of the drivers would have wanted to start their day, but they are now getting into a rhythm. And yes, you can't never judge what the traditional racing line is from the start of a Honda Cadets race, because they hug the inside. Rightly so. They're all hugging the inside, looking for the opportunity to both attack and defend. But it sort of all cancels itself out as they work their way. All work their way over to the right-hand side. At the end of lap 1, though, it is Tyler Davis from pole who's held on to this one. Oliver Meek has also held on to second. So first row as they were, then it's Charlie Wolfett, Max Fallon and Oliver Majewski with a very good first lap there to get himself up to 5th place.
Yeah, gaining 5 places from P10. Also Theo Champney as well, also 5 places. Mayan Patel gaining those 6 places, albeit I suspect may not stay there after that jump start that we saw at the start of that race.
So drivers who have had some sort of incident to put them further off the back, to me, looks like Jensen Walker, Bobby Pete, Joshua Smith, as you say, the E-plate holder there, Jacob Batchelor, Oliver Warner and Noah McNicholas. Noah McNicholas, the big one, losing out, unfortunately, from the ruckus up at Christmas Corner from lap number 1 there.
It always is at Christmas Corner, isn't it?
It is.
It is. It's wherever you expect things to go P-tong, it's Christmas Corner. That's where you'll see it. Here through Oblivion, though, fantastic corner. It was borderline flat out in most classes. I suspect you may have to have a little lift off there. But yeah, as they come through, incredible circuit. But this is quite a demanding circuit, which is why I think that this sort of championship is probably the most popular in terms of in-house championship, because it is such a fantastic circuit. Also, it's in the heart of the UK as well. It's in the Midlands. You know, it's very easy to get to from all places. So that's why you see the Whilton Mill Kart Club entry list always packed at nearly over 200 each event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, it has been. I know, you know, we're several rounds into this this season. It's only my second one of this season to have had the pleasure of covering. It's so great to be coming back into such a packed facility here at Whilton Mill. I mean, you can see in the background of a shot like this, it's brilliant to see after what was obviously a very disrupted year in 2020. So great to see how packed the paddock is here at Whilton Mill. Good lap there for Mayan Patel and Hayden Gray. Although, as Anthony was covering, Patel with a questionable start, shall we say, at the very start of this one.
He was eager to get going. That's all it was. Eager beaver he was. He was ready to get going out on circuit. It was just a little bit too eager. So as I go through then, slight breakaway then for our race leader. Oliver Meek has pulled away a slight advantage, 0.7 of a second. And then the train begins. Charlie Wolfett, Oliver Majewski, Tyler Davis, Zach Champion, who's just received a contact warning as well. So keep an eye on that 61 plate. I'm sure the stewards are as well. But get a incredibly quick driver in Zach, so keep a very close eye on him. Mayan Patel still there, 6th place. Hayden Gray, Theo Champney, Joshua Bigham there. He's just moved up into P6 now as well. So chopping and changing all the way through this field. 3 minutes to go then of the first heat of the day. And it is going very quickly there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That's the battle for second place that we're following over the top of the hill. Wolfett trying to look for a way past. And then behind them, a real battle going on that was doing the traditional lap 1 to the right of driver's right racing line into Christmas this time around, because they're in such a queue. Such is the norm for Honda Cadets.
That line astern, so as they go through in towards the boot there on your screen, Majewski in 2nd place now. Meek pulling away still more.
And that's going to be a change, isn't it? Because Patel is, as Davis... Yeah, Patel is ahead of Davis and Bugembe as well, past Davis on that lap. So change for 4th and 5th there.
Yep, it is indeed, as they go through then in towards Oblivion.
Alexander Koejikov having a good race as well, just got up into the top 10 on that last lap. So that's one to look out for. Don't forget, by the way, whilst we're in the early proceedings here, live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on Whilton Mill Kart Club to have additional detailed timing on top of our little tower that we've got on the side of the screen for you there. If you've got a spare monitor free, definitely recommend heading over to there. That is live.alphatiming.co.uk. Alpha with a PH, we like to say. Alpha as in Alpha Tauri, not as in Alfa Romeo.
There we go. Yes, a common mistake people make there as well. But as I go through, 90 seconds left on the board then for the first heat of the day here at Whilton Mill. And through they go, still comfortably leading the way. Meek at the moment. And as I go through now, a couple of names falling down the order there. Adam Hill, the 66, and Sebastiano Tuzio, sorry, I should say, also falling down the order. 19th and 20th now for those two.
Do want to give a shout out to some of the recovery drives we're having as well, though. We mentioned the E-plate, Joshua Smith involved in that that issue on lap number 1, already up to 18th place. So there's some good recovery drives going, but they're obviously going to be looking for some better times ahead in the other heats that they've got over the course of today. This is a brilliant battle, though, going on here. Wolfit currently going defensive, very defensive against Bugembi, and that's going to be the opportunity for Patel, who's going to swoop in and get past all of them. That was a nice bit of opportunistic driving there through the boot, as that is also the number 16 of Hayden Gray as well, I think, who was going a bit wide in the part of the boot there as all that worked itself out. Under 30 seconds left on the clock then, so the next time the leader comes through, we would expect it to begin the last lap. But look at this, side by side through Christmas Corner. That is Wolfit getting back past Patel there in the battle over third place. Oliver Majewski's been able to get down the road, hasn't he, really, for second place?
Yeah.
And we've barely seen and looked at Oliver Meek, just controlling this one nicely at the front.
He is indeed. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, do they get, so the timer strikes 0, do they get a last lap or does Checker come out at 0? They do get a +1, don't they?
Do
you know what? I do remember because it says that on the timetable, and I've just been stupid. So, yes, they do get the last lap board this time around, and there it is. So, last lap board out for Oliver Meek, and I will say, looking at my stats for this year, Oliver Meek has not won a heat yet. He has had 2 top 3 finishes in a heat, but he's never won a heat. So, there we go. This would be a first heat win for Oliver Meek if he can get that Honda Cadet Kart to the flag.
Interesting you should mention top 3s, because who's going to get the last of the top 3 spots? The 52, Bugembi puts himself alongside Patel and gets through at Inkermans. That's unusual. They're 2 wide, even 3 wide on the braking down into Ashby. This is brilliant stuff, but all of this, I think, I was about to say it was allowing Wolfit to get ahead, but look at this from the 52 of Joshua Bugembi. Gets himself round the outside of Wilkins. That was impressive judgment there. We do need to be keeping an eye on Meek, who's going to be coming around to take the win, pending any problems, but this is a fantastic battle. The 95 of Wolfit side by side again. There is Oliver Meek to take our first win of the day, and as Anthony says, his first heat win, as there's action through Paddock Corner there. A few drivers being forced wide. My goodness me. So it is Oliver Meek in first, Oliver Majewski in second, third for Joshua Bugembi, Theo Champney in fourth, Hayden Gray in fifth, Charlie Wolfit, Zach Starbuck, Martin Patel, Finley Lyons and Alexander Kojikov round out your top 10. That was action-packed all the way through.
Yeah, action-packed is a good way of saying it, because look at that kind of mid-section there, from 4th place all the way down to 9th, 10th place. Absolutely nothing between them. Starbuck and Patel, 7th and 8th, nothing between them. They crossed the line. Absolutely identical. So that just shows how close-knit that Honda Cadet pack is, and that's why we love Honda Cadet. They provide some excellent close racing. They do, don't they?
Absolutely. That was your first heat in Honda Cadets then. And next up here at Whilton is going to be your first heat of the day in Miami Cadets.
So, Miami Cadets are about to make their way out onto the circuit. Let's have a look then at the grid then for race number 2. Jensen Chalk and Kanishk Rao on row number 2, with Archie Lovett and Zach Green rounding out row number 2. Will Green and Max Mason round out row number 3, with Levi McGrath and Jacob Ashcroft rounding out row number 4. Jesse Phillips and Joseph Cantatonis in row 5. Then it's Henry Clark and Finley Hinz rounding out row number 6. Row 7, Aaron Richardson and Jensen Jones, with Flynn McDermott and Max Yule on row number 8. Kian Amy and Ethan Weldon on row number 9. Harry Curry and Enzo Butterazzi on row number 10, with... we went over this name earlier, and I will get it right. Chikami?
Sukhmani Kira.
Sukhmani Kira, thank you. I will get that right. Sukhmani Kira, thank you for that one. Braith Murdoch on row number 11. Jake Fewlett and Kazra Kamyab on that row 12 as well. Jarrett Saylor and Quinn Cross on row 13 with Jonty Rainstrick and Mason O'Connor on row 14. Max Wright and Joseph Smith rounding out row 15. The final 2 rows then on the grid, row 16 and 17. Jacob Narin, Nathaniel Hodges, Isabel Banks and Teddy Woodard on row 17. A packed grid once more out there. How many drivers in total? Once again, 34 of them.
It is amazing. It is great. It is the most packed grids I have seen in WMKC that I can recall, having done bits of commentary for them for a good on and off 3 years now. So it's fantastic to see how many competitors we've got here today. And as we've been saying, there is also the additional racing action for the Honda Cadet O-Plate later today. But yeah, Miami Cadets out next, just in the holding pen at the moment. Currently being led this season by Max Mason at the moment. Finley Hines in second place and Braith Murdoch to round out your top 3 in the championship. As they just wait to go out. And yeah, it really is great to see as so many people, of course, packing the balcony there of the clubhouse.
Yeah. It's always a popular event, isn't it, the Milkart Club, and it has grown for many years to a point where a couple of years ago, I think there were 2 classes in one race. There was not many of them. There was like 3 of one class, 2 of the other, and now it's completely packed out, and everyone's got their own heats, and we go racing from, well, the start of today right now all the way until, what, about 6 o'clock tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an absolutely packed day.
We're going to do our best for our voices to survive, folks, but there's going to be excitement at some point here. So.
I suspect there'll be excitement at some point, yes, indeed.
But, yeah, so if this is your first time watching WMKC, then welcome. And don't forget that you can go and enjoy all the previous rounds that have been covered by Alpha Live on their YouTube channel. But just to make clear, this is going to be a rolling start after the Honda Cadet standing start they had.
Indeed, yes.
But we are still amongst the youngest drivers that we have racing for you here today, aged between 8 and 12 years in our cadet classes.
Indeed.
Jensen Chalk then will hopefully line up. There we go. Jensen Chalk is pole on your left and driver's left indeed. 22 of Kanish Rao alongside. And away we go. No, that looks like a aborted start there. Yes, it is. Full start.
It is indeed a false start. Now, I was supposed to receive some grids before the first heat from a certain person called Lauren, who's currently in the timing tower, and she's failed to provide these grids for me. So what I might quickly do is go grab these grids.
Go for it.
I'm going to quickly go grab these grids.
Man on a mission. I'm not sure if we can stall the field to full start that many times, but we'll I have no control, but there we go. So yeah, there is the full start flag. Yellow chevron, or downward chevron. I always think of it as green flag conditions going down to yellow. This is our second race of the day for round 7 of the 2021 FastR Whilton Kart Club Series of Championships. Welcome along if you are watching us online. And I do believe we're going around the circuit on Tannoy as well, so hello to everybody around the circuit today as well. Here we go then. Attempt number 2 at the start for our Miami Cadets. And this time it looks good. Jensen Chalk immediately moves over there to cover off any attacks from behind as they head into oblivion for the first time. And heading up the hill, it is a great start by Jensen Chalk there. This time they're a bit more mixed as to whether they're going drivers left or right than the Honda Cadets were previously. Side by side, 2 wide, even 3 wide at certain points over the top of the hill. Still Chalk leading them down into Ashby. And there's a spin there for the 68. That is going to be Levi McGrath and some other drivers having to go off in avoidance there, including the 54 of Will Green there in avoidance. So everyone's recovered, I think, but that would have been a heart in the mouth. Oh no, we have got a stationary card actually on the apex of Ashby there. As they come round to finish lap number 1 though. it is no longer in amongst all that. Jensen Chalk was not able to retain the lead. That all happened in the second part of the lap whilst I was looking at what happened at Ashby. Archie Lovett is leading this one, but with the very close attentions of Max Mason as they head through Christmas Corner. Has everything been cleared at Ashby? Yes, it has, to answer that question. Sukhmani Kira, Teddy Woodard and Max Ewell are the karts who have had some kind of issue on that first lap. We're sticking, rightfully so, though, with the lead battle between Lovett and Max Mason. As, oh, someone going a bit wide there onto the grass through Wilkins. But we cut back to the lead battle. And you've got almost a grouping of 5 now forming at the front of Lovett, Mason, Green, Ashcroft and Phillips. Joseph Katzentonis just past Jensen Chalk there for 6th place as well on that lap. Finley Hinds as well past Flynn McDermott, as this is the 53 of Zach Green trying down the inside, and he's managed to nab 2nd place there off of Max Mason, but couldn't quite convert that into an out-and-out attempt on the lead. And Lovett continuing to go defensive here, and there is Jensen Chalk battling away with Kanish Grau as well towards the back of this pack.
I'm back.
You're back. And you've been successful.
I've been very successful. I stole them from reception. So if reception suddenly come in and go, "You've got our grid?" No. So no, they're not in the comms box now. There we go.
I think Max Ewell is out of this one because I think he's stood at the
is that the 75
post.
I can confirm he is out.
He is out.
When
okay.
I was on my hunt for times, I did see that cart being pulled off to the side.
Was that at the boot?
It was with the entry at the boot, yes. Yeah. So they just pulled him onto the start-finish line area here. Dive down the inside there from the 88, Archie Lovett for the race lead. Zach Green holds on to it, though. Comes back into position there. Jacob Ashcroft, look at that, the 42. Right there in 3rd place, has got the company of Jesse Phillips as well just behind, so a very close-knit 3. Now, these drivers as well, they race in the British champs as well, a couple of them. And again, very tight there and very late off the corner there was Zach Green, sideways out of Wilkins, and manages to hold on to that lead, tucking in. Is that Jacob Ashcroft, who now has moved up into 2nd place? He has, yes. So Ashcroft now tucking in as much as he possibly can to try and close up that gap, which he has now successfully done. Out of the boot section they go, back onto the start-finish line. 3.5 minutes to go. There's a look at the lead and a personal best lap there for Mr. Mason. Max Mason, the 71, currently in 5th place. And look at that train now starting to form as a lunge down the inside there. Jesse Phillips gets that move done cleanly through Christmas Corner. Good job, Jesse Phillips.
Yeah, good little battle here at the front of this one. And I don't think this one's going to die down much in the next 3 minutes. Or potentially, you know, the next few hours. Carrying on here as Zach Green trying, I think, to break away from this group now. He's just got maybe a extra karting fight himself and Jacob Ashcroft, maybe just beginning to get some breathing space as Lovett is still under pressure over 3rd place there, but it's still really as close as you like for this one amongst really the top 7, and to be honest with you, Jensen Chalk doing a good job to stay in touch with them as well. So I'm going to say the top 8 are in your contenders here. Finley Hinds sort of a little bit on his lonesome at the moment in 9th, but putting in some good times. In fact, just put in a personal best, trying to catch on to the back of this pack towards the front.
Kanish Grau now with the fastest lap of the race. That number 22 there in 5th place. So keep an eye on Kanish and see what they can do from there. As side by side just to the back there, who's taking to the grass? I think that was Max Mason there, the 71, who then comes back out onto the circuit, albeit 1 position down. A little bit of assistance there from the 12 of Joseph Katzentonis. There we go. I get that right. So, yeah, a very close little race between these drivers all the way through.
And to be clear, they are allowed to use that concrete runoff coming out of the Ashby corner there, but there's also got to be an element of, you know, that concrete does run out eventually. So there's definitely, there's the importance of giving racing room there.
If it starts to go green and bumpy, you've gone too far.
Yes.
There we go.
Absolutely. Jacob Ashcroft, though, changed for the lead on that last lap. Ashcroft to the lead of this one with Zach Green behind as they go through Ashby Corner now. Ashcroft is your 42 with Green in the 53, and Jesse Phillips. Did I say that first and second had some breathing space? Ignore me, because Jesse Phillips and Canish Grau right with them now. Great pace from Rao this race as well.
Yes, yeah, very good pace. You know, setting those fastest laps after fastest laps. Still there in 4th place now, gaining another place. You can just see there, latching now onto the back of the 26 of Jesse Phillips as they come across the line now. Less than a minute to go. Zach Green responding now, though. Also now fastest lap of the race, 52.16 across the line. Yeah,
this is going to be a bit of a grandstand finish potentially here, because we've got this and one other to go by my reckoning. And as we say, Green just there with the fastest lap of the race. A 1/10.5 separating them as they come through the top part of the lap. To be honest with you, you could put a sheet of paper between them at this precise moment in time. So I'd almost say it's less than that now as they work their way through Wilkins, downhill braking into Ogies. Good little battle as well happening behind between Archie Lovett and Joseph Katzentonis. That one's still going as well. Some good battles further down as well. Braith Murdoch has just got past Flynn McDermott on that last lap for 11th. Will Green and Harry Curry are working their way up the field as well. So some good battles going on out there as we are on to the last lap of this one. Who is going to take this? Ashcroft starts the lap in the lead. They're heading up the hill now, and Zach Green is trying to tuck underneath.
Well, we'll see good things from Zach Green. He's a 4 times heat winner in the Whilton Kart Club this year so far. Haven't got any stats on Jacob Ashcroft in this one, so I don't think Jacob has actually won a top 3 here. And down the inside, Zach Green looks at Ashby. Absolutely nose to tail. There is a back marker receiving blue flags. It's the 61 on your screen. It's Isabel Banks, who very quickly and swiftly gets out of the way. There's good driving there from Isabel as they come through now. Only a couple more corners to go, and now Green's under pressure from Jesse Phillips as they go through. And again, checker flag will come out this time around between these drivers, and it's looking solid, and it's looking good for Jacob Ashcroft as he comes out of the boot section, receives checkered flag from Zach Green and Jesse Phillips.
Absolutely brilliant win there. Zach Green in second, Jesse Phillips in third. Bit of drama behind them as well on that low as we've got the 71 off. We've got 2 carts off, haven't we?
It's Kanishk Rao and Max Mason, the 22 and the 71, who are off track.
Yeah.
The 61 as well, also there.
Yeah, so 61 was Isabel Banks, who was the traffic that we were talking about for the lead battle coming through there. So drama here at the last corner. Good to see both of the drivers seem to be fundamentally okay, although that looks like it might have been quite a moment there for Canish Grau. So Canish Grau, Max Mason as well.
Well, Canish Grau, he's dropping down on my timing screen, but I
can't
don't see him there.
So yeah, that's clearly a moment there for Max Mason.
He may have just pitted early.
Good to see him walk, because it's never, let's be clear, Paddock is not the never a nice corner to see an incident on, because it can be it's a very high speed corner, but it does look to me like all the drivers involved are fundamentally okay, which is always good to see. Good win though for Jacob Ashcroft, but yeah, just got a bit of an entanglement there clearly in the final corner.
Now, like,
whilst they're just clearing up the track, though, we will look ahead to the next race of the day, which is heat number 1 in our X30 Minis. Let's take a look then at your grid for heat number 1 in our X30 Minis. It's going to be Jack Owen Drawbridge on pole with this one, Charlie Lockett alongside Marley Pereo, and Riley Bishop are on row 2. Charlie Mills and Lucas Field are on row 3. Ralph Youngling and Ryan Gill are row 4, with Finn Leslie and Morgan Hill rounding out your top 10. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Jack Mowat are on 6. Lewis Bird and Eden Spanswick are on row 7, with Ashton Wiggins and Joshua Jones behind them. Charlie Neve and Luca Brooks are on row 9. And rounding out your 20 kart grid for this one, Max Drage and Max Tompkinson to round out the 20 runners in X30 Mini Heat number 1.
Now, I have on my list 21 entries into this one, but like you're saying there, that grid, only 20 karts, so we are missing someone from my extra list that I've got here, so it's probably just a mistake from my end.
Yes, indeed. Not sure who the... I'm just having a quick look down to see if I can spot them. But yeah, still a healthy grid for X30 Minis. Just to give you a bit of a rundown of what's coming up after this, we've got Minimax Heat 1 next, and then it will be the first heat in our Honda O-Plate running of the day. Now, if you're used to watching WMKC, you'll be used to we do a cycle of Heat 1s, then a cycle of Heat 2s and Heat 3s. There are 2 heats being run in that Honda O-Plate, and they're in with the first and third cycle of heats. It'll make a lot more sense as we go through them, of course. But basically, after Minimax, we will have our first heat of the Honda O-Plate. That is the 34 of Ryan Gill having some issues there. So just getting some assistance there, and hopefully we'll be able to get going again and join on to the back of this one. Jack Owen Drawbridge, as I say, your pole sitter in this one. But it's Riley Bishop who leads the championship, just for reference, in this X30 Minis. Our Honda Cadet champion from last year, of course. As we're under starters orders here for heat number 1 in our X30 Minis. It's Jack Owen Drawbridge to lead them away, and that is immediately having the full start flag shown there. So Clark, of course, clearly unhappy with the formation coming out of the final corner. That's the most usual cause for a full start being called. So we will be going round again. Through Wilkins, down into Oziers. One of the things we're just being told here in the box, by the way, is that the start lights aren't working. I thought it was interesting that the full start flag was shown so prominently on the starter post there. Apparently start light's not working, so we will be seeing the traditional use, I believe, is the Union flag to get us going. As indeed, there it is. So away we go. This time the start is called good, and that is a great start from the anti-pole side of the grid. I think that'll be Charlie Locker coming through. It is Locker as they head up the hill for the first time, and that is Charlie Locker with Riley Bishop in second. So brilliant start from second and fourth on the grid for those two. As over the grass there goes the number 18 of Marley Pereo. So bit of cross-country driving needed there, but meanwhile it is Riley Bishop who's got to the head of the field, and that's a hairy moment as well for Locker going through Wilkins, and Charlie will be under all sorts of pressure coming onto the back straight, I would imagine, and is indeed under pressure from the 22, which means it's been a lightning start for Morgan Hill, but that's a problem there for him as soon as I saw it. Might have been fast-acting commentator's curse there.
Instant commentator's curse there.
Just add go-karts. Riley Bishop, though, your leader at the end of lap number 1. Lucas Field with a good start as well. And Cameron Pratt-Thompson up to third there on the first lap. Brilliant start there for several drivers as side-by-side there goes Charlie Locker and Finn Leslie, and that goes the way of Locker for now.
Yep, it does. So good start then all the way through. Like you say, Bishop leading this race at the moment. Locker with that contact warning as well as one kart going off and into that grassy area. The Locker. 30 it is indeed Charlie Locker. So with a contact warning also off the track as well. 5.5 minutes left then. Pratt-Thompson under pressure. The 71 coming through, or the 77 is that? It is Lucas Field. So Pratt-Thompson now up into second place as they go through. Jack Mowat there, the 23, just in shot and very wide. Finn Leslie there going through. As Charlie Locker now falling down the order, crosses the line now in 9th place after dropping 4 places. Eden Spanswick, good start as well, the 69, currently in 8th place, up 3 places from the start, as well as Ashton Wiggins up 3 places also, currently P10 in that number 57.
Brilliant stuff there. Bit of a breakaway group at the front, as we've seen already a couple of times today, but Riley Bishop so far absorbing the pressure well from Lucas Field. Back up into second as of a few corners ago. Onto the back straight. No, excuse me. Riley Bishop. My eyes in this sunlight. Riley Bishop checking out a little bit with Pratt Thompson in 33 having to defend. There we go.
Don't worry, it's my eyes in general, really. A couple of questions on the live stream chat as well on YouTube. Good morning to you. We haven't really said hello to you so far today. Keep your comments coming in. We can now see them in the commentary box here at Whilton Mill, so please do get your comments in. Kit Bolowski does join us. When is the O plate for Honda? Their first heat's coming up at around 10 to 11 for their first heat. Their heat 2 is around 2:15 as well, and their final is at 10 past 4 this evening. That is the Honda O plate.
Which is, we should mention, just in terms of sort of psychology of the event, that's a long gap between your
That's
two
a long
heats.
gap
If
between
you have
racing,
a bad
isn't
heat
it?
1, you need to go. You've got a lot of time for that sort of pent up, if anything. As that was a nice cheeky little move into the boot there from Morgan Hill, who so far has been having a really impressive race up through the field. Had a good first lap and is now up to 6th place ahead of Lewis Bird.
There we go. So let's have a look then. Who have we got here? The 60. Leslie, Mowat there just behind. Field, Hill, Bird, Spanswick is the train that you've got on track. Now look at that. That's crucial. Pratt Thompson's closing in on Bishop. He did set a fastest lap on the last lap, 47.5 compared to a personal best 47.7 from Bishop. So Pratt Thompson is closing in on your current race leader.
Absolutely, and that's, let's say, Riley Bishop is absolutely no slouch around this circuit. Honda Cadet champion last year. That's a nice opportunistic move there from Field on Mowat. Just managed to prise open the door in the second part of the boot. And, or if anything, I think Mowat might have gone a bit wide, or wider than intended, and that's allowed Lucas Field up into 4th place. And now Morgan Hill is going to have a look at Mowat into Christmas corner, but couldn't have enough of an advantage under braking, so slots back into place. Good little train of karts, though, here, and the 69 of Spanswick keeping in touch with them as well. Good battles further down. Ryan Gill up to 13th place, and Max Tonkinson also got past Luca Brooks on that last lap. So good to see battles all the way through the field. But here, as you say, Anthony, this is closing up nicely here at the front with Pratt Thompson now on the back of Riley Bishop.
He is indeed. He has closed right up to the back. Expect a lunge here in towards Christmas corner. You'll see that Bishop has gone very defensive there. Pratt Thompson switches to the outside, trying to get the switch back here. It's a tough move. Keep an eye on Pratt Thompson's nose cone, though. It looks like it's taken one hefty whack during this heat, so could potentially spell disaster when he comes into the pit lane and sees Mr. Nosecone Man. But at the moment, racing strong here is Pratt Thompson with 1 minute 40 to go, and there's the dive. Down through Oi's ears, gets the move done, and a change for the lead. Bishop now down into P2.
That was a lovely move and almost caught Riley off guard in many ways, I think, there, because Riley has been down into Ashby as well, was doing the same thing of coming to the right, but then coming just a little bit back towards the racing line to open up the corner. And that actually, on that occasion, gave enough space for Pratt Thompson to duck through. So really nicely judged move there. As they come through Christmas corner, does Bishop have a response to that? You'd have to say that Pratt Thompson will now, with the what surprised me there was the rate of knots at which Cameron closed in on the lead over the 2 laps preceding that move. So it'll be interesting to see if he can break away, but it doesn't look like Riley Bishop's going to give him the opportunity.
No, he has stayed right onto the back of it, and as well, keep an eye on just behind as well, because Finn Leslie, that 60 plate, is closing in as well. So you think with these two now so close to each other, they could potentially start scrapping and losing time with those defensive moves, those defensive lines that they're going to be taking. Keep an eye on that gap, because that could close up. 30 seconds left on to go. More comments coming in as well on the stream. Freddie Ingram joins in. What time is the Junior Max and Senior Max? Junior Max, their Heat 1 is around 10. Well, that's very interesting because it says the Honda O plate is at 10:53 and it says the Junior Max heat is at 10:54 on my piece of paper.
That's a quick heat.
That's a quick O plate heat, that is. So I'm going to say I don't know, unfortunately, for that one. Look here again. Oh, it's so close between these two, isn't it? There's nothing you can put between them. And keep an eye on it because Finn Leslie, like I said it before, he has really closed in on there. Oh, maybe action at the top there. Who's going to ride there?
It's the 77 of Lucas Field there.
That is a good spot because there was a marshal standing in front of that number. But it wasn't a marshal. It was a steward. He'd kill me if he heard me call him a marshal.
Last lap board is out for this one, and it's going to be neutralised up the hill, presumably for Field's kart, which is off to driver's left, if I spotted from the shot we saw a moment ago correctly. But they're now clear of that now. Pratt Thompson will take them through Inkermans, which is a fast right-hander on this longer configuration of Whilton Mill. May have been here to race yourself and used the National or Zulu layout, where Inkermans is a hairpin. But Bishop, if anything, having to go defensive here against Leslie as they come onto the back straight, and that is going to allow Pratt Thompson, one would have thought, to go home. But look at this, side by side into the boot. Leslie's gone for it, nicely judged, but can he stop Bishop from tucking underneath? No, he can't. It is going to be Cameron Pratt Thompson who comes across the line, but brilliant battle there on the last lap between Bishop and Leslie, which goes the way of Bishop by 7/100ths of a second. Morgan Hill is fourth, Eden Spanswick in fifth, Lewis Bird in sixth, Jack Mowat in seventh, and it's Ashton Wiggins, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Charlie Locker to round out your top 10. That was an entertaining finish there in the battle for second, but well done to Pratt Thompson there.
I say it all went the way for Pratt Thompson there, didn't it? Because, like I say, he managed to get past Bishop relatively, well, not early, you know, relatively late in the race, but managed to hold on to that back. Look at the damage there to that 77. That rear bumper has completely come off that Euro-style rear bumper on that kart, so that is a hefty hefty whack that kart's had.
Yeah, bit of work to be done in the under the awning for that one, I'm afraid to say. Next, though, here at Whilton Mill, it is going to be heat number 1 for our Minimax. Just having a little look at the nose cone there. We think that might be a bit in question for that last race, don't we? But let's have a look at our first heat in Minimax. Harrison Morrow will take this one from pole. Lucy Wheeldon alongside Ben Crossley and Edward Rose are row 2, with Michael Dalton and Daniel Amor on row 3. George Ivanov and Corey Fowler are row 4, with Ronnie Coburn and Damien Barras-Haggett to round out your top 10. Harry Higgs and Ewan Charman are row 6. Lena Summers-Kelly and Sasha Bagley are row 7. Thomas Strauven and Oliver Smith are row 8. Victor Hansen and Callum Ghosh are on row 9. Then it's Devon Nolan and Wolf Butler, Woody Radford and Mikey Walker, Oliver Bocock and Josh Salvadori, Harry Clogger, Ollie Naylor, David Mack and Alexander Zingarevich are on row 14, with Riven Welsh to round out the 29 runners in this first heat in Minimax.
Oh, and it's photo time.
It is photo time.
Everyone close in, big cheesy grins. Which, get your finger out your nose. Sort it out. There we go. Gonna have to go a bit further back. There's Noah Wolf in that pack as well.
Important motorsport hack. If you feel a bit anxious about smiling for a camera, wear your race helmet.
Yeah,
good
exactly.
tip.
Look at that.
That's good.
Proper poses there.
That's a good one from Majalski as well. That was a good little pose at the back of the photo.
It was
indeed.
It
was good.
Luke Ford Racing coming in. Good luck, Sasha Bagley. Again, keep comments coming in, and we're over the PA here at Whilton Mill, so the drivers will be able to hear us when they're in this dummy grid area. So now's the opportunity to get comments in. Who you're supporting, we'll shout it out so the drivers in the pit lane can hear it. There we go. And, of course, if you are watching as well and you're enjoying the stream, please do share it out. If you've got any friends or family who you think might enjoy a bit of racing on Sunday, I know there's other racing happening around the world, but you don't care about that racing. You care about this racing on Alpha Live. There we go. That's the sort of racing you want to be watching today. Even though I have to say, after that qualifying yesterday, I suspect the race today could be quite interesting. But you are going to be watching this racing today.
We've got this live throughout the day.
I know.
You know.
You don't need to be anywhere else.
Don't need to be anywhere else. You can take us with you. It's all there. You can follow live timing.
But I will say, at this point, ladies and gentlemen, on the live stream, if any comments come in spoiling that race, I will personally come and find you.
That is true, actually.
And
be unhappy with you.
Yeah. I'm going to be very careful about what I say. But yeah, bad things. Yeah, there we
go. Daniel Amor leads Minimax at the moment going into this round. Did sit out rounds 4 and 6 though, so we haven't seen Daniel for a little while, so going to be interested to see how he goes today. Oliver Smith and Ronnie Coburn are your 2nd and 3rd in the championship so far in Minimax this season.
More comments coming in. JJ Motorsport, come on Ollie Naylor from All at X-Kart, there we go. Flair comes in, come on Mac. Good luck to Owen Nee from Kim Frail. Halifax, when is the next Miami Cadet heat? That's an excellent question on my piece of paper. 12 past 12, there we go. Karting World comes in with a comment. Now, I know that's false, because see, Karting World, you're playing a dangerous game with me there. Stop it. Mixer, no, I don't believe there will be a paddock show tonight, unfortunately, no.
I do want to give a bit of a shout-out as well that I was given before today, getting the shout-outs in early. David Mack is going out in this race, and he's usually racing up at Teesside on another championship that is covered here on Alpha Live. So David Sullivan from covering that championship did just drop a message, shout-out from everyone up at Teesside for him as we are getting ready for the start here.
We are indeed. Is it going to be first time around? It isn't.
No,
it is a false start. There we go. So there you go. Getting all excited.
Is it bad? I quite like that the start lights are broken and they're having to use the flags. I quite like it.
It's a bit nostalgic, isn't it?
Yeah, I quite like that.
Do you reckon that it's a false start because none of the drivers know what that flag is because they're so used to lights?
Oh no, they definitely see enough. No disrespect to them, but they definitely see that flag enough.
Okay, fair enough.
They show it on Marshall Post D as well. But not to suggest that we've had a lot of full starts this season, but some of the formations on the formation lap coming out the final corner have definitely been called into question, as was that one. So not happy with, one presumes, with the formation. Can't see any issues with the timing system that would have caused that full start or any stricken carts. So hopefully this time around we will be good for the go in earnest.
There we go. So Alicia Mack joins us. All of us at home rooting for you. David Mack, number 16. So there we go. Support out on the stream there. Another false start. There we go. The cowboy hand gestures go up in the air. Round they go again. I like the false start. It gives a bit more breathing time, doesn't it, before we get underway? It's quite nice.
Yeah, obviously come a long way today. Has David Mack, you know, if he's often racing up at Teesside, which is up near Hartlepool, so a long, well, indeed in Middlesbrough, isn't it? The Teesside Autodrome. So a long journey down here today.
It's a ways away. Samuel Hawthorne as well joins the stream. Good luck to all of our Argenti Motorsport. And there is a couple of Argenti karts out in this race as well. So there we go. So Samuel Hawthorne joining the stream, showing his support as well for the team.
Right. Third time lucky. You can see there the drivers being instructed to very much stay in your rows until we get this going.
I said we were 3 wide there. We're still 3 wide.
It's called good for now. Into oblivion they go. That is the turn one. They haven't just disappeared, and it's a good start there for our pole sitter because it's still Harrison Morrow who leads them up the hill. They go 2 wide, 3 wide, and even attempt to go 4 wide as they go into, in fact, one of them, is going to go a little bit sideways at the back there. That was a good hold there, actually, for the
Clogger.
72. Yeah.
One of the novice drivers out there. Only 4 novice drivers in total out there.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I completely lie there. There's 5 novice drivers out there. But yes, Harry Clogger there. Great drift, bit of sideways action through Christmas corners, what we like to see.
Championship leader Dan Amell has got up into second place in the first half of this lap, though, and is already challenging for the lead, though, as there's a 3-wide battle there going into the boot between, I know Barris Haggett is in amongst all of that, and I think it's Ivanov as well. As they come round to finish lap number 1, it is still Harrison Morrow, but coming under very close attentions from Daniel Amor. And there's an incident that's happened here in the latter part of the boot, the 70 and the 11. We've got a bumper in the middle of the track there, so that's going to be, I think it's Summers, Kelly, Zingarevich and Welsh are the 3 karts involved.
Yes, so there we go. Drama then at the start of this Minimax Heat 1 then for Whilton Mill Kart Club's round 7. And as they go through action here at the front, they are going into yellow flags there, so they've got to be careful. Ben Crossley was side by side there under those yellow flag conditions, so they'll have to be very careful as they go through. Still under yellow flags here as the debris is cleared from the circuit, but as they exit the boot section at the end of 2 laps, Daniel Amor leading the way from Harrison Morrow, Ben Crossley, Michael Dalton, Lucy Whilton, then it's Damien Barris-Haggett, Ewan Charman, Corey Fowler, Ronnie Coburn and Thomas Strauven leading the top 10 out there. Also a good start from Callum Ghosh, the 88 up 3 positions from his original starting spot 14th, because 3 take away 14 is 11th place. There you go.
You're on it today.
Quick maths, that is. I didn't go to university. Oh, spinner in the middle of the field. The 28 has an unintentional rotation. Oliver Smith round and at the back of this grid now as they go through and in towards the boot section. Yellows are clear. Racing can presume, and very close action there as the 88 is off the circuit. That is Callum Ghosh. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, interesting moment there between Michael Dalton and I think it was Corey Fowler. As they came through the boot there. So interesting. It does seem to have quite a high attrition rate this race so far. We've had quite a few drivers with issues or spins, so interesting start to the day here for our Minimax runners. Daniel Amor, though, in the lead, having taken the win in 3 heats so far this year, I want to say. So back where he's been several times, as there's a look here for second place, and that is Ben Crossley getting through. Very much a textbook manoeuvre there, under braking into the boot. There's so many different ways that you can execute a pass through the last part of the lap here at Whilton Mill. There's a contact warning for Ben Crossley, so obviously one of the moves that he's done hasn't been to the liking of the stewards. But this is now Barris Haggett up the hill, challenging Morrow as well. And has got the job done, actually, pretty much by the braking zone. Yeah, it was a very good move there. Down the inside of Christmas Corner. They're now line astern once more. 90 seconds left on the timer then. On your screens, this is the battle for second place because Daniel Amor is leading the way by 1.4 seconds. Now, it's very lucky that my usual co-commentator, Henry Burdett, for the British Kart Championships is not here, because every time he sees Daniel Amor leading the way, he'll go, "That's Amore," is what he does. And I tell him off every time he does it. I feel ashamed that I just did it. I will not subject the world to my attempt at doing that, to be perfectly honest with you. Yeah. Don't worry, folks. That won't. Apart from just then, we'll try to find it. As Barris Haggett is coming back at Crossley here up the hill. Nice move there, under braking. Moves further down the field as well, I should say. Lucy Whilton's run into a problem there. The 99 is dropping down the order, but before that, I did see that Josh Salvadore, Salvadore, got past George Ivanov on the previous lap. So yeah, issue there for Lucy Whilton. Not seen where she's still not crossed the line, so presumably stricken out there somewhere. We'll keep an eye out for that. Battle coming into the boot though, led by, this is the battle over 12th place. Woody Radford in the 69 at the head of that little battle between himself and Harry Higgs.
Sasha Bagley and Salvadore. As the next time the leader crosses the line, it will be to start the final lap. Great battles all the way through the field here.
Yeah, that's Sasha Bagley you can see there, the all-white kart coming through, the 61, currently in P14. And support on the stream as well for Sasha Bagley. Matthew Isaacs joins the stream. Come on, Sasha Bagley, there we go. So support all the way through this field as well, and we'll try and shout out your comments all the way through today.
You know, Barris Haggett is giving it his best shot to try and put the pressure here on Daniel Amor in the last part of this one. Just closed in by 0.4 of a second on that last lap. So Amor not being given it the calmest end to this one. Through Christmas Corner they go. You can see here the gap visibly smaller, and Ben Crossley's going with him as well. Yeah,
because in terms of sectors, Barris had the fastest sector 1, purple as well, really closed that gap up. Do you know what? I'm expecting a lunge into the boot section.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how this has been reeled in at the front here. Amol's having a look over his shoulder. Well, he might be. He looks over the wrong way in many ways, because there is Barris Haggett trying down the inside. He's going to get Bolt there. Can he tuck underneath? And what does this give in terms of opportunity for Ben Crossley? I think it's going to stay as they were. So it's going to be Daniel Amor across the line to take the win. But it was not without pressure at the last there from Damien Barris Haggett and Ben Crossley to round out your top 3. Ewan Charman and Harrison Morrow, your top 5. Thomas Strauven and Corey Fowler, and who was that? Was that Michael Dalton, I think, dropping down a bit on that last lap. So Strauven in 6th, Fowler in 7th, then it was Lucy Whilton. So apologies to anyone at the circuit. That was a timing glitch, I think, her dropping down the order, because she shouldn't suddenly fire back up the order. Mikey Walker and Oliver Bocock to round out your top 10 there. But interesting finish to that one.
Yes, it was a very close finish. It looked like Amor struggling on the pace near the end of that race, so maybe his tyre pressures were set to come in very early into that race, and then they kind of dissipated near the end. You find people, they usually set the pressures for the tyres to come in a bit later into the race. So, yeah, that was a very interesting final couple of laps on that one, but Amor holds on to it. Barris Haggett holds on to 2nd place. Ben Crossley, like you said, holding on to that P3. Good results then from that one. Now, of course, they come into the pit lane. We check the nose cones, and there is a nose cone penalty. The 27, Damien Barris Haggett, who finished 2nd place. The picture is taken, and that will be a penalty coming their way. And, oh, very quick. Ben Crossley just like, oh no, don't want you to take a picture of my nose cone. There we go. But an excellent finish then for the Minimax Heat 1. Plenty more races coming up, and it's time for the race that most people, I suspect, are looking forward to. It's time for our first heat, the Honda O-Plate. Well, here we go then. The O-Plate will be taken to the circuit in just a moment. Here's how they're going to line up then for the first heat for that one. In just a moment, we'll get that on your screen for you. Now, of course, a busy old grid, this one. 33 entries that we've got, and of course the O-Plate from previous O-Plate winners. I've got it back to about 2014. Miles Apps was your, I believe, first Honda O-Plate winner, 2014, fair few years ago. Here's the grid then for the Honda Cadet O-Plate. Noah Wolf, the GP plate, starting on that front row with Max Cuthbert and Jarrett Clark and Thomas Minspearing on that 2nd row. Lewis Islin and Joshua Graham rounding out row number 3. And that number 4 plate. On row 4, Cole Denham and Oliver Majewski, or Drajowski, I should say, on row 4 with Leon Hasty and Luca Holmes-Ballack rounding out row number 5 of the top 10 spaces. Aris Majewskis and Albert Friend, the driver who won his ticket to the Bahrain Rotax World Finals. He will be going there later this year as well. William Murphy and Timo Jungling on row number 7 with Jack West and Max Endicott on row 8. Owen Neve and Elliot Potter on on row 9 with Kai Clark and Rocco Shenton rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Christian Stefanoff and Finley Lines on row 11 with Noah Barrow and Ellis Snow rounding out row 12. Harrison Whitcomb and Logan Howes on row 13 with Lachlan Johnson and Mayan Patel rounding out row 14. Hayden Gray and Charlie Warren round out row 15, rounding out the top 30 with Harley Musk. Adam Hill on row 16 with Levi McCarty and Kenzo Craigie rounding out the 17 rows. No time set from Kenzo Craigie in qualifying yesterday, which will of course determine the starting grid for this race. There is a look just at the top of our... Give us a wave, folks, on the gantry. If you can hear us. No. Okay, there you go. Denied. Fully denied there. Fully denied.
But, well, yes, but it doesn't matter. The real action's on the track, to be fair.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, as you were saying, though, a lot of prestige carried with a karting O-plate here, and it's going to be really interesting. You can tell from the packed grid and how many drivers are going for this one. So yeah, we are crowning our first O-plate since 2019.
Yeah, obviously no O-plate in 2020 for obvious reasons. 2020 didn't exist for anyone. Connor Duncan then was our last O-plate winner, 2019. Currently running in Junior X30 now this year in the British Kart Champs. So yeah, Connor still racing, and you know, moved up from the Honda Cadets a couple of years ago, and yeah, now racing in Junior X30. 2018, Sebastian Block, the New Zealand driver, won that year. Lucas Ellingham in 2017. Oliver Behrman, who's now leading the Italian F4 championship at the moment, won it in 2016. Wesley Mason, the American driver, in 2015. And like we were saying, Miles Apps was the O-plate winner for Honda Cadet in 2014. One of these drivers will be crowned it in 2021, but who will it be? That is the question, and we're going to find out not after this race, but after Heat 1, Heat 2, and then the final later on today.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you say, one of those little things that you read back in a driver's career and go, yeah, but, you know, some of the names that you're reading out there, going on to do some impressive things. Obviously, this being a cadets class very early on in their career, and as you may be able to see, the start lights are working again.
Hurrah!
So we're back to the Digi flag, and away we go then. And that said full start to me, but they seem to be under a good start there as they go into oblivion. There's a driver off there onto the grass at turn number 1 as they head up to the hill for the first time. It looks to me like Max Cuthbert has got to the head of this one as they head through Christmas for the first time.
Unintentional rotations in the mid-pack there, and everyone avoids. They part like the Red Sea and go around the impending doom and get going again once more. Breakaway here at the top 3, though, like we're saying, Cuthbert, Wolf, and I believe that's Thomas Spearing, who is tagging along for the joyride as they go through. Oh, another car going straight off stage left. And I couldn't quite see the number. It looked to me like a potentially 82 Charlie Warren.
It might have been Rocco Shenton, I think. Well, I'll double check that on timing for you as they come round.
There you go. Rory Burke Racing joins the stream. Go on, Oliver Majowski. And again, David Roche as well. Good luck to Josh Graham. Harrison Whitcomb with support as well. Out on stream from Matthew Isaacs, as well as Kip Bolowski. Good luck to Noah Wolf, Lewis Islin, and Max Cuthbert. There we go.
It was Rocco Shenton who we saw doing a bit of rallycross. Christian Stefanov as well has fallen towards the back on that first lap. So a couple of drivers with recoveries to go. And as we said, it is quite a long gap between Heat 1 and 2 here. To be clear, for those of you just tuning in, the second cycle of heats, second rotation of heats, won't have a heat in this. So there's a move there for third place. That is Joshua Graham going past Thomas Spearing over third place. Side by side, more action of that in the last couple of corners as well. Spearing goes past, Spearing goes behind Lewis Island as well.
So yeah, as they go through, Cuthbert leading from Wolf. And again, all these drivers incredibly talented, despite the fact that they are at such a young age. You know, some of them at that peak end, some of them in 12 years of age, as I knocked a box down in the commentary box to the slight dismay of how...
Mainly because my mind's eye for a split second thought the whole shelf had gone.
No, that was my elbow hitting a box. There we go. Good stuff. No distractions in the commentary box at all. 5.5 minutes to go then.
But it's a good point that you make. This is this field full of drivers who you've got some familiarity with through the British Championships as well. Some names that maybe I don't get to commentate on as much. So yeah, very talented field here, as it's still Cuthbert ahead of Wolf in that GP plated kart in second place.
Yes, and again, like I say, lots of talent in this one, and keep a very close eye on that. The O plate's going to be races that you'll want to watch, but at the moment it is a Synergy 1-2 as they go through, and a dive down the inside goes Noah Wolf, the two-time GP plate winner from Kart Masters this year in both Honda Cadet and Miami Cadet. The only person to do that as well is Ben Barnacote, who has gone on to do incredible things in the terms of Formula and GT racing as well. Could we see Noah Wolf go that same way? But at the moment, out of the final corner, he leads this race, albeit not by much. Cuthbert still there in second from Joshua Graham. Lewis Islin now up there in fourth place. Spearing in fifth place. Derek Clark in sixth. Leon Hasty, the S-Plate, the Scottish champion, currently there in seventh place. From Cole Denham, Aaron Juskis, in ninth place, with Timo Jungling rounding out the top 10.
Good battles further down the order as well, Anthony. We've got Laughlin Johnson and Logan Howes have just got past Max Endicott and Elliot Potter. That's further down the order. And Rocco Shenton, after that moment on the first lap, is on the move as well. 4 positions in that last lap, so doing well here as the top runners go through the boot. And that is a move, isn't it?
Yeah.
By Joshua Graham up into second place.
It is indeed. Ellis Snow, the 38, with a contact warning coming up on the screen. Spearing, though, with the fastest lap of the race, 51.7. So that's 76 currently in fifth place, wanting to close in. What do the letters instead of numbers mean from Ned Halifax? Well, they're the seeded numbers. So the GP plate, now you win that if you win the Kart Masters Grand Prix at PFI. That was won this year in the Honda Cadet class by Noah Wolf, which is why he is sporting that. The S place for Leon Hasty there. That is the Scottish champion. That you can see on your screen as well. You've got the E plate, which is the English champion. The O plate that they're fighting for here is the Open champion. In the I'm struggling to remember the Welsh one. Is that the Welsh champion is supported by what plate? Could you Google that very quickly for me? Because I have completely forgotten it, and I do apologise to anyone who is using a Welsh plate this weekend. I have forgotten it. There we go. 2.5 minutes left then on your screen. Karting World is going to help me out here. English place, English champion, GP, Kart Masters champion, a one-off event. There we go. Thank you, Karting World. Repeating what I just said. There we go. C plate. There we go. I've had it Google. It's the C plate that is the Welsh. There we go. Thank you. Josh Selway Racing helps me out there. C plate for the Welsh champion. Changes, though, for the lead, because Graham now has taken the lead from Noah Wolf. This battle heating up very fiercely here as it's Ambition leading the way from a trio of Synergy karts as they all fight to each other. There's a bit of an Ambition Synergy sandwich currently here at Whilton Mill as they go through. Oh, look at that lunge there down the inside. That was Max Cuthbert trying to get past Joshua Graham there.
Yeah, and that looked like a brilliant bit of opportunism as well. Was that Spearing? You just managed to pip 2 of them there. No, it was Spearing you managed to, I think, pip 2 of them, but net go up 1 there to third place. Read that really well in the second part of that boot. Just managed to sweep around the outer part of the second apex as everyone sort of got tangled up between them. And then here we are, a bit of a Noah's Ark formation as well going into Christmas corner, and this time Spearing has to go and take an, what shall we say, an unintentional joker lap, let's say. There.
Tactical avoidance.
Yes.
I think that sounds cooler.
Yes.
And makes it sound like he did it on purpose.
True.
Yeah. Tactical avoidance.
Here there, look at the string of karts here heading through Osiers onto that back straight. Warning has been issued to Max Cuthbert. I can't see what it's for, but got to be careful there not to fall the wrong side of the clerk of the course. And there is the warning being shown on the GG flag board. Next time around, just about the next time around, we'll probably break the last lap. It's going to be close, actually, for that, as Noah Wolf leads them through Christmas corner. Indeed.
So Wolf now with a bit of an advantage over the main pack, and in Honda Cadet that's not really a good thing because like I always say in the British champs, you know, more than 4 wheels work better than 4. you know, on your own. You haven't got that bump draft, you haven't got the slipstream or anything like that. You're not working with anyone. It's very difficult to maintain that sort of top pace on your own in Honda Cadet. It's always easier to work with someone. And at the moment, that big group behind, if they don't battle, to which at the moment they're not, they will close up very quickly. Like I say, crosses the line, 7 seconds to go. So that's another 2 laps that they've got to go in this race. That's not good news for Wolf, because at the moment, the last lap, Wolf was a 52.0, 51.7 and 51.6 from the drivers behind. So there we go, just with that benefit, 3 tenths that they're gaining, and they took 3 tenths out of him that time around as well.
Absolutely, and the drivers, well, I was about to say the drivers will understand how tactically it works to work together, but the dam has broken slightly there, because that was a move there to go past Max Cuthbert.
They're probably thinking at this point that they haven't got enough time to catch up to Wolf, and now they definitely don't have enough time to catch up to Wolf. If they'd stayed in line astern, they probably would have had enough time, but boys will be boys. There we go, and they've all gone, and no, I want to change positions, I do.
Noah Wolf then will lead them on to the last lap with perhaps a bit more breathing space than we thought he was going to be granted. There's a good battle there as well going across the line as well there. I think that's Owen Neve in 12th leading that battle. But look at this through the top of the hill as they all work their way through. I think we have had a transponder problem, haven't we, for Lewis Island in the number 5. It definitely seems to be in the battle for second here. But timing suggests that he's a lap down, so not sure if that's genuine, if that's a timing issue. But definitely Max Cuthbert under a lot of pressure here as they come onto the back straight from Joshua Graham.
Yes, indeed. Into the final corner they go then, chopping and changing in the background of field, but Noah Wolf will cross the line. He will see the checker flag in the first heat for the Honda O plate. Max Cuthbert there, or not finishing in second place, because like you're saying, the number 5, Lewis Islin, crosses the line, does receive checker flag, but it does say he is a lap down. It's quite confusing. But yeah, he is there in second place at the moment, because I'm not sure if he was lapped at all. I don't think he was, but as they go through, of course, that is the finishing order then. Noah Wolf, question mark on Lewis Islin, Max Cuthbert, Joshua Graham, Thomas Spearing, Cole Denham, Jarrett Clark, Aris Majewskis, William Murphy, Leon Hasty and Timo Youngling rounding out the top 10 out there.
Absolutely good win there for Noah Wolf. Just having a look at the lap times for Islin, I'm going to say that's inconclusive as to whether it was transponder. We've got a very long second sector on one of the laps, but it's the right length for it to also have been a missed second sector transponder and another lap. Right, okay. So I'm gonna.
Here we go then for nose cones.
Yep.
Noah Wolf comes in. All is good.
Looks good there.
The number 5 Islin. Is that a photo? No, all is good. The number 10, Max Cuthbert, all good. Number 4, Joshua Graham, all good. 76, Thomas Spearing, all good. All good. All is good for the top 3 and 5 there. Excellent stuff then. Plenty more races coming up. Junior Max coming up next.
Let's have a look at your grid then. For heat number 1 in your Junior Max, it's going to be Murphy Aldridge to lead this one away from pole. Jack Cooper alongside, 44 and 77 on the front row. Where have we seen that before? Spencer Burham and Max Lee on row 2. Alfie Bray and Oliver Kerr are on row 3. Jessica White and Michael Morgan are on 4, with Jensen Weston and Daniel Sabula to round out your top 10. Ronnie Smith and Luke Ringham are row 6. Jensen Giles and William Young are row 7. Lexi Belk and Leo Purchase on 8, with Ethan Simmons and Kai Bacchini are on row 9. It's Alexander Adams-Acton and Ronnie Mansfield to round out your top 20. Thomas Carter and Ollie Ward behind them. Then it's George Donald and Mac McFarquhar on row 12. Row 13 is going to be James Jackson and Jacob Dukes. Bobby Rosier and Ewan Thomas on row 14. Rounding out your top 30 is going to be Jack Spencer and George Allen. And then on row 16, currently on their own, but with 30 other drivers to get stuck in with in a moment's time, Charlie Webster rounds out the 31 car grid. That's how they line up for heat number 1 of Junior Max for round 7 of the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships, here with coverage from Alpha Live. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Anthony Jordan in comms for you. Do hope you're enjoying the action today, whether you're enjoying it in person here at the track or indeed wherever you are around the, I say around the country, around the world. We do get people sending in your comments. Do let us know where you're watching from.
We do, yeah. We get people from all over, Australia, Dubai, America, Brazil. We've had Russia. We've had people viewing from as well. South Africa, we get people viewing from. We're all over. All over. Please do get your comments in. Let us know where you're watching from. If you're here at the track, get your comments in as well. If you're watching from the your little phone screen, if you're in the cafe here, the beautiful cafe that you can see in shot, the red building, fantastic facilities here at Whilton Mill. And I have to say, a stonking good burger that they do as well.
It's quite good, actually.
Thoroughly enjoy their burgers.
Yeah, it is good.
There we go.
It is good. I do like. Yeah, it's a great facility that they have at Whilton Mill. Had it. Gosh, it's been. Oh, now I've set myself up. I was about to say how long it's been since they've done all of the club. They did the clubhouse, but because of 2020, my perception of time has just gone. So what are we, 3-4 years?
I don't know. I just remember when it used to be a shed on top of a container.
That's what. Yes. Yeah. So brilliant facility that they have here at Whilton Mill.
Definitely updated.
Yeah. If you've not been down to Whilton Mill, and particularly, if you're in the Northamptonshire area, definitely check out Whilton Mill, because a whole host of not just karting, there's a whole host of things that you can get involved with here. Do check that out.
Comments coming in. John King's watching from France as well. Dave Butcher watching from Warwick. But it should be racing in Honda this weekend. Sad place. There we go. That's a shame. Nuno joining us from Portugal. Max Wright, can I get a shout out? There you go. Well done, Max Wright. You got yourself a shout out.
Because I'm a driver.
Because I'm a driver. There we go. Max Wright.
This is a new technique. Just dictate the shout out.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
great.
Exactly.
No, but no, good. Thanks for commenting.
Tracy Carter joins in. Good luck, Tom Carter, the 45. Currently racing out in this one. And, well, actually, I don't think he's out in this race, actually, is Mr. Tom Carter. I think he's out in a different race. But he is the number 45, and he will good luck to him anyway. There we go.
No, he is in this one.
Is he?
Starting 21st.
45. Don't have him on my piece of paper. Oh, yes, I've got him down here as a 159.
Okay.
So, there we go. For some very strange reason.
So, are we good for a start this time around? We are, although there was someone almost riding on someone else's bumper at the back of the field, so hopefully they've all reeled that one in and got themselves collected ahead of the start. But look at this, side by side, up the hill for the lead of the race as they go into Christmas Corner. Do we get through there all cleanly? I'm happy to say that we do. There's a little bit of dipping wheel onto the grass there. Oh, well, then there is someone going cross-country to driver's left down into Ashby. That looks like it might be Michael Morgan in the number 54, if my eyes don't deceive me with the light on the number plates there. But they all stream their way through Wilkins and Oziers in the middle part of the lap as they all work themselves out and come into the boot for the first time. Oh, we've got an incident there in the mid-pack. That is the 37.
Jessica White, the Vision Motorsport driver, going around at the entrance of the route. Now, Jessica White, fantastic, drive around here previously in a few years. She's a very quick driver, but unfortunately it's all gone a bit petong in this first heat. But it's okay. It's the first heat out of 3 plus a final. Plenty of time to come back at that one. The first race is always my worst race whenever I've done it. So there we go.
You see, I'm consistent. Mine are all equally terrible.
Oh, well, there you go.
So Max Lee is at the head of this one at the end of that first lap, though. Good start for the number 12 driver from 4th on the grid. We've seen some good starts from that anti-pole side of the grid so far today. And that is the number 65. So we're looking at Spencer Brown there. Now up into 3rd, because Murphy Aldridge has dropped down to 5th there, at to the benefit of Spencer and also Oliver Kerr there in the 22. So all change in amongst the top 5. Still Max Lee, your leader there.
Indeed, as they go through. Fastest lap of the race on that last one, 46.4 from Max Lee, the number 12, currently leading, as you say, comfortably at the moment. 2 seconds clip. I would say that was a comfortable buffer that you've got at the start of the race.
As they go in Junior Max, that's a decent lead to work on. But as you say, we saw just a couple of races ago with Daniel Lamour, you know, that can change. That can change over the course of the race. So it'll be interesting to see if he can continue to pull that out. At the moment, though, it goes out to 2.4 seconds, so still pulling out a good gap at the moment as our race leader. This is the battle over second, because that is Jack Cooper being overtaken there.
Yep. Spencer Burham gets through and makes that job done swiftly and decisively. Oh, there's a word there that I want to say, but I'll probably get it right. Max Lee, on the other hand, he's had 2 top 3 finishes in his heat. He's never had a heat win either, has Max Lee.
Okay.
So with that 2.3 second advantage that he has at the moment, looking good for possibly a first. In terms of on track as well, a first win as well.
A first.
There we go.
Let's look at this. Bit of a, what I always like to call Noah's Ark formation going through paddock there. Bit 2 by 2, but they had to sort themselves out into single file because it's very unusual that you'll head into oblivion, which if you hear us saying head into oblivion, we're not saying that the karts have disappeared. That is the name of the first corner here at Whilton, and I think it's one of the most aptly named corners in the UK karting, because you really do have to just throw the kart in. It's a bit of a, you know, you really, not lifting, not braking, as Anthony was saying earlier today. You really got to chuck it in and have a bit of boldness there going into oblivion. So I always like. It's a great start to the lap here. Look at this, side by side on the back straight. This is the battle between Bacchini in the 14 and Lexi Belk, I believe. They're working out for 11th place.
It is indeed. Yes, you are correct. Yeah.
No, sorry, it was William Young, I think, actually, in Bacchini. So over 10th place. Potentially there, as that is a change for 4th. That is Ronnie Mansfield past Jack Cooper.
Oh, and I think an exhaust has just come off.
Yes.
Out on circuit. That was very prompt, that was. I think that's the run up to Christmas.
Or was that in the paddock outside the comms box? I'm not sure. Was that someone revving? No. Okay, yeah, I think an exhaust has gone, hasn't it?
I think an exhaust.
Sorry, my auditory senses just went for a moment then. Thank you for humouring me. Yeah, it does sound like someone's got an issue out there, doesn't it? Very distinctive noise there.
I think there is the issue on your screen. The 42, Ewan Thompson, the novice driver, with no top exhaust. I have to say, it sounds absolutely tremendous, and I wish all the karts could do that, but unfortunately, due to noise restrictions, they have to have that silencer on it. So that will mean a meatball flag coming out quite swiftly. Apparently it's the 41 on my screen. James Jackson. Oh, right, okay, so the 42 has come into the pit lane, so Ewan Thompson has come into the pit lane.
But for the 43, we're just ticking off the voice. There's Alfie Bray, who's putting up in a move there and has had to spear off to driver's left. And there on the camera just briefly there is the 42 in the pits.
Also missing its top exhaust.
Also missing its top exhaust. So there we go. Maybe that was what threw me. We just had stereo exhaust missing. No, I'm just making driver's excuses in the comms box now. But anyway, fastest lap of the race from Spencer Burham, who's this report. That is the 41 reporting. So that is
James Jackson, who has also got an exhaust issue, but it still has the silencer on there. There we go. A
Super Ligera exhaust system. This, though, is the battle. Ronnie Mansfield in the 62, running in 3rd place, because that is still Oliver Kerr on his tail. So there's the battle over 3rd. And who's this going slowly as well? That is the 44. That is our pole sitter of Murphy Aldridge. And off the pace there, although continues round, so maybe just a moment there, getting out of shape more than an issue, but is under very close attention already of Jacob Dukes in the 34, who I think can smell an opportunity, having seen that kart off the pace.
There we go. So if they can smell anything out there, I swear it's not me. There we go. 20 seconds left on the timer then, and like you say, the 62 and the 22 having a good old race at the moment for 2nd place. Max Lee clear now by 1.8 seconds, so it has closed up a little bit, but he's still got a good buffer. Chloe Chong joins us on the chat. Good luck to Ronnie Smith, Lexi Belk as well. Good to hear from you, Chloe. Shame you're not racing here this weekend. That's a big shame not to see you here. But that timer strucketh 0. Max Lee will receive that last lap board this time around. There he is on your screen, and look at the buffer that he's got. Comfortable, I would say comfortable buffer.
Yeah, definitely. 1.6 seconds across the line, and that's not too bad to have in your junior max classes at the end of a 7-minute sprint race.
I would say that was adequate.
Yes. Downhill, and this is still that battle over third, although it has spaced out enough that I don't think there's going to be a lunge in the final corner, which is famous last words, almost invariably means there will be. It's going to be Max Lee who's going to come round and take the win. There he is.
Well, he'll take the
on the last lap. Apologies, it's close on the timer.
I tell you what, I have done that twice in my karting commentary career.
I know. I'm sorry. He's going around. It's 1.4 seconds, though. I still think it's good for the win, pending any problems. But what this does mean is that there is going to be an opportunity, I think, here for Oliver Kerr as they come across the top of the hill here, down into Ashby. He's definitely closed up once again. As look at this further back. This is Jack Cooper and Daniel Sabula in the 27, battling away over 6th on the final lap here, which is the final lap, that being the last lap of the race, Howard. And we are going to have to look ahead this time. I'm going to call it this time instead. Max Lee is going to come around the final corner and take the win in heat number 1. There we go, it is the checkered flag. Spencer Broom in second.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Okay.
Ronnie Mansfield does hold on for 3rd in the end. Oliver Kerr in 4th. 5th for Ronnie Smith, Daniel Sabula, Jack Cooper, Ethan Simmons, Lexi Belk and William Young round out your top 10. And yeah, good win there for Max Lee. Controlled.
Yeah, I would say.
To the last.
Definitely controlled. And a first heat win this year for Max Lee as well.
Brilliant stuff.
Like I say, he had 2 top 3 finishes in his heats. That is his first win. He's had 2 top 3 finishes in his finals, but he's never won a final either. Could we see a first final win this weekend for Max Lee? Let's see if Max Lee can get the win later. No, I was going to make that rhyme as well. I failed.
In the FastR
No, there we go.
If you would like any branding consultancy, you can find us at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, indeed. Let's, now having done that amazing bit of poetry for you all, let's have a look at a little bit more about sponsor FastR supporting the Whilton Mill Kart Club.
So, Junior X30, the next group of drivers about to make their way out onto the grid, and let's see how they line up then. Jensen Buckingham on pole position with Cian Gohill alongside Mackay Taylor and Luke Sintler. There we go, I said I was going to get that name wrong today, but I got it right there. On row number 2, Leo Brown and Zakai Hussain on row number 3 with Sam Baker and Finley Harrison rounding out row 4. Tiger Dixon and Thomas Reddy. Are you ready? I'm not ready. No one's ready. On row number 5 with Thomas Wainwright and Luke Taylor rounding out row number 6. Jaden Craig and Cian Geraghty on row 7 with Jack Collins and Sam Longley rounding out row number 8. Josh Agambar and Sam Shaw rounding out row number 9. Oliver Harris and Henry Gregory on row 10 rounding out the top 20 with Jack Cox and Benjamin Rao on row 11. Cian Gamio and Ollie Stilp on row 12 with Harry Yule and Gabriel Stilp rounding out row 13. Lily Jeffs and Reese Lomax for the Klassen Motorsport team will be rounding out on row number 14. Kira Harris and Archie Heron on row 15. Jack Hobson and Kai Carrington on row 16. And rounding out the grid at the back of the grid, David Marcel rounding out on row 17. 33rd on the grid. Support from Karting World. Come on, Cian Gohill.
Indeed, in the number 45, starting on that front row in this one, so could be an interesting one to watch, as indeed these people agree, because they've lined up on the balcony ready to watch it.
And you can see there, I'm not sure if that is Sam Shaw's mechanic, as Sam Shaw's mechanic's probably in the pit lane with him, but someone there premium karting on the balcony there. Keen, ready to look at Sam Shaw racing for the premium karting team out there today. So keep an eye on Sam there on your screen, the 48 on your screen. Mackay Taylor starting on that second row of the grid on third place. A little look further down, engines fire up. Oh,
most of them do.
The 10 is not firing. Who is that? On my piece of paper, Jack Collins does get fired up and will have to work his way through that order. But does indeed get that kart fired up. Now, look at that, the sun shining now. There was a bit of a morning fog this morning. I left my house at Silverstone. I drove down. I wasn't woken up this morning by cars going around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. That's usually my alarm clock of getting up. Crack the window open late at night, and then, yeah, in the morning, I just, I'll be like, cool, time to wake up. But, yeah, not today, because I was up. But it was dark when I woke up this morning, which is mildly depressing.
Yeah, yes, it's getting to that time of year,
It's
isn't
getting
it?
to that time. It is. I do like winter, but it does mean the end of the season's coming up, doesn't it?
No, I was on a walk the other night where I suddenly realised that I should have brought a torch because I was just like, I can't see a thing, and I know there are cows in the next field, which is fun. We're ready for the start here, though. Jensen Buckingham will lead them away, and it's immediately called as a false start.
It is indeed.
Not excited over nothing.
We did. There we
But
go.
we'll go again in a moment.
We were primed and ready, we were.
But yeah, should say no cows in the Warwickshire area were harmed. But I just couldn't see them.
Good. I'm glad you don't go out actively hunting cows.
No. Well, you know. No.
I've backed you into a corner here. Oh, dear me.
But yeah,
It's going to be a long day. Stick with us.
Speaking of which, if you're wondering where we are in today's proceedings, we are heading towards the end of our first rotation of heat. So we're on X30 juniors now.
Yeah.
And then we've got X30 seniors and our senior Rotax. And that will be the end of our first rotation of heats. So that is all to look forward to, along with the other two rotations of heats and all the final, of course. Are we good for the start this time? Will it be the Union flag? Yes, it will. So there we go. Into turn one they go. Jensen Buckingham leading them away, but it looked like a good start from Kian Gohill. And I think it's going to be... Who is that leading them? It's the 45. Leading them through the top part of the lap as we've got some karts off. We've got 3 karts off towards the back. Sam Shaw is one of them, as is the 54 of Lily Jeffs.
It's Kian Gohill on the 45.
It is, okay.
So he's got a 15 on our piece of paper
grid.
here,
There
but
we go.
he's running the 45.
Oh, and there's a moment towards the back as well there for the number 3 of Kian Gameo. So quite a few little incidents and moments here on the first lap, as there's a little bit of bumping and barging as well through the boot. It is, though, it's Luke Sintler who's at the front at the end of all that. In fact, yeah, indeed. So Luke Sintler in the lead, Finley Harrison in second, and Micah Taylor round out your top 3. Zaki Hussein and Leo Brown rounding up your top 5 as side by side through the top of the hill, and an off the road moment there for Cian Geraghty in the 73, manages to rejoin nice and safely there ahead of Ashby Corner.
Albeit with a bit of extra grip. Oh, there's someone there facing the wrong way at the back of shot. That looks to me like it's got a 7 in it. No, I was completely wrong. It was the 63.
Which means it's Oliver Harris.
It is indeed Oliver Harris, who has gone around. Well, there we go. Getting my numbers wrong already. Early start to the day. Jack Collins with a warning flag, the number 10, as they go over the line then. And good buffers starting to form then at the front. Like we're saying, Sintler leading the way. Action here, though, the 13 on your screen.
Hussein.
It is Zaki Hussein with Leo Brown just in front. They're having a good little scrap.
Yes, indeed. That looked like a little move going on into Ashby as well. I think it might have been a battle that Sam Bake's involved in. We'll double check that one when they next come round. Onto the back straight, though, goes that battle between into the boot. It is Thomas Reddy, isn't it, who's now ahead of Hussein. That's what was throwing me. It's Reddy ahead of Hussein now, up into 5th place. So plenty of moves going on here.
Are indeed, as they go up. The train starting to form, albeit everyone with a bit of breathing space while this race is underway. 3 laps in, good stuff all the way throughout, and more comments coming in. Tekken Games, come on Collins. LJC, now I'm going to have a shout out guess here that that's Louis Johnson Cool. Am I correct in saying that? Is that Louis Johnson Cool? LJC, I could be right there.
I would say you're correct there. But do tell us on the comments.
There you go.
The person best placed to tell us would be LJC themselves.
Yes.
But I think you're right there.
Reese Lomax down the inside, and a bit of a concertina effect in this sort of mid-pack area here. The 50, I think, was that? No, it wasn't Jensen Buckingham, it was the 52. And Archie Heron, yeah, it was, and Sam Shaw was clawed back up in this grid as well.
Yeah, and I mentioned about a lap ago that I thought I saw a move involved with Sam Baker. Difficult to actually confirm whether it was that or not that I saw, because Sam Baker has dropped down the order. I'm not sure if he's having kart issues out there, but lost 10 positions on 2 laps ago and another 5 on that last lap. So perhaps having one to forget there, some cheeky moves there around into Ozzy's. The nature of the racing line there opens up a gap on the inside that you can fire down under braking, but it's difficult. You've got to judge it right, because it is downhill braking into that corner, a bit like you have for Ashby. So always, it can look easy to do a move into there, but to judge it right and not have contact, as there's blue flags being shown here for some of the traffic. But still just under 3 minutes left on the clock. Luke Sinthler leading by 1.3 ahead of Finley Harrison.
There we go then, as they go through. Rundown of the top. Oh, they're pitting into, well, the pits. The 36, Sam Baker. The 36 currently now pulling into the pit lane. Big shame there.
Yeah, so did have some kind of problems, one would presume, over those last few laps, losing the positions.
You'd expect so.
There is the 49 of Finley Harrison there, and that's Leo Brown in the 133 you saw as well, as they all stream through the boot section. Crucial to thread the racing line through there. You can't get too greedy on the first apex of the boot, because you'll compromise yourself for the second and third apexes of that one. All about precision in that last part of the lap, a part of the lap that's common to any of the layouts here at Whilton Mill.
Yes, I have found myself on that inside curb many a times.
Yes.
In the corporate karts here, I will say, so Whilton don't like me for that. Especially now, because I've got a brand new fleet of biz karts here, 390cc karts that they've got. So if you do fancy a dabble, a bit of a hack around Whilton Mill, and you haven't got a kart, you can come down, because they've got a brand new fleet of them. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Brilliant to... always good to have a new fleet in at a track, isn't it?
It's nice. That new kart smell.
Yes.
Like it.
Here still is that battle over second place. Finley Harrison and Leo Brown through Christmas Corner, then through Inkermans, and the downhill braking into Ashby. But Brown doesn't feel close enough to go for a move. I say close enough to go through a move. There may very well here be a will to work together to try and get onto turn. No, there isn't. Down the inside there on Ozias, and that's what I'm talking about. Perfectly judging that downhill braking zone so that you block past you as you get yourself alongside, but you don't cause pod-to-pod contact by, losing the rear or just coming in too hot. That was brilliantly judged there by Leo Brown, and gets himself up into second place. And the question now will be, has he, and indeed Finley Harrison with him, can they work together? Have they got pace that can in any way bring them onto the back of Sinthler? I don't think they've got enough time, even if they do, but wouldn't be the first time we've seen today perhaps the leader coming off the pace slightly towards the end.
No. And again, Luke Sinthler has had a top 3 twice in his heat. He has still, to this day, never won a heat race so far this year. So this could be a first once more in Junior X30.
Zaki Hussein trying for a move there on Micah Taylor, but unlike what we saw from Leo Brown a lap ago, did not manage to execute that one. He's going to try again. Is he into the boot? No, the door is closed there by Micah Taylor in the 48 kart. And Hussein's got to be careful here, or conscious of the fact that every failed attempt is going to leave him exposed there. And indeed, do I mean Yes, I do. Josh Agenbar and Thomas Reddy are coming up behind him, but they've just swapped positions as well. So it's Agenbar ahead of Reddy. But they are closing in on this battle. You can see there they're basically equally spaced now, these four. It wasn't the last lap board last time around. I say that for my benefit as much as anyone else's. So it will be this one plus another for Sintler, or whoever it is who goes on to take it. But at the moment, Sintler seems to be able to hold the likes of Leo Brown and Finley Harrison at bay.
Yes, indeed. Big group a little further back as well. Archie Heron, Lorenzo Cordell, Kean Garrity, Jaden Gregg, Ollie Stilt, Luke Taylor, Sam Wainwright, Jack Collins as well, up into P23. Good running from Jack. Kieran Harris as well in 24th place, but eyes here at the moment on that battle for the lead, which isn't really a battle because at the moment it's okay. There was a big lunge. I tell you what, that lunge. Yeah, Zaki is saying that was a big old lunge there into Christmas Corner. Didn't work out on the exit though because the rest of the field got back through. Yeah, and allowed Agenbar back through as well. So it's now Josh Agenbar immediately on the tail of Micah Taylor in these dying moments of this one, and indeed he's going to go for it there. Arrives straight on the scene and goes for the first opportunity. They're still side by side onto the back straight. That's going to put Taylor on the grass, and he's frustrated with that one, and that's going to allow through quite a few people, not including Henry Gregory, who he shuts the door on in the boot. And apologies, that now we've done it the other way around. It's now checkered flag out. I'm saying that one's not my fault. Luke Sintler has taken the win there, but for apologies, the last lap board didn't come up on my timing. Luke Sintler takes the win, Leo Brown in second, Finley Harrison in third, Josh Agenbar in fourth, Zaki Hussein in fifth. And then it was Thomas Reddy ahead of Micah Taylor, Henry Gregory, Gabriel Stilp and Jensen Buckingham to round out your top 10. But yeah, that was a bit of drama towards the end there. Good, solid race there from Luke Sintler. Got to the lead early on and then controlled the pace from there. Yeah. Good old race on that one. And like we say, his first heat win this year as well. So good stuff there.
Absolutely.
Carts come in. It's time for nose cone watch. Right, get my binoculars out.
I think we need a jingle for nose cone watch.
I think we do. All is well. No photo taken.
All is well, but yes.
All is well, but he stopped. All good there for Leo Brown. Lee Harrison, all is well. Top three clear and good.
Next up here then at Whilton Mill, it is going to be heat number 1 in your X30 Seniors. Here's your grid then for heat number 1 of the X30 Seniors for round 7. It is Nathan Amos on pole with Oliver Henwood alongside Jude Fernahoe and Alex Johnston on row 2, and then it's Jake Yanagasawa and Thomas Massarella on row 3. Row 4 is Ellis Bourchier and Ty Stansfield. Alex Doddington and Alex Moody round out your top 10. Jordan Brown and Caelan Birdbridge are on row number 6. Row 7 is Christian Brooks and Benjamin Southgate. It's Cameron Coombs and Thomas Glyde on row 8. Brandon Matchell and Oliver Oregon on row number 9. Scott Smith and Archie Garlick round out the top 20. Then it's Archie Forber and Jerome Phillip on row 11. Mason Weir and Dan Hackett on 12. Benjamin Watts and Isaac Lord are your 13th row of the grid, with Jamie Rogers and Vishal Patel behind. Then it's Teddy Pritchard Williams and Tyler Reid rounding out your top 30, with Martin Auger and Curtis Liu rounding out the 32 car grid for this one. We've got the recovery of a few karts from that last one. That is going to be the number 3.
That's Kian Gamio.
It is.
With a nice morning jog. There we go.
Yeah.
I don't like morning jogs.
No, and it's never really good news if you have to enter the pit lane from that direction either, because it's only when you're recovering karts.
Some would say that is suboptimal, but green flag goes out and the karts now make their way out into the circuit for the senior X30 grid. Keep comments coming in. Let us know who you are supporting. David Rich joins us. Good luck to Alex Doddington, the 72. From Alfie Rich, your protege in Honda Cadets. That's obviously not a driver out in this one. Tyler Reid, good luck from from Louis Johnson Cool. Tyler Reid is out in this one. Am I right in saying? He is indeed, the number 10. So again, comments coming in, and someone going off stage left there and deciding, I don't want to go around the full part of the track. Who is that? 92.
It is the 92.
That is Oliver Oregon.
It is. So he will hopefully pick up the pack.
The disembodied voice in my head.
Which is the Alpha Live guys, by the way. Everything's fine in Anthony's head.
Oh no. The disembodied voices in my head always comes in now and then when we racing, and of course, you know, we say these classes are absolutely fantastic, and some of the good drivers who come through, and we see them, and all of them. George and Lando themselves actually racing in this category as well. When they were, well, not this category, but in this club house as well, when they were racing when they were younger. Green flag goes out. Away we go then for Senior X30. Good start. The mist clears as they go through Christmas Corner. Up the hill they go. Good start from the 36. Nathan Amos as they go through. Round the outside though. That looked like a Crop Promotions kart. And straight off stage left. Oh, ho, ho.
That's the 92 and the 26 as follows. So that's Oregon again, isn't it?
It is indeed. There. Now, I can see why he took that cut off at the first time. He didn't understand the braking zone for Christmas, and he didn't understand it there either. But went straight off stage left. Big shame. He rejoins the circuit, albeit now quite a ways back, so he will have to fight his way through that order, and I suspect we'll see that.
Yeah, and Curtis Liu went off in sympathy, so a little way off the back there for the number 26 as well. Yeah, I'm not sure. Was it misjudging the brake, or did he get a wheel on the grass, and that was, it can be a very quick, once you get a sample of the grass with the left side of your kart in braking for Christmas, you can then find that there's more grass to discover there. So
yes,
yeah,
indeed.
he's got it all to do, unfortunately, provided his kart is still ship shape, as there's a little bit of battling there through Christmas Corner on lap 2. It is still our pole sitter Nathan Amos on in the lead of this one. Fernahoe though up into second place. Did not cover, did we, the championship situation in this one coming into this. It is Finley Harrison who leads the points in this class this season so far. Henry Gregory in second and Reece Lomax in third. That's wrong because that's X30 Juniors. I knew none of those names made sense in this context. Lucas Ellingham is your points leader with Jordan Brown and Nathan Amos in third. There you go. Need to get onto the right sheet. Through the top of the lap they come. Not a lot of field spread so far. Everyone pretty much with someone to battle with, certainly amongst the top 2/3 of the field.
Yes, indeed. Nathan Amos. The 75 off on your screen there. That's Jerome Phillip.
It is.
So something's not gone well there with Jerome. He rejoins the circuit, and albeit now at the back of the grid, so he's got a bit of work to do now. Less than 5 minutes to go then, and we near the end of lap 2. Lap 3 about to get underway. Here's how they look then as they cross the line. Nathan Amos from Jude Ferrenhoe, Alex Johnson, Oliver Henwood, Thomas Massarella, Ty Stansfield, Alex Moody, Ellis Brochet, Jordan Brown and Jake Yangasawi on that top 10 at the moment. 4.5 minutes to go then as the train starts to form in Senior X30 for their Heat 1. And as they go through, the very brightly coloured MLC liveried kart leading the way, and looking very comfortable there at the moment, but under pressure at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. A 45.23 the last time around for Jude Fernahoe, and is right on the rear bumper now of the number 36 Nathan Amos as they come on to lap number 5. Under 4 minutes left on the clock. Moves happening throughout the field. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has just had a good lap, and there is the move for the lead at the top of the hill. Jude Fernahoe up into the lead of this one, and Amos has got to be careful here because Alex Johnston is right with them there. You can see in the 304 car, and will not need a second invitation if the opportunity presents itself. Good drive so far from Oliver Henwood as well, keeping himself in contention there. And one of the moves that happened on the last lap was that Ty Stansfield got himself up into 5th place because Thomas Massarella was passed on that last lap, now down in 7th, behind not just Stansfield but also Alex Moody. There is the change of lead confirmed though at the end of lap number 5, and a 45 dead sets the new fastest lap of the race as well for Fernahoe, so good drive so far, and now Jude will set about trying to open up a gap there out front.
There we go then. So less than 3 minutes on the timer. So let's have a quick replay then of what happened to our race leader a couple of laps ago, hitting one of those inside curbs, and bosh, look at, whoa,
ooh,
goodness me. Oh, wow, to the skies with that driver. Nathan Amos there. Oh, I have to say, that's going to need a new backside after that one.
I will say, earlier on, Anthony was saying that if you fancied a hack in one of the corporate carts here, they won't thank you for that.
No.
Don't do what you just saw, folks, if you head on down to Whilton Mill.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that one, that was, quite a moment. I mean, trying to optimise the late apex on that first apex to maybe try and get the switch back through the second and third on Amos at the time is what Fernoho was looking to do, but yeah, that was maybe a bit too much, and there's a wheel gone off there.
That's an axle failure.
That is an axle failure. It's going to go across the track. Thankfully, no one coming across that part of the track now. Oh, it is going to remain there on driver's left, although Stewart is immediately with that. But who was that who was involved?
That is becoming more and more common as we see it in karting. Axles failing at that specific point as well.
It's Oliver Henwood, and that's costly as well because he was running well up in 4th place.
Now that happened at Warden Law for the British Kart Champs like a week ago. It's happened here at Whilton Mill. I have seen it happen at least 5 times, maybe even more so far this year in different championships. It is a common occurrence of a rear axle braking at that specific point of the axle. It is very strange that we see that.
Yeah, and well, arguably the failure is never going to happen at an undramatic moment because it's the loading that causes it, but not a nice place for that to happen to you, coming through the left-hander at Wilkins as well.
And it's very sudden when it happens.
Yeah.
It's instant. You're going around a corner, absolutely fine, and then bosh, it's just gone, and then you're round, you don't know what's happened, you feel like you've been hit off by someone, but no, then when you realise you try to drive away, you've got no drive because the chain's come off, and the rear sprocket's gone away with it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Question from Ned Halifax. How many heats for Miami Cadet? There are 3 heats today. We've had one of them, so there are 2 more. I think we can catch a replay of that, or what we managed to get at least of that axle failure. So Henwood.
So you can see it already wobbling. So it was failing going into the corner, and then just, oh wow, bosh, bang, wallop. It was really lucky that there was no one coming in the direction. Because of course, you've got to remember in Formula racing and anything like that, the halo's been introduced, and again, that was very sceptical with the halo, with it being introduced in the first time, but of course it has proved itself time and time again about how vital it is. Time of strike 0, last lap board will be out this time. Again, you don't have those sort of safety features in karts as well. You've just got the helmet, you've got the NAS panel as well to deflect anything from that, but like that, it is very, very lucky that there was no one coming up that other way.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, as you say, becoming more common, but still, very relatively rare occurrence. You don't drive around expecting to see a flying wheel plus bits of the axle. So very lucky that no one was in that vicinity. This is the last lap board being shown. I'm on it. I'm on it. Jude Fernoho starts the last tour of the circuit with a comfortable lead by the stands of X30 Senior here, 1.85 seconds the gap from Alex Johnston in second place, and that is the 38 of Brandon Matchell, who has come to a stop to driver's left in the boot as well. So costly there, and I don't know, I feel like there are a lot of issues today that the drivers are having out there.
It was the early start.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Yeah. But last lap it is though, and Fernoho coming round now will take the win in X30 Seniors. Heat number 1 goes the way of Jude Fernoho. It's Alex Johnston in second, Nathan Amos, the pole sitter, in third, Alex Moody in fourth, Ty Stansfield in fifth, and it's Jordan Brown, Thomas Massarella, Archie Forber, Christian Brooks, Ellis Bourchier to round out the top 10. Scott Smith, Kellen Burbridge, Teddy Pritchard Williams, Alex Doddington, Jamie Rogers takes you down to 15th, and it's Vishal Patel, Tyler Reid, Jake Yanagasawa, Benjamin Watts and Cameron Coombs to round out your top 20. It's called the rest across. Benjamin Southgate, Dan Hackett, Archie Garlick in 23rd, then it was Thomas Glyde, Jerome Phillip, who we saw having a bit of an off moment, didn't we, or a spin up at the
We
top
did,
of the
yeah.
hill.
Yep.
Oliver Oregon in 26th, Isaac Lord 27th, Mason Weir in 28th, Martin Alger and Curtis Liu, and we saw issues there for Brandon Matchell, and of course the dramatic axle failure. You can see there the 17 kart there, which will need to be recovered ahead of the next race there of Oliver Henwood. But it's well done to Jude Fernahoe. Who's next? Asks Jez Williams on the comments. It is the Senior Max Heat 1 up next. We'll need to recover that kart of Oliver Henwood, but it is indeed Senior Rotax Heat number 1 coming up for you here next at Whilton Mill.
Here's a look then at the grid for the Senior Rotax Heat 1, race 8 of the day. Tommy Edwards and Kyle Dunford on that front row, with Joshua Taylor and Rob Ellis rounding out row number 2. Mikey Austin and Jaden Neil Holder rounding out row number 3. Alfie Brooks and Tom Thompson, on row 4, with Joshua Valance and Harry East rounding out row number 5 with that top 10. Charlie Pinkney and Archie Elliott on row 6, with Joshua Pickford and Freya Belk on row number 7. Lewis Wild and Lucas Venticus there on row 8, with Liam Ferguson and Millie Hart on row number 9. Matt Jones and Mark Sayers on row 10, with Max Martin and Nathan Schaefer on row 11. Catherine White and Alex Hughes on row 12, with Benjamin Ballou and Lawrence Sturldorf there on row 13. Sam Light and James Webb on row 14, with Alex Jackson and George Hunter on row 15. Jack Davis and Josh Twitchin on row 16, with Tommy Lee Davis rounding out the grid on row 17. So there's the karts lined up there in the dummy grid area. They're going to get their race underway in just a moment. Now, Senior Rotax, obviously a very fierce grid once again. We see lots of good action in this class, of course, in many other championships. And, of course, we'll see them racing here in just a moment for their Heat 1. But we'll take you back to 2020. You might know this one, Howard. We bring it up a lot because it was absolutely fantastic. Catherine White in the Whilton Mill final in 2020 for the British Kart Championships. The rain or the track was drieth. The karts all went out on slicks, bar one who went out on wets on a dry circuit. Within 3 minutes into a 15-minute race, the heavens doth opened, and the rain plummeted, and Catherine White went from the back of the grid to the front of the grid in a final and took her first final win. It was absolutely fantastic. You can go and watch that. Probably, I think it's one of the most watched videos on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, with like 186,000 views. Make it more. There we go. Go and watch it. After this, of course, watch this race first. This is more important. But yeah, feel free to go back and watch that. You can catch all that sort of action on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You can.
Absolutely. And we would advise it. Brilliant place. And if you're watching, do us a favour. If you're watching, you haven't subscribed and hit that notification bell, go on, do it. Give us a subscription. Very much your support is, that's in the wrong order, your support is very much appreciated. That's the right sentence here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. So do please like and subscribe and share. Let's get people talking about this brilliant day's racing here in the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Still plenty of action. This is the last race of the first rotation. So after this, we will be going into our second round of heats. I'm just double checking that out. Yes, it is, because it's Honda Cadets Heat 2 out after this.
You are correct.
Thank you. I'm glad. We've got to keep track. There is a lot of racing actually. It's brilliant to see how much we've got. But yeah, we've just got to keep it on. We've got a lot of different sheets and championship tables here in the comms box today. It's brilliant. Tommy Edmonds then is going to lead them away. Union flag is waved and it's called good as a start. So Edmonds leads them in to Oblivion, who comes out of the crook at turn 2. And indeed, through Fine Lady, which is the name of that little kink in the straight, as there's someone spearing off to driver's left there in a near-perfect 360 spin and manages to gather it all up. That is the number 99 Nathan Chafer. Well, he'll be... Oh, and there's someone spearing off as well to driver's left there into Ashby, and that was the 79, and that is the 10 also involved. So that was Jack Davis and...
Charlie Pink.
Charlie, yeah. So... few people taking to the grass on lap 1 there. I was going to say that it was nicely gathered up, actually, the first one that we saw. Then someone dipping the tyres on the wheels on the grass as well, coming through the boot as well. So quite a few drivers there having hairy moments there on the first lap. It is, though, still Tommy Edmonds leading from Carl Dunford, although is it Dunford in the lead? Because that is heavy on the brakes there from the number 75 out there at the top of the hill. Who we will double check who is in the 75 actually, because I think we're having a transponder issue on the timing there.
Jaden Holder.
There we go. Jaden Neil Holder there, heavy on the brakes there and up into, I believe, second place there, getting past the number 66 of Carl Dunford.
There we go. So now that the senior Rotex drivers have slightly calmed down, we'll say. They're quite a boisterous group of drivers as they go through, but 5.5 minutes to go then. Edmonds leads from Jaden Neil Holder, who's currently there in second place. Rob Ellis there also in third, also up those positions as they go through. Train starting to form then for these drivers. We'll take a look back at previous Senior Max champions from the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Of course, Ben Davis won it in 2016, Jack Tritton in 2017, and Bradley Barrett, who now races for the Sodi team in the KZ2 Championship and the British Kart Championship. We've just finished at Warden Law. We crowned our new champion from the Warden Law round. But here for Whilton Mill Kart Club, obviously he raced in this championship and he won this championship as well in 2018, so a couple of years ago. Down the inside there, action as the 96, I think that is, or the 36. No, I think that was Joshua Pickford trying to get through on Alfie Brooks, and I think successfully managed to do so. As, again, that train forming the 46 there. Rob Ellis looking like he's up into second place now as well, as back down the inside. That looked to be Alfie Brooks again, the 17, getting that done. It was indeed. Oh, straight back, though, Joshua Pickford. These two, I tell you what, having a good little scrap there, and it looked like Liam Ferguson, the 65, managed to capitalise on both of that. No, it wasn't, sorry. It was Joshua Valance who managed to capitalise on that, now putting himself up into 5th place as the rest of the field slots through then. So as they cross the line at the end of lap 4, Tommy Edmonds leading the way from Jaden Neil Holder, Rob Ellis, Carl Dunsford, Joshua Valance, then it's Joshua Pickford, Alfie Brooks, Liam Ferguson, Alex Hughes and Lewis Wild rounding out the top 10. Catherine White's not had the bestest of starts, currently in P11 down 2 places, but still she's doing a sterling job there at the moment as the field again slotting into place. Again, for the folks at home, please do keep getting your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting. Freddie Ingram joins in, going, come on, Alfie Brooks. As well, so get your comments coming in. Now, Valance there, fastest lap of the race, 44.80 currently at the moment. That 28, keep a close eye because currently the quickest car out there. You can just see there in the background in the green helmet. Keep an eye on that one because making good moves. Man's got moves, says Joshua as they go through. 2.5 minutes to go then, and eyes on this sort of top pack as a bit of breathing space does Tommy Edmonds have at the moment, about 9/10 of a second as they go through. Support on the stream from Hannah Houston there. Come on, Freya, proud big sister watching at home. There we go. So big sister watching alongside. There we go. So 2 minutes 20 seconds to go, and look at that, hands up gestures there from Carl Dunford saying, right, come on Rob, think, let's not battle, let's close up. But at the moment Rob's got a bit of pressure from Mr. Joshua Valance, and he gets through And that is now Valance up into P4 now as they get this race nearly done. As they head through Wilkins, down into Oisiers, again very fast through this section. Here's a look at the 54 currently on your screen. I'm trying to determine where the 54 is. It's Archie Elliott, currently 27th place at the moment. So he's in. So he's one of the backmarkers kind of in this mid-pack lead battle at the moment. And you can just see blue flags will come out down the inside. There goes Joshua Pickford. Gets that move done. Manages to get past the 54 there of Archie Elliott quite promptly, and off stage left is the 17. Now that's Alfie Brooks. Now Alfie has he's had a bit of a dramatic race so far in this one. He's top and tail, left and right, up and down. There we go. And and now he's on the grass, but he's back on the track now. Albeit he's dropped down a couple more positions, but with 1 minute to go, everything looking fairly under control, side by side there in towards the boot section. They think against that one. Believe that was Catherine White getting the job done on Alfie Brooks, which it was indeed. Catherine White now up into P9. So good start there.
Yep, and still with the fastest lap of the race, 44.77 for her. As through the top of the track, we're watching Ferguson chasing Pickford there, over 6th place. Into Wilkins there will go. Downhill braking into Oziers. And that was the battle just coming into shot there of Mikey Austin in 13th, leading quite a battle there with himself and Lucas Avascavicius, James Webb and Freya Belk all in amongst that battle there.
It is indeed. So as they go through, timer strucketh 0 now as an exhaust has come off, and that isn't an exhaust off, but that is a kart stop. That's the number 11. Sverdlov. That's Lawrence, yeah, Sverdlov there.
You counted down to the commentator's curse from that time. You counted down the clock on the curse.
I did?
Yeah.
I was just making sure you knew.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's important we give people warnings when we've got that strong a commentator's curse to dish out.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. There we go.
Oh, and that is the 18 of Freya Belk as well there on the cut through.
Now,
oh yeah,
that's possibly the exhaust.
Yes.
Now there's one person that I'm going to blame for that one, and that's Hannah, a big sister on the stream commentator's curse. I said her name out only because Hannah told me to.
There we go. There we go.
Sorry, Hannah, I'm just totally blaming you at home for that exhaust coming off for a red cut there. So, sorry.
Last lap board is out. Tommy Edmonds then. Oh, and that's the 20 going into the pits. That's Mark Sayers. So he's pulling in.
Oh, rear bumper.
Rear bumper definitely the problem there. But yes, Tommy Edmonds in the 23 car controlled this one well. Here he comes. Tommy Edmonds will cross the line to take the checkered flag. It'll be Jaden Neal Holder in second, Josh Valance in third, Joshua Pickford in fourth. Rob Ellis dropped down a few positions on that last lap. So Alex Hughes in fifth, Liam Ferguson in sixth, seventh for Catherine White, Rob Ellis in eighth, ninth for Alfie Brooks, and Lewis Wild rounds out the top 10.
Good race then from Senior Rotax, and they'll make their way back into the pit lane in just a moment as more drivers come in. Again, we've had quite a few. We've had quite a few mechanical issues this round so far, haven't we? It's only the first heat of the day. Yeah. God, we've got several more to go yet. You can't have all these mechanical issues first.
It is interesting, isn't it? We've got karting drivers littering most of West Northamptonshire at this point. So
now for all your technical fans out there, it's time for this week's episode of Nose Cone Watch.
I mean, this week's it's this.
I mean, I was kind of going for like a nature vibe there.
No, I know. I like it. I like it. I think we were going for it because we were talking about, we're finding drivers. The native habitat of drivers is becoming the outer part of Whilton Mill at the moment.
Here you find the local. This was supposed to be like a David Attenborough moment here. You see there the driver in his natural habitat in the tile wall here at Whilton Mill. No, kidding, of course. Dad, you think
there is one there.
there's a wild driver there
across the back straight. Maybe we should just do the rest of the day like that.
I'm not doing the rest of the day in that voice.
Fair enough, fair enough. That was the end of our first rotation of heats, though, here for round 7 at Whilton Mill at the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Next up will be the start of our second rotation of heats with the second heat in Honda Cadet. So do stay with us here on your Alpha live stream. Let's take a look at your grid then for heat number 2 in your Honda Cadets. To be clear, we're talking about the championship running here, not the O-plate at this point. Mayan Patel on pole with Adam Hill alongside Bobby Pete and Ellis Pullen-Meeman on row 2. Then it's Joshua Bugembi and Albert Friend on row 3. Row 4 is Riley Till and Callum Wilson with Alexander Kojikov and Sergio Wirtz rounding out your top 10. Samuel Gameo and Alessio Lamalfa are on row 6. Row 7 is Zach Starbuck and Jensen Walker. Then it's going to be Logan Giles and Tyler Davis on 8. Oliver Meek and Zach Shampney are your 9th row of your grid, and your top 20 is rounded out by Zach Shampney and Charlie Wolfitt. It's going to be Max Fallon and Jake Schulz on row number... No, it's not. It's going to be Jake Schulz and Rio Licata, apologies, on row number 11. Row 12 is going to be Noah McNicholas and Joshua Smith in that E-plate kart. Oliver Majowski and Theo Champney are row 13. Row 14 is Sebastiano Tutseo and Finlay Lines. Then it's going to be Hayden Gray and Oliver Warner on row 15. And then it's going to be Amin Saran and Jacob Batchelor to round out your 32 runners in that one. So apologies, I had an older version of the grid with me there, but we got through it. So that is going to be your second heat in the Honda Cadets. And as I say, this is for round 7 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championship, as opposed to the O-plate, which you will be seeing more of quite a bit later, actually, probably around, was it 2:15, I think we were saying, for that second heat?
It's around that time, I'm sure.
Around that time, so that'll be later on.
You would thought as the commentary team we would know such facts, but
well,
not had a coffee this morning.
We're having to recover a few karts, you know. I would argue that, you know, schedules changing all the time.
Now, this is a big debate. Now, we had this debate slightly this morning. Is it schedule or schedule, as one of the karts is getting started up on the grid? The 63.
And another one is pulling over to driver's left there as well.
That's Max Fallon, who's currently having technical issues on the grid.
Was that Bobby Pete? No, it wasn't Bobby Pete.
The
That's
98. That is, yeah, Amalfa. So, but yeah, back to, now that we've got those important bits out of the way, schedule or schedule?
Well, I clearly just said schedule. I'm a schedule person.
I think I'm a schedule person, but I'm not too sure.
Let us know in the comments. How do you say schedule?
There you go. Well, they're not really going to tell us because it's going to be the same spelling, isn't it?
Do it phonetically.
Phonetically, yeah. There you go. A debate.
Use a K if you're a schedule person, and
yeah, press F in chat if you're schedule.
I mean, it is. I think we're agreed. It is the debate of our times.
It is, yeah,
of our time. Even. This is the biggest one since Scone versus Scone.
Look at that,
which never got resolved.
Definitely Scone.
Oh, good. It's good. We've got harmony in the comms box.
There you go. Karts are fired back up, and it looks like we're ready to get Heat 2 back underway. Karting World joins in and just types the word schedule there.
Fair, yeah. We're good for the off here in heat number 2. It'll be eyes on the lights. Mayan Patel will lead them away in that 20. And away we go then in heat 2 of the Honda Cadets. Patel has got a good start there as they all stream into oblivion. How they're going to get through there on the first time of asking. Heading up the hill then. Still Patel, quick look over the shoulder, and there we go. We're going to see Everyone, as usual, staying over to driver's right pretty much, apart from some people trying around the outside, and that is a little light tag there, and it means that we've seen the 18 and the 27 going around. The 18 is Noah McNicholas. I know that one is Jake Schulz, the 27,
indeed,
as well, who's gone round there. But it's Patel who's still in the lead here with Adam Hill right on his tail, although challenging for second place into Oziers there. I think that was Bobby Pete, but we'll double check that one as they come out onto the back straight as someone's off. And that is the 66 of Adam Hill over onto the grass. So that clearly didn't end well, that attempt for second place. Now, based on what I saw at the end of that, I would imagine that the drivers got alongside each other at the apex of Oziers, and then one of them was run out of room on the right-hand kink that brings them onto the back straight.
You know what? I think you're right.
I don't get told that very often.
Well,
Mayan Patel leads with now Joshua Bagembi, the one applying pressure across the top of the hill here.
There you go, as they go through then. Top three breakaway. Alexander Koajikov there in third place, currently the fastest lap of the race, 57.05. And look at that, hunkered down, tucked in as much, trying to make that kart as aerodynamically efficient as possible. Of course, you can get a couple of thousandths milliseconds for just tucking your head in a little bit more, but like I say, every little helps as you go through. Other popular shopping brand title names are available to you as well. 5 minutes to go. You looked like you were about to say something.
It looked like Riley Till is putting a move there on Ellis Pullen-Meeman to go up into fourth place there. So change for fourth on that one, and it's a good lap as well for Zach Starbuck, who gets him up 3 positions there, up to 7th place. So a few drivers on the move here. I can see Oliver Majowski as well has got up to 15th place. So good battles happening throughout the field, and there's one going through Christmas Corner there. That was Pullen-Meeman losing out there and has fallen back, I think, behind Sergio Wirtz, I would imagine, because now Pullen-Meeman has the close attention to Zach Starbuck.
They have indeed as they go through, and still action here at the front as the drivers go through. It still looks like Patel leading the way at the moment. Again, tucking in as much. Hey, you can hear me. Okay, getting those thousandths of a second, tucking in. Nice clean weight. You're pointing again. What are you pointing?
I just wanted to respond to a question coming in on YouTube. Ned Halifax asks, what race is this? The hint's always in the top left. So underneath where it's saying Whilton Mill Kart Club, you can see this is Honda Cadet Heat 2.
Yep.
So that is how you tell which race is going on if you're just tuning in. And don't forget, you've got live timing as well, live.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on WMKC. That'll give you all the info. And if you want to see the schedule, if you want to see the itinerary, you can go to results.alphatime.co.uk and click on Whilton Mill Kart Club. Although that comes with a small caveat that the O-plate races today are separated off from the sort of core heats. So you've got to put that into play today. But if you want to see a rough agenda for the day, head on over to there. So just change the live at the start of live.alphatiming and put in results, and you can find it all there. You can also find all confirmed results of the races so far today. If you have missed one of the heats or races you were interested in watching, it's all there for you. Right, got that one. Let's go there.
And breathe. And breathe. There we go. And breathing is something that these drivers are definitely doing, because at the moment they're still driving around very nicely. Still they are, as they go up. Still Mayan Patel leading this race at the moment. Now, Mayan Patel, if I look at my piece of paper, have I got Mayan Patel on my piece of paper just here with, I do, several heat top threes, 6 heat top threes. We don't have a heat win yet for Mayan Patel. So at the moment, leading the way, you've got to remember, these drivers, you may be seeing them at home racing here, but you've got to remember that they're still at a young age. Of course, there's 8 to 12-year-olds in these cadet classes, so you just think, I remember when I was 12 years old, I'd get butterflies in my stomach if I was excited about something at the moment. And Mayan Patel, I suspect, at the moment, leading this race, and with a first heat race win potentially on the cards here, I suspect butterflies are definitely in said stomach.
Yeah, and you mentioned it would be the first heat win for this year at least. For Patel, Bagembi, who's now challenging for the lead, has had several, I want to say 4, just having a quick look through the results of this year so far, and that is Bagembi to the front of the field. So good pass there into Christmas Corner, a textbook move there, under braking into Christmas Corner. So it is Joshua Bagembi to the head of the field, and already Patel does need to be careful because Alexander Koajikov is right with them as well in that 31 kart. So good little battle here amongst the top 3.
Don't round out Patel, though, because he's still right there, and looking feisty for a move. Now, there's still just over 90 seconds left on the timer in this Honda Cadet Heat 2 race. And with these top three with a clear breakaway at the moment, don't count anything out. Now, again, we've got a second group of three. Riley Till, Zach Starbuck, and Sergio Wurz as well. They're the top the top 4th to 6th place, just in the background. And they are battling now.
This is Starbuck on Till, over 4th, as you say. And that is another good textbook manoeuvre there into Christmas corner.
Yeah, nicely done.
Nicely done. You sometimes see people get the switch back out of Christmas. If maybe the other drivers defended hard, you can get the switch back through the little left-hander that I always like to call Boxing Day. Yeah. Is that official yet? Can we?
No, it's not official. But I do use it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Can we appeal to the Whilton Mill officials? Make that official. I don't. If it's called something else, I've never.
No, it's the kink.
Oh, that's round there and a driver going off in avoidance there, who's going to have to be careful rejoining as well. Who is that? Who's gone round? That's from high up. Is that Koechikov? I think that might be. No, it's not. It's from further down.
I think that's Sergio Wurz, the 57.
Yeah, it is the 57. Apologies.
Bobby.
Sorry to any Koechikov fans. Still running fine. That is Till coming under pressure again, this time from Oliver Majowski, who's been quietly working his way up the order and gets that move done. But yeah, that was a dramatic moment there for the 57, and I think I'm just seeing who it was who maybe went off in avoidance. I wonder if that was Logan Giles potentially, or Bobby Pete. Sorry, Bobby Pete dropped down on that last lap and had a slow one, so I think Bobby had to go off in avoidance there because of the spin and went across the grass at about this part of the track that we're looking at now.
Yes, just the exit of boot 1 and 2, 3, and then it's Pitts Bend is the final corner as they come round again. Big look over the shoulder there. I think that was Zach Starbuck, the 88, with that look over the shoulder. Up in towards Christmas corner. This is the battle for the lead. And like you say, Joshua Bagumbe still leading at the moment. But look at that. Look at Mayan Patel right on that rear bumper. He's glued to it. He's stuck to it. I reckon he's put some double-sided sticky tape on that rear bumper of his. And he's latched onto the back of that because he is not letting him get away. As they go through. Last lap board is out, so it's all going to be down to whether or not we can see a potential move here into the boot section. Big look over the shoulder there from Bagumbe. Can Patel get this move done? It looks like as he just comes round the final corner, he's not got the waft in that cart to get the job done. Out of the final corner they go. It's going to be Joshua Bagumbe from Mayan Patel and Alexander Koechikov rounding out the top three.
And close for 4th place as well. That's going to be Majowski across the line ahead of Joshua Smith in the E-plate kart. Zach Starbuck in 6th. Riley Till, Sam Gameo, Oliver Meek and Callum Wilson rounding out the top 10. But yeah, nice little battle, in fact, as ever with the Honda Cadets. Good battles throughout there, but nice amongst the top 3 there. Kept us entertained.
Good, clean battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, hope you're enjoying the coverage here today. And as we watch these drivers come around to the pits, it is going to be the second heat in Iami Cadets up next. So we've got more of our young drivers.
But before that,
oh yes,
ladies and gentlemen, this round, or this heat episode of Nose Code. First one is good. Second place is good. Third place is good. There we go. That's the important ones. They stay the top 3. Oh no. Oh yeah, he moved there. Yeah. Squeaky bum moment there. There we go.
But yes, as those are being ticked off.
Yep. Oh dear, the number 14, the head goes back, and that Samuel Gameo is a photo taken and a nose cone penalty there, and hands up in the air, and that's a 5-second time penalty that is undisputable, of course, across the field, and it's devastating when you get that.
Yes, and particularly considering it's a time penalty in a field that's so close together. It's expensive. It's costly.
It is.
But yeah. Yes, as the last of those are, I say the last of those, there's so many here, it's brilliant. But nevertheless, we look ahead to heat number 2 in Iami Cadets here at Whilton Mill. let's have a look at your grid then for how they will line up for heat number 2 of the Miami Cadets. Aaron Richardson will start this one on pole, Jensen Jones alongside, Flynn McDermott and Max Ewell are row 2, Kieran Amy and Ethan Weldon are your third row of the grid. Then it's Harry Curry and Enzo Butarazzi. On row 4, Sukhmani Kira and Braith Murdoch round out your top 10. Jake Flewitt and Kazra Kamiab are on row 6. Row 7 is Jensen Chalk and Kanishk Rao. Row 8 is going to be Archie Lovett and Zach Green, and then it'll be Will Green and Max Mason on 9. Rounding out the top 20 is going to be Levi McGrath and Jacob Ashcroft. Joseph Katzentonis and Jesse Phillips are row 11, and then it's going to be Henry Clark and Finley Hinds on row 12. Row 13 will be Jacob Nairn and Nathaniel Hodges, Isabel Banks and Teddy Woodward on row 14. Quinn Cross and Yala Thayer round out your top 30. John T. Restrick and Mason O'Connor are row 16, and then it's Max Wright and Joseph Smith rounding out your 34 runners in your Miami Cadet heat number 2 here at Whilton Mill.
Make their way out onto the circuit then, and again, more support on the stream coming in. Ned Halifax joins us and says, come on, Max Wright and Joseph Smith out in this race as well. Robbie Stapleford joins us, goes, where's Sam Shaw at? Well, Sam Shaw doesn't race in Miami Cadets. He also doesn't race in Honda Cadet. Sam Shaw races in Junior something, Junior X30, I think it is. Yes, it is Junior X30.
Yes.
Yes. Am I right in saying that?
You are right in saying that.
He's the 7 in Junior X30. There we go. I can get the driver's name right, but sometimes their classes go over my head. Because some of them race in multiple classes. You know, some of them are at that age where they can actually race in 2 different classes, where they can race in like a junior cadet or
Absolutely.
cadet and junior. So, you know, it's kind of so Robbie Stapleford, he's not in these races. He was on a little earlier on. He'll be on a little later on as well. Here we go then into the tram lines. Is it green flag? It's a false start, understandably, because there were karts in not the correct positions there at all, so they will slot back into places. Now, I've got the windows open in the commentary box, a little bit of fresh air in. Now, the smell from the cafe is unbelievably good.
It's quite good, isn't it?
They do halloumi fries in the cafe, and I have to say they are tremendous.
I've not had those.
They are tremendous.
Well, I mean, I have consumed halloumi fries before, but I've not had the ones here.
Whilton Mill's halloumi fries are definitely one to have. So if you're at the circuit, please don't have them, because I don't want them to run out. So I want them a little bit later on today for my lunchies. There we go then. So the last couple of hand gestures there to say, come on, slot into position. I'm sure that's what that means. There are many
universly agreed symbol for please slot into your your rows.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, don't stand there for too long.
Perfectly timed.
Another moment there. Into the tram lines, is it? No, it's another false start. Again, young drivers, they're very eager to get these races underway, but they have to remember, you have to be in those lines, you have to be within the tram lines, and this is where these drivers, they are at their learning stage, of course, in these races. This is where you learn, you know, you go into those higher classes, juniors, seniors, in X30 or Rotax, whichever you want to choose from, but this is where drivers learn those fundamental skills of how to start the races, and of course a lot of these drivers are still learning those skills, and, you know, seeing them here racing at Whilton Mill, a fantastic like a breeder series into other championships, you know, to spread your wings around the whole of the UK. But like I say, a lot of drivers racing in the Whilton Mill Kart Club. Like we said earlier on, Lando Norris, George Russell raced in this championship. They raced in the Whilton Mill Kart Club when they were at a younger age. And, seeing these drivers doing it now in the same footsteps, are we going to see it go this time around? Here we go then. It's looking a little bit nicer into the boot section. Richardson on the left, Jones on the right. Another false start. And these drivers are far too eager to get going, aren't they?
I mean, this is an element. We were talking about the... is that a red flag?
Now, yeah, because that's a third false start. So I believe the rules follow across on this one as well. So you get 3 attempts at a race start. Any more than that, the red flag will come out. They will stop you. And then the top 2 will go to the back of the grid. So the front row. So that will unfortunately means that Aaron Richardson and Jenson Jones will be going to the back of the grid then for the start of this one.
Yeah, unfortunate for them with this one. But yeah, I mean, this is the difference between, or one of the differences between Honda Cadets and Miami Cadets is, of course, the rolling start. So it is a different skill set in that regard here for these young racers.
Now, a lot of people will say that this rule is slightly unfair because it's not necessarily the top two's fault. It could be someone in the mid-pack who's not in position and in like out there, but unfortunately that's where the rule comes down to. It's the top two would get taken out. Now, they haven't been pushed out of the way just yet. They may be given a bit of breathing. They're going to get a telling off now. They're going to get, right, you've got to sort it out. You've got to get into position. You've got to be in the tram lines. This is what you've got to do. Are they going to swap the two drivers around? You can see there. Is that Stu Stretton?
It is.
It is. The man himself
now
with his
camera.
Now,
we've spoken about people being in their natural habitat. Stu Stretton there with the camera out.
In a karting paddock.
Yeah.
Look, okay, so the drivers are being told there, the international signal of go in the tram lines.
Yes.
Stay in the tram lines. Don't exit the tram lines until you see the flag.
Yeah.
That's essentially what they're being told. Now, whether or not that rule is going to come into effect with that front row being put to the back, at the moment, they're not. They are still there. So I'll apologise to any Aaron Richardson and Jenson Jones fans out there. There's another photographer in his natural habitat, giggling at probably something he's seen on Instagram. I'm going to send him a message on Instagram now. But
yes.
Josh East there, photography. He piloted a drone for us at the MX Nationals event at Gus's Gorge. It is. Absolutely fantastic. Now, okay, because it's Miami Cadet, because they're two-stroke and they've come to a stop.
Yes.
Oh, right, okay. Josh was just texting the disembodied voice in my head saying, where was his shout-out? Well, there his shout-out is. Well done, Josh East. You got a shout-out as well. Other photographers are available as well. They are a special breed of people. In a tyre wall, trying to get that nice shot, artistic shot through the tyre wall with a big depth of field. Oh, now there's a kart not on the grid. That's the 54. Who's that?
Will Green.
Thank you very much. Will Green on the green bit of the track.
Can confirm, not currently in the tram lines.
Well said. He's not.
You're glad I'm here, right?
Super. I don't know what I would have done without you on that one. But there we go. So it looks like those top two have stayed in their positions, which is good news for them.
Yeah, and I think that would be...
It's David Manchester, one of our... Well, now, he'll probably hit me for saying this. I can't remember. Is he a clerk? Is he a steward? I think he's a clerk. I don't know what the difference between a clerk and a steward is. He's a clerk. There we go. It's just disembodied voice in my head again has just confirmed that he's a clerk. What is the difference between a clerk and a steward? I should know that.
Steward makes the decision and the clerk advises is what I'm going to say.
You can't claim that because the disembodied voice in your head helped you with that. So there we go. So the steward makes the decision.
Can I argue that it took the words out of my mouth?
The clerk advises.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
It was.
But no, yeah, indeed. Oh, and there's a 73 we've got various karts who... That's Nathaniel Hodges in the 73.
Now, of course, all this is obviously delaying the start of this race and discussions going on here.
Yeah. Driver is out the kart. So is this something to do with the correct procedure hasn't been followed and thus...
Well, I'm not sure if the rule comes in of if a driver has exited said vehicle, he can't rejoin a race or something like that. Is that I don't know if that's a rule in a different... I know that's a rule in NATSCA. I don't know if that rule applies in this as well. I don't think it does.
I would presume that the discussion is around the observance. So to be there, presumably the red flag procedure wasn't followed in some way, shape or form.
Mm.
So I would imagine that, you know, driver was told to get out of the kart. And that does look like it might be being recovered into the pit entry. Or
Yeah,
just to make way for the field.
The body language there of the driver suggests that it might not be going out.
Yeah, there's some frustration there, I think, at that one.
Not too sure. The rest of the grid have lined up just onto the entrance of the boot. Of course, let's take a look back at previous year's winners. Of course, this championship running non-stop since 2016. William Ellswood took the first IAME Cadet Championship in 2016 from Mackay Taylor. Alfie Baxter Davis took it in 2018 for IAME Cadet. It was Macaulay Bishop in 2019. Macaulay now racing in Mini X30, yes, doing a sterling job as well, fighting in the championship at the moment with Leo Robinson, having a good little scrap in their championship. Joseph Katsatonis also was last year's champion in 2020 in IAME Cadet also, so that is what these drivers are fighting for. Who would be crowned it this year? Who's currently leading the championship so far this year?
In IAME Cadet, it is Max Mason who leads this one at the moment, according to my sheet here.
According to your data, Max Mason this year, well, he's had 5 top 3 finishes in his heats. He's had 2 heat wins. He's had 1 top 3 finish in a final. He's only won 1 final this year.
Yes, indeed. That's what I concur. Yes, because there were some rounds where we didn't have a third heat. That's what's, yes, that's what's going on there. Was that Will Green going through the pit lane? So is he going to rejoin onto this train? We'll get to see what happens there. Is everyone there? He is.
He does.
Yeah, okay,
there we go. So he gets the green light and he gets to go back out on circuit, which is good to see.
Yep, there we go. As everybody clears the circuit.
Now that was obviously quite a substantial delay then for the start of that race.
It was, wasn't it? So
it was around 7 minutes was the delay. I know that because it says it on the screen just there, how long they were stationary before they went back round the lap. There we go. Techie guy me. Can see a screen. Right. This is looking a little nicer now. Can we get this race finally underway for IAME Cadet for their Heat 2? 34 drivers entered into the weekend. 34 drivers currently out on circuit. Is it green flag? It is indeed. The flag comes out and away we go then for Heat number 2 finally. Despite the fact that it was quite spread out at the back. But yes, the flag did drop and we have got this race underway. Good start then from the front of the grid. Richardson and Flynn McDermott, I think, managed to get up into second place. And one car going up into the air. It's the 26 that's gone around. And that is Jesse Phillips.
It is indeed. So...
And stalled as well.
Yeah, dramatic moment there. And as you say, yeah, no grunt coming from that engine. Oh, and that's the 71 as well off there.
That is Max Mason, your current championship leader.
It is Max Mason. So some big names there who have fallen off there. And the disembodied voice in my head is asking if there was an incident in the last race. I think there might have been. I'm going to double check that one.
There's someone facing the wrong way there at the exit of Pitts Bend.
27.
Is
Kamiab.
Yeah, Kazra Kamiab. The sibling of Roman Kamiab, who raced in the British Kart Championship. Kazra raced in the IAME plate and racing here at the Wilton Kart Club.
I agree with what we were hearing in our ears. Max Mason did have a problem in that dramatic first heat as well, so it is not a good day so far for our championship leader coming into today.
You can see they have taken time off this heat as well because we're already down to 3 minutes to go. Yellow flags out in that final corner, of course, due to the recovering. Oh, and another car off stage left, the number 11 going round. Yeah, one of the Norris drivers out there. You may denote the on the side of your screen, you've got the yellow with black numbers and the black with white numbers. Black with white numbers signifying a novice driver.
And this is the thing about, you know, as we were saying just earlier on, you know, these are young drivers. This is where they cut their teeth. The sort of sports psychology side of you've been held for basically what was going to be the length of your race, and now you've been told you've got less time. There's going to be that frantic nature, and it's about keeping things cool and collected. As there's a black flag for Will Green, who was the driver who we saw off to drivers left in the boot, and the discussions going on with the clerk of the course and the crew. And there is the 11 trying to, that's Queen Cross coming back on. So yeah, that's why I think we might be seeing so many little incidents and people tripping over each other and off the track and such. It's that they've all been held on that back straight. This is not to make excuses. It's important that they learn to, put all that behind you and focus on what's going on. But I think that there is that increased sense of urgency and impatience that's maybe leading to some of this. Still Aaron Richardson, your leader, though, with Flynn McDermott in second.
Jenson Jones having a good old race as well. Obviously started on that front row, second place. Still there fighting in third. And now a rotation there, and it's the 53, Zach Green, who goes around. So Will Green with an issue, and now Zach Green with an issue as they go around. 90 seconds left on the timer. And that is a very not a nice place to spin around, because obviously it's quite a fast section through there, through Wilkins in into Oisiers, and there is the 46 at this side of the circuit. Yeah, it is Kean Amy.
I wonder if those two got entangled with each other, because I think they were battling over the same bit of road.
Yes, yeah, like you say, you could be correct in saying that. 1 minute left on the timer then, as the battles go through. Still only less than a second between the top three at the moment. Richardson, McDermott and Jones. Ewell there in fourth place. Archie Lovett has had a good start. The 88's in fifth place, up 7 positions. Same with Finley Hinds as well, also up 7 positions. Braith Murdoch up 2 positions in 6th place also. So good starts all the way through the order at the moment. So battles heating up there on your screen. The 22, Kanishk Rao. Where did Kanishk finish in the first race?
He did well, didn't he? It'd be terrible if I'd gone and closed the race result that I was looking at earlier. I'll get that to you.
Excellent. Well, while you do that, 20 fourth. There you go. So yeah, it was a good finish. So Kanish Rao up 1 position, currently P10 at the moment. Zach Green, despite the fact dropped several positions on that last lap, has just set the fastest lap of the race, 52.76. That's what a bit of clean air can do for you in some of these battles. Setting those fastest time. Timer strike 0. Last lap board out this time then for our race leader at the moment, the number 6, Aaron Richardson, who's going through into the final section of track now. And eyes here on the battle. There's the 75. That's Max Ewell. So I think this is the battle for second place that we're seeing on our screens.
Yep, absolutely. And there is the last lap board being shown. So Richardson, McDermott, Jones and Ewell. And Lovett, your top 5. And they're quite close together, as you can see, coming up the hill. Bit of breathing space for Richardson, but it is McDermott who feels the need to go defensive against the 24 of Jenson Jones. They go through the right-hander at Inkermans, and they're going to all hold station at Ashby, but behind them, that is Braith Murdoch doing battle, I think, with Finley Hinds, as going through Wilkins there. That is Lovett, and that is Lovett past Ewell, so changes there as they all battle away, and there were several moves going on at once there down into Ozies, but it is going to be Aaron Richardson who, well, it's been a bit of a scruffy one in many ways, this race, but it is going to go the way of Aaron Richardson. Coming round pit bend now, is going to cross the line and take the checkered flag. It'll be Flynn McDermott in second, Jenson Jones in third. Archie Lovett did get by for fourth there. Max Ewell in fifth. And I can see on the timing, Kanishk Rao has had some drama out there because he's dropping down the order on this last lap. So problems for the 22. Braith Murdoch in 6th, 7th for Finley Hinds. Jacob Ashcroft in 8th. Harry Curry and Ethan Weldon will round out your top 10. But something there has happened to Kanishk Rao and he's not crossing the line. So I would wager he's maybe become stationary somewhere around the circuit. But yeah, bit of a scruffy one there in proceedings, wasn't it? But congratulations to Aaron, at least keeping a clear head in somewhat variable circumstances there.
Well, yeah, it was a very tough race, I think, for all involved in that one. But we did manage to get through the IME Cadet Heat 2, and of course now it's the second instalment for IME Cadet's Nose Cone Watch. First place is good. Second place is good. But stalls. Third place is also good. There we go, the top three there, all clear, and they will stay the same. Get a bit of a helping hand there. Lovely stuff. 80 stuff. Cool.
And yeah, there we go then. That was heat number 2 for your IME Cadets. Next up here will be your second heat in X30 Minis. Let's take you through your grid then for heat number 2 of your X30 Minis. Finn Leslie will start this one on Paul Morgan Hill alongside Cameron Pratt Thompson and Jack Mowat are row 2, with Lewis Bird and Eden Spanswick on row 3. It's Ashton Wiggins and Jack Owen Drawbridge on 4, with Charlie Locker and Marley Pereira rounding out your top 10. Riley Bishop and Charlie Mills are your 6th row of the grid, and then it's Lucas Field and Ralph Youngling on row 7. There it is, Ryan Gill and Max Drage on row 8, Max Tompkinson and Joshua Jones on row 9, and rounding out your 20 runners in this one, Charlie Neve and Luca Brooks there. That's how they line up for heat number 2 of X30 Minis for round 7 of the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Championships, Kart Club Championships, excuse me. Myself, Howard Mitchell, and Anthony Jordan in the comms box for you here for your Alpha live stream. Do please like, share and subscribe, and the notification bell. All of the support is very much appreciated. Do keep your comments coming in. Go on, Finn Leslie, says Lucas Draws on YouTube. Hello to everyone who's tuning in. Do hope you're enjoying the action here today. Yeah, the weather, it really is nice September weather here that we've got at Whilton Mill. Brilliant stuff. Josh East emerges from the bottom of the shot there, having snapped another photo there, out there. There you go, he's got another shout out now. Drives on the dummy grid for X30 Minis. Just to keep you all up to date with the running order, it'll be Minimax after this, out for their second heat, and then Junior Max, X30 Junior, X30 Senior and Senior Max. That's the order coming up for the rest of the second heats. So once again, X30 Mini, then it's Mini Max, then it's Junior Max, X30 Junior, X30 Senior, and then Senior Max to round out our second rotation of heats. If you're tuning in and going, I thought I would be tuning in for the Mini Max at this point, then the second heat in IME Cadets was heavily delayed after a red flag had to be introduced. Following 3 false starts, so that's we got quite a delay on that one. Was a shortened race to try and bring us back onto schedule, but we're definitely a little bit behind at this point. So that's why, if you're wondering what's happened with the timings there, we are going to be looking for a race start though this time around in X30 Minis, and it's good to go. Still using the Union flag there. Finn Leslie leads them into oblivion and is going to run and use a lot of the apron there on exit turn 2, but that should be fine. Leading up the hill then is the 60 of Finn Leslie as they all filter through Christmas Corner for the first time of this second heat here. Going defensive there is Leslie into Ashby Corner on the downhill braking there. Could see Morgan Hill trying to go for a move into Ashby, but didn't manage to make it pay off. I think it was on Jack Mowat who has got past him, but we'll confirm that as they come through at the end of lap number 1 here. Into the boot section, through the second and the third apex. Don't generally worry about hitting the apex of that third one, as you can see, and then through paddock corner and onto the start-finish straight. It is Finn Leslie, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, and then Eden Spanswick up into third place. It was Jack Mowat who's got ahead of Morgan Hill as they come through Christmas corner, as that looked like a move there. Sorry, an attempted move there into, and there again is the 22 of Morgan Hill trying to have a look at getting past Jack Mowat for 4th. And Leslie under pressure here, and there is the dive to the inside of Osiers from Pratt-Thompson. A nice move done there, nice and clean move, and immediately Leslie is under pressure from Eden Spanswick, who goes for the move into the boot and gets that one done as well. So all change amongst your top 3 here at Whilton Mill as they come round to finish lap number 2. It is Pratt-Thompson and then Eden Spanswick, Finn Leslie in 3rd, and Morgan Hill did manage to get past Jack Mowat whilst we were looking at those top 3. So it is now the 22 up into 4th place. You can see there Riley Bishop defending against Lewis Bird as well as they come through Christmas corner. There is an attempt there from Morgan Hill, very strong on the brakes into Ashby there, trying to get past Finn Leslie, but not this time around. Through Roses they go. That was the 37 of Charlie Mills, I believe, trying to put a move there on Jack Owen Drawbridge into Roses as well. So we'll see how that one pans out. And Jack Mowat leads Riley Bishop, Lewis Bird and Lucas Field through the last part of the lap in the battle over 5th place. It was Charlie Mills going past Jack Owen Drawbridge, and that move did pay off. There is a move. That is still Riley Bishop defending against Lewis Bird. Lucas Field looking for an opportunity as well. Stays as they were. Good positioning so far by Riley Bishop in that battle. And a good battle going on behind Owen Drawbridge and Ryan Gill as well. Plenty of battles going on here. Still Pratt-Thompson leads though, but coming under pressure all the time from Eden Spanswick, who until a moment ago had the fastest lap of the race, but that's now beaten by Morgan Hill in the number 22 Kart in 4th place. Here they are, the top 4 broken away slightly at the front of the field. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Eden Spanswick, Finn Leslie and Morgan Hill, as that is Riley Bishop. Now fallen behind. That was a moment there, wasn't it? Lost out to Lewis Bird and Lucas Field. So Riley Bishop now down to, I believe, 8th place in that little exchange. There's Jack Mowat in the 23, you can see on your screens. But we cut back to the top 4 now. Pratt-Thompson just a little bit of breathing space this time around. 3 minutes left on the clock. So you've got these 2 packs of 4 in amongst your top 10 who've broken away, sort of grouped off. Pratt-Thompson, Spanswick, Leslie and Hill, and then Mowat, Bird, Field and Bishop there. And there you can just see the 57 of Ashton Wiggins and Charlie Mills rounding out your top 10 at the moment. Into the boot goes the battle for 2nd place, and I say that because Pratt-Thompson with even, in fact, the lead Kart in both these little groupings of 4 have both just broken away slightly on this last lap. So Pratt-Thompson starting to pull out the gap at the front, and Jack Mowat can maybe breathe a little bit more easily, having nullified some of the pressure from Lucas Field behind. But these packs of 3 chasing each of them, they are savvy enough to know when they should be working together, and one would think that they'll leave it a little bit longer before the gloves come off with any attempts for moves towards the end of this one. There is Jack Mowat in the 23, Feels to me like Lucasfield has closed back up again on this lap. Yeah, I would say so. Through the final corner. Personal best from Lucasfield. Charlie Mills has got past Ashton Wiggins. That's over 9th place. So that little battle that we saw behind these two groups of 4 has flipped round. There is a look for the move. There is Leslie down the inside of Spanswick and has made that one stick. So that is Finn Leslie up to 2nd place. Good move there. That'll be very much to, and immediately coming back there goes Eden Spanswick and gets the job done, but he's going to be compromised down the back straight as a result. Tries to cover the inside, but it's a little late to be doing that, and through is going to go Finn Leslie, but they both bulk each other, and that is brilliantly read there. Excuse me, no, it was Morgan Hill who was involved there, and they both bolted, and that's allowed Finn Leslie to get back through on both of them. Brilliantly read situation there by Finn Leslie. That was nicely done there as Pratt Thompson sets a new fastest lap of the race. He's out front and doesn't need to worry too much so long as he can keep a relatively decent pace up, but that was well read from Finn Leslie in a situation that I thought was going to be costly. Just judged it brilliantly and weaved between the two of them as they both tripped over each other into the boot. Now here is another grouping where it's Lucasfield now at the head of the field. Is that because they've got past? Yes, it is. Jack Mowat went down whilst we were watching all of that on the last lap. So this is Lucasfield in 5th place with Lewis Bird right behind Jack Mowat and Riley Bishop behind them. Is brilliant stuff here, particularly in amongst this top 10 in this one. New fastest lap of the race from Finn Leslie, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough time. The last lap board has been shown to Cameron Pratt Thompson, and with a gap of 1.5 seconds, you'd have to think that that is enough. But Finn Leslie is trying as much as possible to close that gap. That's going to be good news for Andy Bennett, who sends in his support via the YouTube comments. Any moves going on here with Lucasfield and Lewis Bird? Those two are definitely very close. Here they are going through Wilkins. Will there be an attempt into Ozzy? I think it's a bit too far back for Bird to try that. We do need to keep our eyes peeled out front though, because coming through as they go side by side, there is Bird on field. It is going to be Cameron Pratt Thompson who takes the win. There he is, takes the win in heat number 2 of the X30 Minis. Finn Leslie, a good drive to 2nd. Eden Spanswick in 3rd. Morgan Hill in 4th. It is Lewis Bird past Lucasfield there for 5th and 6th. Jack Mowat in 7th. Riley Bishop in 8th. And then it's Ashton Wiggins who gets back past Charlie Mills for 9th on that last lap. Good little battle that's been going on between them. Ryan Gill in 11th. And it's Jacko in Drawbridge. Marley Pereiro. Max Tompkinson in 14th place. 15th for Joshua Jones. Charlie Locker in 16th, and Luca Brooks and Charlie Neve round out the field. Well, that was a good little battle there. Good little race at the front. Good support coming in for our race winner, Cameron Pratt Thompson, as they all come round to the pit lane. The second rotation of heats well underway. Just once again we had a bit of a delay through the Miami Cadet second heat, and I just need to not in the box, so I'm going to have to do the nose watch for you all. That one looked successful, and that's also the case for Finn Leslie, and also the case for Eden Spanswick, and there is your top 3 safely through the nose check. So, and that's bad news there for Lucasfield, it looks. But yeah, I'm not sure I'm able to do justice to what Anthony was doing earlier on. But there we go. That is your second heat in X30 Minis. Next up then will be Heat 2 in Minimax. Let's take you through the grid then. They are already out on track, I can hear, so we're going to go through this one relatively quickly. It's going to be Lena Summers-Kelly on pole with Sasha Bagley alongside, Thomas Strauven and Oliver Smith on row 2, Victor Hansen and Callum Gosher are on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Devon Nolan and Wilf Butler. Then it's going to be Woody Radford and Mikey Walker to round out the top 10. Oliver Bocock and Josh Salvadore on row 6. Row 7 is Harrison Morrow and Lucy Wilden with Ben Crosley and Edward Rose. Excuse me, it's going to be Harrison Morrow and Lucy Wilden, Ben Crossley and Michael Dalton on 8, and then row 9 is Daniel Amor and George Ivanov. Row 10 is going to be Corey Fowler and Ronnie Coburn, Damien Barras Haggart and Harry Higgs. It's going to be Ewan Charman and Alexander Zingarevich. Riven Welsh and Harry Clogger, and then Ollie Naylor and David Mack rounding out your 28 runners, and that was well timed, except it's a full start. I did my bit, folks, that's all I'm saying. So there we go. Do keep your comments coming in. I'll just say, being as I just read his name at the end of that grid at the end, another little shout out for David Mack down here from his usual racing ground of Teesside to come down here and get some experience at Whilton Mill. I know a lot of people back up at Teesside are rooting for him, so that's one of the shout outs we've been asked. Good luck to Oliver Bocock and Corey Fowler coming in from A.S. Starbuck on YouTube. Good luck to Harry, Sasha and Ewan coming in from Harry Friel. We've got loads of good luck messages coming in at the moment. One driver I can see pulling into the pit lane there as we're going to go for a second attempt on this start. Are we good this time? Yes, we are. Away we go then with Lena Summers-Kelly leading them into turn number 1, but it looks like it was a good start from Sasha Bagley in the 61 up into first place there as they all come into Christmas corner. 2 wide, even 3 wide in some parts of the field, but delighted to say so far so good. Wondering who it is who we saw peeling off into the pit lane as they all work their way into Ashby. Again, relatively clean so far. Down into Ozier's corner. And going across the grass there, that is the 21 of Victor Hansen there, trying to recover, and there is battling away. The number 10 has got to be careful there. That was quite a hit on the nose for Josh Salvadore as well. I'm just looking to see who's gone into the pit lane there. We'll double check that on timing as they come around to finish the first lap. It looks to me, no, they've all registered across the line. No, we've only got 26. Okay, I'm being told that no one's come in. That's another notch on the reasons I should go to the opticians, I think. As into Ashby there, that was a move for the lead, wasn't it? That was Callum Ghosh going for the lead of the race, and the 88 is now at the head of the field. So change for the lead there down into Ashby. Whilst I'm working out what's happening on the pit lane, they're worrying about what's happening out on the track, and it's Ghosh to the lead now ahead of Sasha Bagley. And there is an incident between Zingarevich in the 11 and Ollie Naylor in the 85, unfortunately towards the back, 2 of the novice-plated drivers. As on to a new lap come our race leaders. Devon Nolan up to 4th place against Oliver Smith on that last lap. We've got Ben Crossley and Daniel Amo ahead of Michael Dalton and Wilf Butler as well. So a few changes there in amongst the field. Don't forget, live.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on Whilton Mill Kart Club if you've got a spare monitor or device, and you can see the live timing in greater detail. They're working their way through some of the traffic now, are some of the leaders, but it is still Callum Ghosh at the head of the field, and they're attempting for 2nd place. That is a nice move from Thomas Strauven into the boot, and has got the job done, and Devon Nolan is going to try and capitalise now against Sasha Bagley, and I think made that stick. Yes, indeed. So Devon Nolan up into 3rd place now. They head towards Oblivion for the first time, up the hill for the first time for the next time round this Whilton Mill kart circuit. That is the 69 running into problems there. That being, is that a driver, is that maybe what I saw at the start then? If that is the 69. Yeah, is that Woody Radford, who I think has not, I don't know if he took the start, so I wonder if that's what I've got, because I've only got 26 runners on the timing screen, and I definitely read out 28 on that grid. This, though, is your leader, Callum Ghosh. Thomas Strauven in that 2nd place in the number 66 kart. Fastest lap of the race, though, from the 3rd place, Devon Nolan. So Nolan trying to apply the pressure here as they are on lap number 5. Three and a half minutes left. There is a battle between Oliver Smith and Ben Crossley. That was over 6th place between the 28 and the 5. And there is the 5 now ahead of the 28. So I think that's changed there. And there's the 41 of Daniel Amor coming through on Oliver Smith, as well as we cut to the boot, where there's a little bit of action between Sasha Bagley and the number 32 of Mikey Walker there, who tries to put in a move, but I don't think he was able to make it stick. And in amongst all of that, excuse me, we missed something happening at the front there, because Callum Ghosh is down into third now, so it's Strauven to the lead with Nolan in second and now Ghosh in third. So all change here amongst the top, amongst our mini Max, as they all work their way into Ashby. Look at the way it's bunched up actually at the front of the field here. So this is interesting stuff here at the moment at the head of this field. We've had Anthony in particular has been doing a good job of keeping track of who has already had wins this season. Thomas Strauven, according to my sheet, this is the first time we've seen him this season, so this will definitely be a first heat win of the season. Sasha Bagley drops down the order. Is that? Yes. I think something might have happened to Sasha out there. Yeah, it does now cross the line, so it's not a timing problem. Sasha Bagley with a moment on that last lap. Callum Ghosh up second now, ahead of Devon Nolan. You can see there. So in this train is Strauven at the front there in the 66. Then it's Callum Ghosh in that 88. Devon Nolan there with the green helmet in the 54. Then it's Mikey Walker, Ben Crossley, Daniel Amour, Oliver Bocock, Oliver Smith, Damien Barras-Haggett and Ewan Charman are your top 10. But look at this coming through, and that's a problem for Strauven there as Ghosh has gone through. Muscles his way through there, and Devon Nolan's through as well as is Mikey Walker as well up into third. So we'll change once again there. Callum Ghosh is back into the lead of this one. And look at this stream of karts, 6 of them nose to tail and plenty more friends behind as well as they come up the hill there. Down the inside is trying Ben Crossley now on Strauven, but can't make it stick, and we've got an issue there towards the back as well. That is Lena Summers-Kelly is involved in that, as is Harry Clogger. And another kart as well, trying to see who that is. I think it might be Michael Dalton. He's had a slow lap on the last one as well. So plenty of drama happening here. We cut back to the head of the field. Callum Ghosh in the lead of this one. Devon Nolan all over the back of him, though, as they come around. There's going to be 2 more after this one, as everybody down to Ewan Charman is separated by, I mean, the top 9 are separated by 2.3 seconds. As they all head up the hill, you can see Strauven going defensive against Barras-Haggett, but here at the top of the hill, Devon Nolan's a little bit wide out of there. Is that going to give Mikey Walker an opportunity? No, it's not. Walker's actually, if anything, got to be a bit careful from behind, because Strauven's going to try down the inside whilst simultaneously defending against the 27 of Barras-Haggett. Barras-Haggett trying to find a way through, but he's got to be careful because now he's got the 32. In fact, is that Mikey Walker has lost out slightly, I think, maybe in that exchange. My goodness me, it's very dramatic here. But amongst all of that, I think Callum Ghosh has actually pulled out a bit of a lead on this lap. A little bit of a breathing space. And Devon Nolan in second looks relatively secure as well as they come on to the final lap. It is Callum Ghosh, Devon Nolan, then it's Thomas Strauven. And Damien Barras-Haggett in was Mikey Walker, who had lost out a little bit on that lap, now down to 5th place. So there is Ghosh, and then behind you can see how defensive Strauven feels he needs to go against Barras-Haggett. Ben Crossley goes side by side with Mikey Walker there, but loses out. Oh, doesn't manage to make it stick, perhaps I should say. Daniel Amour is right with Crossley now as well. He's going to try down the inside of Ashby, and I believe that's him making that move stick there. Yeah, it is, I believe, as they come onto the back straight. Callum Ghosh just needs to guide this round the boot now, and he'll be taking victory. But this is hard-fought stuff here amongst the top 10 in particular. There he is. Callum Ghosh will round the final corner, and he will take the win in a frenetic heat number 2. Devon Nolan in second. Then is Thomas Strauven. Damien Barras-Haggett in 4th. Mikey Walker in 5th. Daniel Amour in 6th. Ben Crossley in 7th. Ewan Charman in 8th. Oliver Bocock and Oliver Smith round out your top 10. And this might be quite an interesting edition of Nose Cone Watch at the end of this one, folks. There it was George Ivanov across the line. Revan Welsh as well. And that is Lena Summers-Kelly and Harry Clogger, and something seems to have happened to Lucy Wielden on that last lap as well, because she's not being classified across the line. So potentially an issue there as well. That all got very dramatic towards the end there. And here we go into the pit lane. And a bit of nose cone watch here. Ghosh looks good. Devon Nolan also good. And Strowman good too. So top three look to be good. So it might be an interesting addition. They're all fine. So there we go. There was your second heat in Minimax. Now bear in mind we are not now going to a Honda Cadet O-Plate race, because we will see them in the third rotation of heat. So we are next up here at Whilton Mill going to see heat number 2 in our Junior Max. Here we go then, let's take you through the grid for heat number 2 of Junior Max. Lexi Belk takes this one from pole. If memory serves, we'll be looking for a slightly better timeout than the previous heat where some things went a little bit awry. Leo Purchase alongside Ethan Simmons and Kai Pacini are on row 2, and then it's Alexander Adams-Acton and Ronnie Mansfield on row number 3. Thomas Carter and Ollie Ward are row 4 with George Donald and Mac McFarquhar rounding out your top 10. James Jackson and Jacob Dukes are row 6. Bobby Rosier and Murphy Aldridge are row 7 with row 8 made up of Jack Cooper and Spencer Brewham. Max Lee and Alfie Bray are row 9. Then it's Oliver Kerr and Jessica White are rounding out the top 20. Michael Morgan and Jensen Weston on row 11. Daniel Tabula and Ronnie Smith are on row 12. Luke Ringham and Jensen Giles on 13 with row 14 made up of William Young and George Allen. Charlie Webster and Ewan Thomas round out your top 30, and then rounding out the 31 karts. In kart 31 is Jack Spencer. That's how they all line up. Oh, they're even running onto the grass whilst warming up, which is not advised. But yes, great drive, Minimax. Say in the comments there. I agree. That was a really good race, that last one. And we'll now be looking at our Junior Max runners. I'm just trying. Was it Lexi Bell who had the? I'm trying to remember. No, I might be getting that wrong. I may have got my own belt. Either way, they line up now, coming round to start this Junior Rotax race. Eyes on the lights, and the engine notes rise, and it's a false start. So, not happy with the formation seen at the start of this one. Well done to Harry Clogger Minimax from Alfie Rich, fellow Ella Park racer. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been over to Ella Park. Good little track there. Over in the east of England. So hello to everyone associated with that track tuning in. And we will go again then to try and get this Junior Rotax race started. So Lexi Belk on pole, Leo Purchase alongside Ethan Simmons and Kai Pacini, your second row of the grid. As we look to get underway with heat number 2. How's it going to be this time? And the Union flag is waved, and away we go then into oblivion and through the crook to head up the hill for the first time. Looks like a good start from Lexi there. Under pressure from the outside though by Kai Pacini, who's had a good start from 4th on the grid as they all work their way through Christmas Corner for the first time. And that's gone well on the whole, it looks to me. Into Ashby Corner, a flurry of karts as usual. That's the, and that's the 62 getting a little bit leery over the grass. That is Ronnie Mansfield who gathers it back up and continues, but a bit of a heart in the mouth moment there. As under braking, that looks like Thomas Carter trying to make a move into the boot. We'll see how it all shakes out at the end of this first lap, though. It is Lexi Belk who leads. Kai Bacchini, as I say, good start there. Ethan Simmons in third. Ollie Ward and Ronnie Mansfield are your top 5 at the moment. As they're fighting hard for third place, actually. There is Oliver Ward, and that's round for Thomas Carter that time at Christmas Corner. So really quite frenetic here in the mid-pack. I know that Ashby shot always makes it look quite frantic as everyone's hammering onto the brakes, but Lexi Belk and Kai Bacchini, in fact, in second, doing well here, I think, to open a gap over this, because at the moment this looks like a pack that might take a little while to settle down into working together here, as it looks to me like Ollie Ward has got by Ethan Simmons on this tour of the circuit. Indeed he has, so change for third place there. The question is going to be, what is this pack from third down going to do? Are they going to work together? That's definitely not working together. That is Ronnie Mansfield trying to go down the inside, and it doesn't pay off, and that's going to allow Simmons to come back at him into Inkermans, and Simmons is going to go around the outside of Inkermans, and if he can hold on around the outside of Ashby, that is a very good move there, and indeed he does. Manages to hold his position there over the concrete. Easy to get run out, but he had enough of his nose out front to stamp the authority, as it were, with that one. So there's a few other looks at moves into Ozier, so we're going to have a look at timing at the end of this lap for a few moves being made. But this is allowing Belk and Bacchini to pull out their own respective gaps at the front of this one. New fastest lap of the race from Lexi Belk at the head of this one. So she's doing well. As we look here at the battle still going on, this is Simmons still on Ollie Ward, and look how they've been joined by everybody basically here in this battle, because they're not able to get a few corners without having to go off the conventional racing line. So it is Ward, Simmons, Mansfield, and there is a look from Simmons down the inside of Oziers, and that's going to put out Ward onto the grass, and he's going to have to be careful how he rejoins. Manages to rejoin well enough, but that has been very costly there for Ollie Ward, and very important that he gathers himself back up again and doesn't see the red mist, as it were, and tries to recover from that. But it is now Ronnie Mansfield into third, so Simmons did get by, but Mansfield also got by there. There is Mansfield in the 62 on your shot here, as there's a yellow flag out at Oblivion. That is turn 1 here at Whilton Mill. Very moves being made at the top of the hill, actually. Jessica White is on the move up through the field, just got past Adams Acton and Kerr for 12th place on that last lap. And Jacob Dukes, James Jackson and Spencer Broom on that last lap as well, all making moves up through the field, but it is still Lexi Belk at the head of this one by 1.2 seconds. Spencer Broom, in fact, passed James Jackson now for 6th place. Up into Christmas Corner once again. Ollie Ward now having to defend against Jessica White, who tries down the inside of Ashby and is going to get the job done, unless Ward, it's a harsh blow, but I think Ward needed to accept defeat on that one. Unfortunately for him, that's allowed George Donald to go through as well. My impression of that from the angle I had was that Jess White had enough of her kart alongside and indeed ahead to do that basically and say, this is my line now. It's been an eventful race either way for Ollie Ward in that 137 kart. 2 minutes left on the clock then. Lexi Belk leads, Kai Bacchini in second. Support coming in from Hannah Houston. Proud big sis. Says, you got this, girl. She is controlling it very well. There's no two ways about it. Got that gap at the front. Ethan Simmons still defending hard here. And he's doing that having got ahead of Ronnie Mansfield on that lap. So there was a change for third on that lap. So you've got to say that the top two positions at the moment looking fairly secure. Lexi Belk out front and Kai Bacchini in second. Ronnie Mansfield in that 62 through Wilkins down into Osiers, and there's a look from that is I think was that Spencer Brougham. No, it wasn't. It was, oh yes, it was, sorry, it's in the sunlight. That is Spencer having a look and getting the move done on Jacob Dukes there. So that is Spencer Brougham up into 5th place now. I think it will be this plus one other. Actually, no, it will be two more after this one. That's quite where Lexi is around the lap. But here is the battle between James Jackson and George Donald we just saw then in the 41 and the 16 battling over 8th place. Down into Osiers as they go. You can see the way that you can see how almost tempting it is to fire a move down the inside there from that angle. That showed it well how the natural racing line leaves it open there. It is the final lap board been shown, because that was close on the clock there. I'm going to keep an open mind as to whether this one's been called as the last lap. It's not showing. It is 2 laps left. Thank you, voice in my ear. That is 2 laps to go. Down into Ashby Corner then for the ever-going battles throughout the field. There have been some fantastic ones throughout the field. There is, actually, you know what? Kai Bacchini has been reeled in here. There's no two ways about it. I said that the top two seemed secure. I think that may still be true of Belk. But Bacchini here, coming under pressure here, as it will be Lexi Belk getting the final lap board this time around. There it is. And here is the battle then for second place. Kai Bacchini in second, but Ethan Simmons in that 23 car has been chipping away at this gap over the last few laps. And Ronnie Mansfield and Spencer Brougham are not that far behind. Here goes the move from Simmons. And that is a lovely move into Christmas Corner. Well judged. And can Mansfield capitalise on this as well? He's going to try down the inside. Yes, he is, if he can just run it nicely over the concrete. But coming back at him is Bacchini there. Bacchini's not taking this one without a fight. And there's Spencer Brougham, who's going to try and get both of them, but he just ran out of room. Well judged, I think, there from Spencer, because that door was definitely going to close. And he managed to give up on that one soon enough that allowed him to hold off Dukes as well behind. But ahead, at the front of this one, Lexi Belk is going to come round to take a very impressive win there in the second heat for Junior Mac. Ethan Simmons we saw getting second place on that last lap into Christmas Corner, and Mansfield followed through in Ashby as well to take third. Kai Bacchini finishes fourth in the end. Spencer Brougham in fifth. Then it is Jacob Dukes, Jessica White with a good drive up to seventh there. James Jackson as well, good drive to eighth. George Donald and Jack Cooper round out your top 10. Oliver Kerr, Alexander Adams-Acton, Ollie Ward, Murphy Aldridge, William Young is rounding out your top 15 finishers. Bobby Rosier, Alfie Bray, Jensen Weston, Luke Ringham and Thomas Carter round out your top 20. I'm guessing Hannah Houston is now an extremely proud big sister after that one. But good drive there from Lexi Belk. There we go with nose cone watch. And I'd be amazed if there was any problems with the nose cone on that kart, because it hasn't really been near any karts in this one. But it's a thumbs up for our top two. And Ronnie Mansfield is all right as well. But that's bad news, unfortunately, for Kai Bacchini. It's going to be gutting for him, because right until, the penultimate lap or anti-penultimate lap, he was running strongly in second. And then with a time penalty as well, that's going to be costly for him, unfortunately. But he will get a chance to come back at it. We've got our third round of heats as well. Coming up next then here at Whilton Mill is going to be heat number 2 for your X30 juniors. Let's go through your grid then for Heat 2 of the X30 Juniors for Round 7 of the 2021 FastR WMKC Championships. It's going to be Josh Agambar on pole with Sam Shaw alongside Oliver Harris and Henry Gregory are row 2 with Jack Cox and Benjamin Rao on row 3. Kian Gameo and Ollie Stilp are row 4 with Harry Yule and Gabriel Stilp rounding out the top 10. Lily Jeffs and Reese Lomax are on row 6. Then it'll be Kira Harris and Archie Heron on row 7. Row 8 is Jack Hobson and Jensen Buckingham. Kian Gohill and Micah Taylor are row 9. Luke Sintler and Leo Brown round out your top 20 with Zaki Hussain and Sam Baker on row 11. Finley Harrison and Tiger Dixon are your 12th row. Thomas Reddy and Tom Wainwright are row 13. Luke Taylor and Jaden Gregg are row 14 with Keane Geraghty and Jack Collins rounding out the top 30. And it's a good strong grid, this one. Sam Longley and Dawid Marshall are row 16 and Kai Carrington round out your 33 runners in this X30 Junior Heat. Do hope you're enjoying this coverage, brought to you by Alpha Live Productions. Do check them out. Like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. My name is Howard Mitchell. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do check us out as well. We're on YouTube and Facebook. And if you can't find any of those, if you can't find us on there, then head to double-mm.com. That's double-mm.com to see what we get up to. We've also been hearing from Mr. Anthony Jordan, who, don't worry folks, he's due to come back to the comms box. He's currently manning the camera on Christmas Corner, I'm being informed, so he's running around and giving some relief to the camera crew. You will appreciate with the packed schedule that we have here that we need to give a bit of respite to crew members from time to time. So Mr. Jordan, being a multi-talented man, has gone out there and is currently manning the camera. There we go. Here we are, on with the camera at Christmas. Looking out over the packed paddock here. We are pretty close to capacity here at Whilton. I don't think we're quite there. The limit I was hearing this morning was 290 entrants, and we think we're getting on for that number. It's brilliant. I don't want to keep on going on about it, but it is brilliant to see how strong and healthy an attendance we have here at Whilton Mill. And as I say, if you've never been, do consider visiting. Check out what Whilton Mill has to offer. I quite like. I've got some Ella Part love going in the comments as well, though. So David Rich says fantastic track. Because of the timing and when I was watching the race, I'm not sure if you're talking about Whilton or Ella. It's true of both, to be honest. But yeah, I've always had good fun around Ella Park when I've gone to have a drive around there. As we wait for our X30 juniors to take to the track. Keep your comments coming in, and whilst we're just waiting for them to go out on track, and because we've done the grid, let's just take a moment to see some of the details of FastR, who support our championship this season. Head over to befaster.com to check out details of that. And I think we've still got a bit of a delay here, so we're going to take a look at something else that I don't think we've had a look at yet today, which is the Crazy Bugs. If you don't know what that's all about, let's take a look at that now. There you go. I was saying that there's plenty of things that you can get involved with at Whilton Mill, and that is one of them. So if you want to come out and have some fun, that's not necessarily on the tarmac. I know we've seen a few drivers going off onto the grass today, but if you'd like some proper off-road experiences here at Whilton Mill, they offer that as well. So definitely check that out. We're getting ready here, though, for the start of our X30 Juniors second heat. Just to remind you of the first few rows of the grid, we've got Josh Agenbar and Sam Shaw on row 1, Oliver Harris and Henry Gregory on row 2. So that's how they're lining up for this one on the first couple of rows. And here we go. We're going to be on to starters' orders. And that one looks good for the formation for me. And the stewards agree, which is the important thing. Union flag is raised and through we go. Up the hill for the first time. It looks like Agenbar has been able to hold on to that top spot. And Sam Shaw as well, defending second place as they all work their way through Christmas Corner. We're going 3 wide in some parts of the pack, but look like they've all navigated their way through okay. Nobody getting squeezed out onto the grass coming out of Boxing Day either, which is good to see. So good to see a clean start from our X30 juniors. They work their way through Wilkins and down into Osiers for the first time. Still think it's Agenbar out front though, who's able to hold on to the lead of this one. Round the boot they come for the first time. Side by side there. That was Oliver Harris, I believe, having a battle with Ollie Stilt there. But it is Agenbar at the front, Sam Shaw in second and Henry Gregory in third. Jack Cox is up to 4th place. And there you can just see the number 12 of Gabriel Stilt having a look at Kian Gameo in the number 3. Can't make the move stick in Christmas Corner, but Gabriel Stilt definitely looking in a racy mood here in this second heat, as we've come to expect, to be honest. Into Osiers, Sam Shaw in that number 7 in second place. Henry Gregory and Jack Cox following close behind, sorry, in the 77 and the 18 respectively. Just got a little look there at Lorenzo Cordal as well. He's just got by on Oliver Harris on that lap, as has Reece Lomax. So Harris now down to 10th spot. There is a look on the 77 by Jack Cox, and he's got the move done, and I think I saw Gabriel Stilt going through as well. Yes, indeed, so Stilt now ahead of Gameo. And that means Stilt is up to 5th place, the 12 now ahead of the number 3. Still Sam Shaw. I was about to say still Sam Shaw. No, it's not still Sam Shaw. Oh no, sorry, they've caught onto the back of Josh Agenbar. That's what's happened there. They've reduced the gap, as that is a moment there for the number 45 of Kian Gohill. So he's going to be out of this one by the looks of it. I didn't quite catch where. I think that's down on the outside of Ashby as we cut back to the leaders as the move for second place is Jack Cox down the inside of Sam Shaw there for second place. Nicely executed there, under braking into Christmas Corner. Had a good run up the hill. And yes, it is on the outside of Ashby that we've got that incident for Kian Gohill. So unfortunately that is race run for him. We'll see him later on. Good battles happening throughout. Micah Taylor just passed Oliver Harris to take himself up into the top 10. Finley Harrison ahead of Benjamin Rowe, and Luke Sintler and Zaki Hussein and Leo Brown actually getting past Kira Harris on that lap. So not a great lap for Harris, unfortunately, that time around. Sam Baker's on the move as well, up 4 positions on that last lap, up into 20th spot. So some movers and shakers throughout the order. Gabriel Stilt now on the rear of Henry Gregory. in a look at fourth, and there is the move into Ashby Corner. Very confident on the brakes there from Gabriel Stilp, and has made the move stick. So Stilp up into fourth place. And that is a slow-moving kart at the top of the hill. That is the number 20, so that's Kira Harris, who we saw had dropped down some places. So I wonder if that's a compounding of that issue there for Kira Harris. Seems to be going slowly at the top of the hill, or maybe it was recovering from a spin. Sam Shaw back up into second place now, ahead of Jack Cox, and gives a little gesture, I think, there to say, let's work together here to get up to towards the leader, keep putting the pressure on the leader. That looked like Tom Wainwright in the pits, the 86 with problems, so he's out of this one as well. Kira Harris is still circulating, so maybe just a spin or some such rather than an outright karting issue. Josh Agenbar then still in the lead here, but very much under pressure now from Sam Shaw and Jack Cox. Gabriel Stilp and Henry Gregory going with them, and having a bit of a quiet one at the moment is Kian Gamau in sixth place, but will happily join on to the back of this if they start battling away. Starting to become a little bit like a rendition of Snake, as I used to play on my old Nokias. And there is a move for the lead from Sam Shaw down into Ashby Corner on Josh Agenbar, and manages to make it stick, and that opens the floodgates. There's Gabriel Stilp going by Jack Cox, and Henry Gregory, I think, was having a look into Osiers there as well. Not sure if that's stuck, but it is all changed now. Sam Shaw ahead of Gabriel Stilp at the head of the field, and then it's Josh Agenbar now in third. Then it's Henry Gregory, and think it is Jack Cox at the back of this pack of five now. Yes, indeed it is. Didn't lose too much time, actually, in all of that, and that is because stuff was happening behind. It's no longer Gamayo, the next driver down the road. It's Ollie Stilp, Reese Lomax and Lorenzo Cordal is having a look here at Henry Gregory and Jack Cox, trying to recover back again, and makes the move stick there. Robust but fair into Christmas Corner from Jack Cox, who's back up into fourth place now. These two at the back of this pack of five will not want to lose time to those in front. They want to stay a part of this pack, because this pack is the ticket to being in a position to win this one in well, about 2 minutes time. We're just under now, because we're going to count down to zero and then have one other lap. Good battle there, you can see. Ollie Stilp, Reese Lomax running in quiet air behind, and then Ollie Stilp, Micah Taylor, Lorenzo Cordal, all nose to tail as well. So good battles throughout the top 10 here. Gabriel Stilp has worked this one really well, I have to say. Been very impressed by Gabriel's driving that I've seen this season, and he's now just played into this one nicely, read the moves well. I mean, all of these top five drivers in particular are impressing me right now. Further down the order, I can see Sam Longley's got by Oliver Harris on that last lap, and Jane Gregg is on the move as well, up 2 positions to 25th. It's going to be 2 more laps then, because they crossed the timing line just before the counter hits zero. So Sam Shaw is going to have to defend hard here for the next 2 laps against Gabriel Stilp, who's going to try and go around the outside of Christmas Corner. Will prize open the door into Boxing Day. Doesn't happen there, but doesn't lose out to Agenbar either. So lives to battle another corner. Sam Shaw positioning his kart well there into Ashby. He's wise to it, and he's hoping if he can just keep Stilp behind him. And Stilp's going to go for a lunge down the inside of Osiers. It doesn't stick again, and Sam Shaw is absorbing it well here, and it's now, there we go, there is Josh Agenbar trying to strike against Gabriel Stilp, and that's exactly what Sam Shaw wanted, because he's giving him the breathing room, and Jack Cox has capitalised as well to go past Stilp as well. So it's Shaw, Agenbar, Cox, Stilp, and Henry Gregory's right with them as well. But I think going on to the last lap, that might just have given the breathing space that Sam Shaw needed. He's able to take the conventional racing line, because behind him Agenbar is having to defend hard against Cox, and Stilp is trying to get the switch back out the corners. Got the switch back out of Boxing Day. He'll try and set it up for Ashby Corner, but they're wise to it. And look at that, that's also a move from Henry Gregory as well, and Gabriel Stilp's lost out more there, but they're side by side, 2 by 2 indeed, through Wilkins, and that's gone the way of Jack Cox, ahead of Agenbar now up into second, and Stilp ahead of Gregory again. But it's all played into Sam Shaw's hands over the last lap and a half, because he's going to come around now just ahead of them here, to take the win. There he is across the line. Sam Shaw wins, and then it's going to be Jack Cox, Josh Agenbar, Gabriel Stilp, Henry Gregory to round out your top 5. And what a fantastic top 5 it was. Reese Lomax in 6th, 7th for Micah Taylor. Then it's Ollie Stilp, Lorenzo Cordell, and Finley Harrison to round out your top 10. Luke Sindler, Leo Brown, Zaki Hussein, Cian Geraghty, and Sam Baker down to 15th. Then it's Sam Longley, Benjamin Rowe, Jack Collins, Oliver Harris, and Luke Taylor to round out your top 20. But that was a brilliant heat there in our X30 juniors. Fantastic stuff amongst the top 5, excuse me, in particular. But also a good battle further down, as about 7th down through to 10th was nice and close as well. So that was a really, really good heat there. I enjoyed that. As it's still, do you know what? I remember at the start of the stream I said it's going to nevertheless be overcast, and it hasn't been. It looks like nose cone watch has gone okay for the top runners as well. So good fair racing there without contact. It was also great to see. So that's brilliant. But yeah, really nice day here at Whilton Mill to accompany our racing. Next up here at the track, it's going to be Heat 2 of X30 Senior. Let's have a look at your grid then for Heat 2 of X30 Senior. It's going to be Thomas Glyde on pole with Brandon Matchell alongside Oliver Oregon and Scott Smith on row 2. Archie Garlick and Archie Forber make it an all Archie row 3. Jerome Phillip and Mason Weir are behind them, and then it's Dan Hackett and Benjamin Watts to round out your top 10. Isaac Lord and Jamie Rogers are your 6th row of the grid. And then it's Vishal Patel and Teddy Pritchard-Williams on row 7. Tyler Reid and Nathan Amos are next, and then it's Oliver Henwood, who we saw having that dramatic axle failure early on today, and Jude Fernahoe on row 9. Alex Johnston and Jake Yanagasawa round out your top 20, and then it's Thomas Massarella and Ellis Bourchier on row 11. Ty Stansfield and Alex Doddington on row 12. Then it's Alex Moody and Jordan Brown, Caelan Burbridge and Christian Brooks, and Benjamin Southgate and Cameron Coombs to round out your top 30. 32 karts on this grid, and it's Curtis Liu and Martin Auger on that 16th row. So I'm just double checking my schedule here. We are now up to X30 Senior Heat 2. We're a little bit away round the when is the next Miami Cadet race, says Ned Halifax. If you are tuning in, you're going, I thought we were going to be slightly further along. There was a delay during the second heat in Miami Cadet, so that's why we're a little bit behind schedule. But what time is it now? It's 13:38, and we're starting with that. So I reckon Miami Cadets is... Ooh, I'm going to try and estimate very quickly before the race starts. I think you want to come back in at least half an hour, if not 40 minutes for that. As away we go. Thomas Glyde leads them away through the crook and up the hill for the first time in X30 Seniors. Can they keep it clean? Oh no, that's a kart spearing off there under braking. That is the 84 of Jake Yanagasawa. I think it's fairly fortunate. I mean, he's frustrated, but I think there's a certain amount of good fortune that he didn't collect anybody else there, and he can live to race another corner. So we've got Karts off there. That's the 10, definitely failing nose cone check. And the 22 as well in the 72. So I think that's Tyler Reed. That is Ty Stansfield. And who else did we see in that? It was the 77, who I haven't called yet. It's all going to work its way down to there. So, yeah, it was Tyler Reed, Ellis Borshier, Ty Stansfield and Alex Doddington all having problems on that first lap, unfortunately. So it is Brandon Matchell who's got to the head of this one, though. Oliver Oregon up into second place as well, so good start there from the number 92 driver. You can see him there in second place. So good stuff there as they come around to start lap number 3. Alex Johnson with the new fastest lap of the race. As they all work their way through Ashby Corner, that's a move there by the number 69 of Jamie Rogers. I think that's up into 6th place. I'm still trying to just work out exactly how far behind schedule we are, actually. I think we are 28 minutes behind schedule, which would mean, if you're still tuned in, Ned, and wondering when the Miami race is, that would put it at about 2:20. But that is all my rough estimates, so there you go. I was roughly right to say 30 or 40 minutes. Brandon Matchell leads then. Scott Smith up into second, Archie Forber in third. Pritchard Williams and Oliver Oregon, your top 5 at the moment. This is Forber in the 14, you just saw there, with Pritchard Williams on his tail. Contact warning coming in for Alex Johnston. Into the boot section now. That's Archie Garlick, who we just saw going through there in the 48. So Brandon Matchell leads, Scott Smith in second, Archie Forber in third, Pritchard Williams in fourth, and now Jamie Rogers has got himself up into 5th place. There's a nice little battle going through the top of the circuit, so that's Alex Johnston. You can see why a contact warning may have been issued for that, because he's getting quite, it's quite a frenetic battle there. But there is Smith, and is he through on Matchell there? Yes, he is. So the 37 now ahead of the 38, and immediately Archie Forber wants to capitalise on that and get by Brandon Matchell, and he does so in a nice move there into the boot, and gives the universal gesture for don't battle with me, let's stay on target here and keep Scott Smith, who is our new race leader, under pressure. Up the top of the hill, and this time it is Brandon Matchell coming under pressure from the 55 of Pritchard Williams. Got various scheduled questions coming in now. When's the next O-Plate Honda race? As I say, by my reckoning, we'll get about 20-25 minutes, maybe as much as 30 behind schedule. So I'd clock in at around about 2:30, 2:35 maybe, just to check out what's happening with the O-Plate race. Originally scheduled for 2:15, but as I say, we've had a slight delay, and I reckon we are... Yeah, actually, I think we are around 28 minutes, so it's probably going to be more like 2:45, but we'll see. There's the 69 going through. That is a move by Jamie Rogers on Brandon Matchell now. So Matchell, former race leader, now down to 5th. He's going to want to start trying to fight back in this one. Scott Smith, still your leader. Archie Forber and Teddy Pritchard Williams in the 14 and the 55 respectively, putting pressure on. There is an opportunistic move from Pritchard Williams. We haven't seen much of that move today in the second part of the boot. There's been a lot of the textbook under-braking for the boot, but yeah, I always like that move, the sort of cheeky fire it up the inside of the second part of the boot, just allow your kart to go wide from the racing line. Jude Fernahoe there in 6th place, leading the next pack of karts. And there at the back of that pack is Oliver Oregon trying to chase down Thomas Glide over 10th. There it is, the 38 chasing. Actually, that's Brandon Matchell, sorry, chasing Jamie Rogers. There's too many battles throughout the field. It's an observation, not a complaint. Here is the 304 of Alex Johnston, who's been battling all the way through this race, it feels to me. Jordan Brown trying to keep in touch with him at the moment. New fastest lap of the race from Jude Fernahoe, trying to break away from that battle over 6th and reel in the top 5 if possible, but they're running out of time at the moment, if anything. Might be 2 more after this. Depends exactly where Scott Smith is at the moment, who can't rest easy. He's under pressure still. That top 3 of Smith, Pritchard, Williams and Forber, here they are. Pritchard, Williams right on the nose, and it is going to be 2 more laps after this one, so that's probably bad news for Scott Smith given the pressure that he's under right now. He wouldn't mind if this was the last lap, but it's not. It's the penultimate one. And here is the attempt from Pritchard Williams down the inside of Christmas corner, and that was a textbook move under braking, and he gets the job done. Now, will there be immediate counter-attack into Ashby? No, there isn't. As they head towards Wilkins. Down into Oziers. Rogers there running a little bit in clean air there in 4th place. Difficult to work with anybody else. Just got to hope that they start battling, frankly, amongst the top 3, which, to be fair, they might. I think this would be a first heat win of the year for Teddy Pritchard Williams. Haven't got him registering in the championship so far this season. Don't think we've seen him, so would be a first of the season. Into Wilkins, then he will go. Scott Smith isn't outside of striking distance here, though. There could be a lunge into the boot. Good drive off the corner for Teddy, though. Ahead onto the back straight. Is there going to be an opportunity at all? Can Archie Forber spring a surprise here? I think they're all just about far apart enough for it to stay as they were. So it is going to be Teddy Pritchard Williams who takes the win ahead of Scott Smith, Archie Forber in 3rd. Then it's Jamie Rogers in 4th, Jude Fernahoe in 5th, Brandon Matchell in 6th, Alex Johnston in 7th, 8th for Jordan Brown, Nathan Amos in 9th, and then Thomas Glide to round out your top 10. Then it's Oliver Oregon, Vishal Patel, Isaac Lord, Caelan Burbridge and Cameron Coombs, your top 15. Thomas Massarella, Christian Brooks, Archie Garlick, Oliver Henwood and Jerome Phillip take you to 20th place. Then it's Jake Yanagasawa, Daniel Hackett, Benjamin Watts, Mason Weir, Benjamin Southgate, Martin Auger, Alex Doddington, Curtis Liu, and I think we had issues there for Alex Moody, Ty Stansfield, Tyler Reid and Ellis Borchia. All were pretty much towards the start of this one, as it's time for nose cone watch. Insert tinkly music there. Has Anthony Jordan moved onto that camera now? He's doing so he may not be narrating nose cone watch, folks, but he is filming it. He's doing all the bits of like a nature program now. He's the cameraman, he's the David Attenborough, he's everything. But it did look to me like the top 3 there were A-OK for their nose cone check. So that was our X30 Seniors. Next up is our final race of the 2nd rotation of heats. And that is going to be Senior Max. So Senior Rotax out here next for you at Whilton Mill. Let's take a look at your grid then for heat number 2 of Senior Rotax. Lewis Wild will start this one on pole with Lucas Avascavicius alongside Liam Ferguson and Millie Hart on row 2, Matt Jones and Mark Sayers on row 3. It'll be Max Martin and Nathan Chafer on 4 with Catherine White and Alex Hughes rounding out the top 10. Benjamin Ballou and Lawrence Sverdlov in 11th and 12th respectively. Sam Light and James Webb on row 7. Tommy Edmonds and Carl Dunford are row 8, with Joshua Taylor and Rob Ellis behind them. And then on row 10, running up the top 20, it'll be Mikey Austin and Jaden Neil Holder, Alfie Brooks and Tom Thompson behind them, followed by Joshua Valance and Harry East on row 12. Row 13 is going to be Charlie Pinkney and Archie Elliott. Then it'll be Joshua Pickford and Freya Belk. And it is Freya who will be hoping, I think, for a better heat after last time out. I think she had the issue, she was in the cut-through at one point, wasn't she, at least on warm-up. And then had issues, I think. Josh Twitchin and Tommy Lee Davis rounding out your top 30 there. Alex Jackson and George Hunter on row 16. And then Jack Davis rounding out your 33 racers in this senior Rotax heat number 2. Lewis Wild there in the 89. Do keep your comments coming in. Your support is very much welcome here on the Alpha live stream of round 7 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Kart Club Series of Championships. My name's Howard Mitchell. You can't... Anthony Jordan is also been in the comms box, but right now he's manning this camera, which looks ahead at this race start, which is going to be called good with the Union flag, and away we go into Oblivion Corner. And Lewis Wild is going to hold them off through 1 and 2, has a look over the shoulder to know whether or not he needs to defend, and he doesn't. And that is because the 99 of Nathan Chafer is going for moves instead to try and take second place off of Ivaska Vicious, and I think he may have got that job done. There's a bit of squirreling over the grass for some of our drivers further back. I think that might have been William Young potentially going on the grass a little bit there, but by and large it seems to be clean, and as I say that, that is a moment there for Charlie Webster, I think, towards the back of the field. But heading through boot here it is. No, it's not that, because Webster is in Junior Max. Apologies there. I'm switching between my grids too quickly. It is nevertheless Lewis Wild who leads ahead of Nathan Chafer. And let's call those numbers correctly. So the 79 was Jack Davis. And it was the 1 through 3 of Tommy Lee Davis who went onto the grass slightly. And there is a change for the lead at the top of the hill then. Nathan Chafer getting past Lewis Wild. As they work their way through the middle part of the lap. And here is a battle now between Ivaska Vicious as well, that's forming behind with Alex Hughes. There it is. So they've paired off amongst the top 4 at this point. And Alex Hughes now ahead of the number 45 of Ivaska Vicious. So a change for third as well as a change for the lead. Nathan Chafer leads, then Lewis Wild in second, Alex Hughes in third, with Ivaska Vicious in fourth, Benjamin Ballou and Rob Ellis as well getting by, and that is an issue for James Webb in the 29. Just trying to work out, we've got a bit of a transponder issue you'll see on your timing tower on the left, so just trying to work out who is in that 7th place spot. Looks like, I thought I saw the 75 going through anyway, so I think, oh, and that's a move there into the boot. That is Rob Ellis versus Benjamin Ballou, and Ballou tried to fight back into pit bend unusually there, but it is Ellis who holds on to that one and gets up into 5th place. And yeah, there we go, the 75 now confirmed in 7th. I thought I didn't see an additional kart in the mix there with that unregistered transponder, so yeah, it is Jaden Neil Holder, Catherine White, Max Martin and Alfie Brooks to round at your top 10. They all work their way through the top part of the lap. Here though is a look from number 17. That is Alfie Brooks. As they come onto the back straight now. 78 there of Joshua Taylor as well, trying to get involved with Brooks and Max Martin. Change for second place ahead of them. Alex Hughes ahead of Lewis Wild now into 2nd place. So it's Nathan Chafer in the lead, Alex Hughes in 2nd, Lewis Wild in 3rd. Ivaska Vicious in 4th with Rob Ellis in 5th, and Neil Holder got past Ballou as we saw on that last lap. This pack back here is... A little way down the order, actually. That's the 34. Going through there, and that's the 52. Now the 52 is Josh Twitchen. Oh yeah, Millie Hart, sorry, is in the 34. And that is an incident there. That is the 133 of Tommy Lee Davis, who was the lead novice driver coming onto this lap. And I don't think you're going to be able to drive out of that one. We cut back to a battle here between Catherine White in the 33 and Benjamin Ballou, who I think she's just relieved of 7th place. Catherine White working her way up through the order. We're hearing Anthony earlier on recalling her impressive drive in the wet at a British Kart Championship event here. Nathan Chafer leads them by half a second over Alex Hughes on lap 7. Here we are at the front. Alex Hughes in the 51 and then Lewis Wild in 3rd. Lucas Vaskavicius, and then there is a move by Jaden Neil Holder on Rob Ellis. That is for 5th place. It's a change there. Then it's Catherine White, and then came everybody else. Literally, but also indicating that they're quite close together. Still behind there. Benjamin Ballou trying to stay in touch with Catherine White. Then it's Max Martin. Alfie Brooks rounds out your top 10. But we're here looking now at Neil Holder. Now ahead of Rob Ellis, as we saw towards the start of the lap, and keeping Vaskavicius honest as well. That was quite a pack there, being led by Tommy Edmonds, it is, who's leading a big group from 10th place downwards. That's Neil Holder now past Vaskavicius as well at Christmas Corner. So well judged there, as we've got a driver who's had to retire from the race off to driver's left there. It looked to me, but that good few moves over the last couple of laps from Jaden Neil Holder. Has got by Vaskavicius up into 4th place, and there is the 46 of Rob Ellis now getting by on Lucas Vaskavicius. So it's 2 positions, unfortunately, for Lucas on this lap. Fastest new personal best, from Nathan Chafer, trying to open out this gap on Alex Hughes at the front of the race. This is Neil Holder in 4th place, and there is Catherine White trying down the inside of Lucas Vaskavicius. Lucas will try and get any switchback to come back, maybe mount a counter-attack into Ashby, and no, good drive off the corners there for Catherine, meaning that she will retain that one. So Catherine White up into 6th place there, as ahead of them it's still Neil Holder and Ellis, who are battling away for 4th and 5th. 2 more laps to go then of this one. New fastest lap of the race from Alex Hughes, as he's really trying to reel in Nathan Chafer now, and he's going to be close as they go up the hill. Here it is, the lead battle. So Alex Hughes has responded to the pace of Nathan Chafer with the fastest lap of the race, and this could get tasty towards the end here. And Lewis Wild is a little bit in no man's land here, but make no mistake, if there's a hefty battle between the top 2, it will give him the opportunity to come back into it. So Nathan Chafer down into Osiers, Alex Hughes in 2nd. And there's going to be 1 more lap of this, so Alex Hughes is definitely going to want to try and capitalise. He's got some pace in hand at the moment as they come onto the final lap. It's a new personal best from Chafer. It's 1/100th slower than Alex Hughes as they come up the hill. Now, was that an indication to say I'm not going to fight too hard for this one? That looked to me like we just picked them up as he was saying, I want the points. But surely if the opportunity is there, go for it by the same token. Certainly Chafer feels the need to go defensive. And is that going to open up the door into Osiers? No, that's definitely not working together. Ignore me. Hughes is going to look for any which way. He's on driver's left going down the back straight, but that's covered off by Chafer. So I think if you can just defend through these last few corners, although there'll be some overspeed for Hughes coming out of boot 3. Can he do anything with it? No, he's not going to stuff it down the inside of the paddock. Well judged, I'd say. Good points to set yourself up for the finals. Chafer takes the win ahead of Alex Hughes, Lewis Wild in 3rd, Jaden Neil Holder in 4th, Rob Ellis in 5th, Catherine White in 6th, Benjamin Ballou in 7th, 8th for Lucas Vaskavicius, Alfie Brooks and Tommy Edmonds round out your top 10. There's Josh Pickford Josh Valance, who drove from quite far back on the grid, I think, to get up to 12. So good drive there. Archie Elliott, Mikey Austin, Joshua Taylor to take you to 15th place. Then it's Harry East, Freya Belk, Millie Hart, Max Martin and Lawrence Sverdlov to round at your top 20. Charlie Pinkney, George Hunter, Josh Twitchin, Alex Jackson, Jack Davis is in 25th, and then it was Carl Dunford. Issues in that one for Sam Light, Tommy Lee Davis and James Webb. So that's how they all ended up there. Ended up their second heat there in Senior Max. And we'll do some nose cone watch. That one looks quite good to me, but I'm not the one making that call. But it is declared good. Oh dear, this is going to be a picture though for Alex Hughes. You can see the frustration there from Hughes. So frustration there. Lewis Wild is called good. And Neil Holder is called good. So that's unfortunate there for Hughes. Don't forget, by the way, obviously when we're calling these drivers across the line, obviously it's provisional. Head over to results.alphatime.co.uk and click on WMKC, and there you can get all of the confirmed results. That was the end of our second rotation of heats. Next up here at Whilton Mill is heat number 3 in Honda Cadets. Let's take you through the grid then for Heat 3 of our Honda Cadets. Hayden Gray is going to start this one on pole with Logan Giles alongside. Finley Lyons and Jensen Walker are row number 2. Then it's Sebastiano Tuteo and Zach Starbuck on row 3. Row 4 will be Theo Champney and Alessio Lamalfa. Oliver Majowski and Stam Gameo will round out your top 10. The E-plate holder of Joshua Smith is on row 6 with Sergio Virts for company. Then it's going to be Noah McNicholas and Alexander Kojikov on row 7, Rio Licata and Callum Wilson on 8, Jake Schules and Riley Till on row number 9. Max Fallon and Albert Friend round out your top 20. Then it's Charlie Woolfit and Joshua Bagembi on 11, Zach Shampney and Ellis Pullen-Meeman behind them. Oliver Meek and Bobby Pete are on row 13. Adam Hill and Tyler Davis row 14, and your top 30 rounded out by Maya Patel and Jacob Backler. Then it's going to be Oliver Warner and Amin Saran to round out your 32 kart grid for heat number 3 of Honda Cadets, not to be confused with the Honda Cadet O-Plate, which we are also deciding today here at Whilton Mill. They're going to work their way around now and prepare for a standing start. Good luck messages coming in, a lot of good luck messages coming in for Zach Starbuck. Hello to everybody supporting him. So a lot of support there for the driver starting in the number 88, 6th on the grid. This then, whilst they're getting ready for this is our third rotation of heats. We're going to have all of the classes out, and we're going to have in amongst it the second heat in O-Plate. So I'll say that again, all classes are going to have their third heat now, apart from the O-Plate class, which only has 2 heats. So they skipped out the second rotation, and so they will be coming out after the Minimax in this rotation. So it's going to go Honda Cadets, IAME Cadets, X30 Minis, Minimax, and then it will be O-Plate. And then we shall resume the cycle of Junior Max, X30 Juniors, X30 Seniors, and Senior Max. That will round out all of the heats, and then we will be in what is effectively the 4th rotation of the day, but it's not Heat 4, it is the all-important finals, including that O-Plate. Good luck coming in from Harry Frill for Hayden Gray, our pole sitter, who's on your right as you look at it in the number 16. Eyes on the lights. And away we go for Honda Cadet heat number 3. Good start there by my eyes from Hayden Gray as they all go into oblivion for the first time. Work their way through the crook and head up the hill. And it's still Hayden Gray, as far as I can tell, as they all mostly stay over to driver's right, half in attack, half in defence. We've got a spinner in the mid pack there, which is the number 11 of Callum Wilson, unfortunately, so he'll have a bit of a recovery drive on for him now in this one. But here is your top three, nose to tail here. It looks like Finley Lyons has got up into second place, and a good start as well for Zach Starbuck in that 88 to be in the top three. So good start there from Lyons and Starbuck to be on the tail of Gray on this first lap. Coming into the boot. And round paddock corner. So at the end of lap number 1, it is Hayden Gray, Zach Starbuck and Theo Champney, excuse me, who's actually now got up into third place. So I'm just looking at what's where is the 88? We'll call that through. Sebastian Chuteo in 4th, Samuel Gamer in 14th. Let's have a look though. Okay, so yeah, Zach Starbuck into 2nd, Theo Champney in 3rd. What happened to the 94 in all of that? I'll get back to you on that one. Ignore me. That was my timing crashing in the box. So it is Hayden Gray who leads this one. That's taken me a whole lap to work that one out. Sorry, folks. Hayden Gray leads still, though, ahead of Zach Starbuck, who is very much in his wheel tracks as they head up the hill. And through into Christmas corner. Oh, and that's going to put Hayden Gray out onto the grass. He's got to be careful how he rejoins as well, because he's going to push a fellow competitor there onto the grass. And it is Finley Lyons, sorry, in the 94, which I think is not coming up on my timing screen. That would explain it. So I haven't got Finley Lyons in the 94, but I'm going to say that it is actually Finley Lyons who is leading. So there we go. Yeah, so it was called right at the end of that first lap, excuse me. Lyons was in 2nd, Starbuck in 3rd, and now it's been a costly lap for Hayden Gray, who had to take to the grass there. Didn't catch which driver it was who had him rejoin in front of him, so we'll look to see what's happened here. So I'm going to say that it's the 94 Finley Lyons in the lead. As you can see on your timing towers, if you're watching on the stream, that's yeah, that's not showing up at the moment. Theo Champney, I think it was the driver that Hayden Gray joined in front of, because he had to take the grass and lost out. We're now watching Tutseo in the 24 battling away. So we'll come through Ashby Corner. So that is the 16 of Hayden Gray and the 14 of Gamayo, who I think has just got past Sebastiano Tutseo. Into Ozzy as they go. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. So the timing shows Zach Starbuck in the lead, but I believe it's the 94 of Finley Lyons who's just not showing up on timing. Zach Starbuck in 2nd, Hayden Gray in 3rd, Oliver Majowski up into 4th now. And we're watching there at the top of the hill. That looked like Majowski trying to get past Hayden Gray. I think he's not got the job done. 16 still ahead of the 40 there, as you can see. And so the 14 of Gamayo as well with them as well. That's Sam Gamayo in the 14. And there's the move from Majowski. So Majowski now, Ashby gets through on Hayden Gray, and that puts Majowski into 3rd place, as I'm calling it, because I think we're just getting a transponder issue on Finley Lyons. Some people asking when the next Honda O-Plate races. This is the Cadets, Honda Cadets club race as opposed to the O-Plate. The O-Plates are out. I reckon you want to come back in half an hour's time-ish, 30, 35 minutes, and then we might be on to the O-Plate race, if you're here for that. Just a little bit behind schedule because of delays in the 2nd rotation of races, but I can appreciate for some of you O-Plate people, if you're just checking in just for the O-Plates, that it's been a long time since your last heat. So if you're not aware, slight delay during the 2nd heat in Miami Cadets, which means that we're a little bit behind schedule at the moment. Oliver Majowski leads Hayden Gray through Oziers in the battle over what is 3rd place, as I believe it, because Finley Lyons is in the lead of this one as far as we can tell here in the comms box. Zach Starbuck in second. New fastest lap of the race from Joshua Bigembe in 6th place in the number 52. Here is Zach Starbuck, and he is now ahead of Finley Lyons. I can see what the pickup on cameras is then. So Finley Lyons is not registering on timing, but Zach Starbuck has got through past him on the road. So, although it didn't show as a change of lead on timing, Zach Starbuck is up into the lead of this one, because you can see the 88 ahead of this 94 kart. So Zach Starbuck fans, I think he's in the lead at the moment, with a couple of laps to go after this current one that they're on. There is the 14 of Sam Gamayo, you just saw there. So Zach Starbuck leads, Finley Lyons in second, we believe, but not registering on timing. Oliver Majowski in third, Hayden Gray in fourth. Here is Majowski and Hayden Gray. And then behind them you can see Joshua Smith in that E-plate kart, trying to get onto terms with them. Joshua Bigembe in the 52, and then Theo Shampney there in the 55, who was the driver who went off onto the grass when Hayden Gray went across it earlier on. There's your lead battle though. Starbuck there, and then there's the battle over third. And that's a move by Bigembe trying to get past Joshua Smith, the 52, trying to get past the E-plate. Be interesting to see if he made that stick as there's further battles down the field. Jake Schulz and Callum Wilson having a battle, so just fire through the shot. Here we go then. On to the last lap goes Zach Starbuck, currently in the lead, and Joshua Bigembe and Theo Shampney both went past Joshua Smith on that last lap. So the 52 and the 55 ahead of the E-plate now. All changed for 4th, 5th and 6th, as there was a very close battle there going between Jensen Walker and Adam Hill across the line, so I think they may have swapped spaces. Is there anything happening with our lead battle, though, that we can't see on timing? It doesn't look like there's going. There's the lead battle. Finley Lyons hounding the back of Zach Starbuck. This is the battle for the lead, even if timing doesn't agree. Zach Starbuck goes through Wilkins. Will there be an opportunity into Oziers? There was an opportunity, but Lyons thought better than to fire down the inside and risk putting them both out. That's good stuff behind them. Majowski still defending hard against Hayden Gray as they come round the boot. And they'll go around the paddock for the final time in this one, and it's going to be Zach Starbuck who comes across the line to take the win. Zach Starbuck wins ahead of Finley Lyons, I believe. That's all got to be confirmed because there's been a transponder issue here. Oliver Majowski in third, Hayden Gray in fourth, Joshua Bigembe in fifth, then it's Theo Champney, Joshua Smith, Max Fallon, Sebastiano Tuteo, Samuel Gamayo will round out the top 10, I believe, when Lyons' laps are taken into account. Alexander Kojikov, Riley Till, Adam Hill, Rio Licata, Tyler Davis will be your top 15. Then Zach Shampney, Jensen Walker, Jake Schulz, Callum Wilson, Noah McNicholas to round out the top 20. Then it was Charlie Wolfett, Oliver Meek, Oliver Warner, the highest place. And the novice place is runners in that one. Ellis Pull and Neiman, Bobby Pete, I think would round out your top 25. Jacob Backer, Mayan Patel and Alessio Lamalfa. Issues, I think. Oh no, apologies. Logan Giles and Sergio Viet across the line to round out your 29 runners in that one. So there is Zach Starbuck. And I'm really not sure what the situation is with Finley Lyons there. I think. Did Finley Lyons lose out there to Bijowski and Gray on that last lap? If I go off of the order they entered the pit lane, then yes, that would be the case. This is where I would direct you to results.alphatime.co.uk, folks. Definitely go there if you want to check the results of these ones, because it's all provisional. Nose cones looked good, though, on those top drivers in that one, so we say provisionally congratulations to Zach Starbuck. Next up here at Whilton Mill will be your third heat in Miami Cadet. Here's your grid then for Heat 3 in Miami Cadet. Jacob Ashcroft on pole, Jesse Phillips alongside with Finley Hinds and Kazra Kamiab on row 2. Henry Clark and Jake Flewitt are your third row. Row 4 will be Joseph Katson-Tonis and Braith Murdoch, and then it's Sukmani Kira and Enzo Butarazzi rounding out the top 10. Harry Curry and Levi McGrath on row 6. Row 7 is then going to be Ethan Weldon and Max Mason, Kian Amy and Will Green on row 8. Row 9 is Max Ewell and Zach Green. Row 10 is going to be Flynn McDermott and Archie Lovett. Then it'll be Jensen Jones and Kanishk Rao on 11, with Aaron Richardson and Jensen Chalk behind them. Joseph Smith and Teddy Woodward are your 13th row of the group, with Max Wright and Isabel Banks on 14. Mason O'Connor and Nathaniel Hodges to round out the top 30. John T. Restrick and Jacob Nairn are next up, with Quinn Cross and Yarlath Sayer rounding out your 34 kart grid. Jojo Pickles Starbuck says, wow, so proud. Zach Starbuck, well done. I agree, that was a really good drive there from Zach. Apologies for the timing issue that we had, which meant it was a little difficult to follow some of that race, but yeah, brilliant stuff there from Zach to take the win there. Just going to double check actually, have we had... That would be his first heat win of the year. Yes, it would be. So extra congratulations there to Zach for that one. Really good job. And we now look for Miami Cadets. Now, earlier on, there were some issues starting Miami Cadet. Oh, no, it's already got issues. That was the 82 stricken at the side of the road, which is Henry Clark. But we are good for the go. And that is called good, which is a lot better than the starts we saw for Miami Cadets earlier on. So away we go into oblivion. And it's going to be Jacob Ashcroft who leads them up the hill, but the 57 of Finley Hinds is right with him as well, working their way through Christmas Corner. Could it all be clean through there? It does look pretty good so far, so well done over the top of the hill for them. Down into Ashby Corner. You can see there Finley Hinds coming under pressure there, but holding on to second place. That's against the number 12 driver. Which is from, is that really the 12 or is that the 13? It is the 12. I'm going to double check who I've got as the 12 there. Ah, hang on. There we go, the 12, excuse me. Being Joseph Katson-Tonis, storming start by him. So it's Jacob Ashcroft, Finley Hinds and Joseph Katson-Tonis in the 12 who was handing them there. Of course it's Katson-Tonis in the 12. There's Max Mason going by on Harry Curry, I believe, at the top of the hill. As further ahead, that is Jesse Phillips putting a move against Kazra Kabiab. And then there is the 57 of Hinds now defending against Katson-Tonis. So that's Jesse Phillips past Kabiab up into 4th place, and will now try and set about reeling in this top 3. As they come through the boot section. Further back, that is Jake Flewitt going side by side with the 27 of Kazra Kamiab. And I think Kamiab having the rhythm upset there, allowing Braith Murdoch to have a go as well, although managed to hold off Murdoch, I think, on that occasion. Heading up the hill once again. Oh, we've got a cart off to driver's left, heading up the hill into Christmas Corner. I could just see the early part of that. Didn't catch who it was. Stream through the top part of the circuit. Jacob Ashcroft doing well at the front here. Finley Hinds still there in, no, excuse me, Katson-Tonis has got by Hinds across the top part of the lap. So Katson-Tonis now up into 2nd place and looking to hunt down Jacob Ashcroft. That came courtesy of the fastest lap of the race the last time around, 52.92 for Katson-Tonis. Jesse Phillips there is beginning to reel in these top 3, who themselves are becoming a bit more spread out. So is that going to be the opportunity for Jacob Ashcroft? Still plenty of battles going on behind. Braith Murdoch now past Jake Flewitt. Zach Green, good lap for him, up to 7th place as well for Sukmani Kira, up 3 places. And Archie Lovett, some big moves here, as there is a move for the for 5th place. That is Zach Green on the move here. That's up past Braith Murdoch. which means he's also cleared Jake Flewitt this lap. So I think that's Zach Green up to 5th place now. So really on the move there for the number 53. Into Ozio streams the karts, long train, not a lot of field spread in the mid-pack here, bit of a breakaway group at the front, but otherwise they are separated by mere tenths, in a lot of cases hundredths, here in the mid-pack. That is the 88 of Archie Lovett having a go at Kazra Kamiyab, and I think he's made that move stick. Yes, he has, so Lovett up into the top 10 now. This is the battle over 3rd, Finley Hines and Jesse Phillips. Phillips has caught on to the back of this top 3. He's now going to try and find a way by. Down on the braking into Ashby. Is there the space? Does make the space. I honestly thought that was not going to pay off there. Thought that was from a little far back with not enough overspeed, but managed to make that work, did Jesse Phillips. Just showed the nose gradually, and Finley Hines got the message that he did not want to turn in and take the usual apex there, because there was a kart slowly emerging in between him and the apex. Meanwhile, Captain Tonnis is putting the pressure on Jacob Ashcroft at the front. Still has the fastest lap of the race, does Captain Tonnis. Zach Green now has broken it out of that pack of karts and will try and get onto the back of Jesse Phillips. Well, it's Finley Hines now. But that top 4 battle that Jesse Phillips spent laps catching up to is now going on for Zach Green as further back. This is Archie Lovett battling away with the 22 of Kanishk Rao, and was that Braith Murdoch as well in amongst that. 22 of Rao has come back from relatively far down the grid, I think, if memory serves correctly. Good drive so far. Into the boot goes Rao and Lovett. Oh, well, that's a moment there for the 84, and that is Harry Curry. Disappointment there. Didn't quite catch, I think I caught the end of that happening there, but it was right in the mix with things, so potentially contact there. Contact warning has been issued for Archie Lovett. I wonder if that's related. Here's the 24, that being the battle further down. Jensen Jones, Max Ewell and Joseph Smith a little bit off the back of that. Good little battle going on there. There, though, is a move by Archie Lovett on Jake Flewitt. So that means your order now is Ashcroft in the lead by 0.3 of a second from Captain Thomas, Jesse Phillips in 3rd, Finley Hines in 4th, then it's Zach Green in 5th, Braith Murdoch in 6th, Kanishk Rao now up to 7th ahead of Archie Lovett and Jake Flewitt, and then Sukhmani Kira, best part of a second off the back of that. But look at this battle still going on. Kanishk Rao and then Lovett has just gone through there on the number 14 of Braith Murdoch. So that's Rao and Lovett working their way up the order well here. This is going to be quite tight on the clock, actually, as to whether we get one more or two. I think we'll get 2 in. Now that I've said that, it'll count down to 0. Yes, it will. So it will be last lap board this time around. Jacob Ashcroft has controlled this one right from the off, but Captain Tonnis has been reeling him in. Jesse Phillips has just done the fastest lap of the race as well, so it's all closing up, but I think that Jacob Ashcroft has enough in hand with just the 1 lap left to go. Finley Hines is going to get good points in 4th, Zach Green in 5th. But it was the crazy battle we saw in the last lap. Kanishk Rao and Archie Lovett have been sort of working their way up through the order the last few laps, but I think they've run out of places to gain because the gap is 4 seconds to the back of Zach Green. So were there another few laps, they could have set about making the same journey up towards the top 4 or even top 5 that Jesse Phillips and Zach Green made, but they're going to have to settle for 6th and 7th. And at the moment, is this a look from Captain Tonnis? There is a look from Captain Tonnis from a way back there, but it didn't quite pay off. But nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. No harm, no foul as well. It's going to be Jacob Ashcroft who takes the win ahead of Captain Tonnis. Jesse Phillips in 3rd. takes the fastest lap of the race as well. Finley Hines in 4th, 5th for Zach Green. Then it's Canish Grau and Archie Lovett who battle their way up to 6th and 7th respectively. Braith Murdoch in 8th, 9th for Jake Flewitt. Sukumani Kira rounds out your top 10. Then it's Will Green, Kazra Kamiab, Jensen Chalk in 13th, 14th for Max Mason, Flynn McDermott in 15th, and it's Levi McGrath, Ethan Weldon, Max Ewell, Jensen Jones and Joseph Smith to round out your top 20, and Smith is the highest of your novice-rated runners as well. Aaron Richardson in 21st, and Enzo Butarazzi. Yarlath Sayer from the back of the grid, that's a good drive there for Sayer. John T. Restrick in 24th, Teddy Woodford in 25th, and it's Max Wright, Kian Amy, Nathaniel Hodges, Quinn Cross and Jacob Nairn to round out your top 30. I believe issues in that one for Isabel Banks. We saw Harry Curry with the frustration there, and Mason O'Connor, and that's just in time for nose cone watch, which looks good to me on Ashcroft's kart, even if he stalled it. Katz and Tonis also looking good. And we've got another stall there for Jesse Phillips. But all looking good amongst our top 3. So there you go. That was Miami Cadet Heat number 3. Next up here at Whilton Mill for round 7 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. It is Heat 3 for your X30 Minis. Let's take you through the grid then for this one. Ryan Gill is on pole, Ashton Wiggins in 2nd, Ralph Youngling and Eden Spanswick are on row 2. Row 3 is Lucas Field and Lewis Bird. It's going to be Charlie Mills and Jack Mower, Riley Bishop and Cameron Pratt-Thompson to round out your top 10. Marley Pereo and Morgan Hill are on row 6. And then it's going to be Charlie Locker and Finn Leslie on row 7. Jack Owen Drawbridge and Luca Brooks on row 8. Max Tomkinson and Charlie Neve on row 9. And then rounding out your top 20 in this 20 kart field is Max Drage and Joshua Jones. Some people still asking, when is that next Honda O-Plate race? We've got this race, which is your X30 Minis. Then we've got Minimax, and then we've got the O-Plate race. So I'd say check back in about 20 minutes, would be my prediction, which is on roughly on point with us being about 25 to 30 minutes behind the original schedule. Support coming in for Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Go Cameron. Let's go Cameron, say Neil and Bev. 10th on the grid, so going to be interesting to see how he gets on. Has had some good races today. Accrued some good points, so going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting to see actually how these grids line up for the finals. As we get ready here for the start of Heat 3 in UX 30 minutes. Ryan Gill there in your 34 kart. Ashton Wiggins alongside in the 57. As away we go, and that is going to be called a full start. I don't want to say I'm getting a knack for this, folks, but I could tell that from a mile off. That one felt like that just felt like a full start. So they will go around again and form up for a second attempt. X30 Minis Just a reminder, Riley Bishop is your championship leader so far. Lucas Field in second, Jack Mowat in third. That's how they line up in the championship coming into this round 7 here today in your FastR 2021 Whilton Kart Club Series of Championships. And here you can see the drivers very keen to keep it in the tramp lines. They don't want this to be a full start. And that one looks a lot better to me, and it's called good. Into turn 1 they go then. Ryan Gill in the 34 leads them through into oblivion and through the crook. And he's going to lead them up the hill, but he's going to be under pressure here from Eden Spanswick in that 69. Is going to go down the inside, and that, I think, is the first incident we've seen today of the driver starting 4th on the grid, getting straight to the lead of the race. We have had some good starts from that position. That was a good start from Spanswick, and also Ryan Gill comes under pressure there. Who's that getting by them? That is Lewis Bird, I believe, in the number 10, and there is Ryan Gill now on the grass. So pole sitter has been run onto the grass there a little bit, and it's not been a good start, I'm afraid to say, for the number 34 of Gill. There is Jack Mowat, we can see on screen, battling away with Lucas Field. He's got by on Lucas Field at the start of this one, but at the end of this first lap then it's Eden Spanswick ahead of Lewis Bird, Jack Mowat and Lucas Field. Charlie Mills up into 5th place as well in the 37. Cameron Pratt-Thompson with a good start as well, up to 6th from 10th on the grid, and Ryan Gill down to 7th, unfortunately, after that moment on the grass. Into Christmas corner then. 67 getting stuck in. To Wilkins there goes the 32. That being your championship leader of Riley Bishop. We cut back to the front though, where Spanswick still got that close pressure from Lewis Bird. Jack Mowat in the 23, Lucas Field in the 77. They're all trying to stay with each other for now. And then it's Charlie Mills. No, it's not. It's Cameron Pratt-Thompson who's got a bye on Charlie Mills in that lap. Apologies, didn't spot that one. The 33 ahead of the 37. Here's a look for the move, though. Here's a look for the lead, I should say. Lewis Bird down the inside of Eden Spanswick. And that is a change for the lead. So Lewis Bird up into the lead of this one, and Jack Mowat will immediately be looking for any which way he can get past Spanswick. But Eden Spanswick didn't let that upset his rhythm too much, actually. So I think it'll be back to how they were, which invariably means that it's about to all change. Into the boot they go for the 3rd time. Spanswick then shown as being down to 2nd place. It's going wide there was Finn Leslie out of paddock. So through they come. Bird, Spanswick, Mowat, Field. Cameron Pratt-Thompson in 5th. Already 1.7 seconds off the back of this top 4. We'll be looking to see if he can find the pace to get onto the back of them. Morgan Hill and Finn Leslie have just got past Charlie Mills, so changes for 6th, 7th and 8th. Everyone getting up to speed though, all setting personal bests on that last time around. As he often the way, of course, in the early laps of the race. Jack Mowat close on the back of Eden Spanswick at the moment. Lewis Bird sets the fastest lap of the race to try and bridge the gap between himself and his competitors behind. The only change of position on that lap was Riley Bishop getting by on Charlie Mills. There is Riley Bishop now chasing down Finn Leslie in the 60, who himself is trying to chase Morgan Hill in that 22. Into Wilkins there goes Morgan Hill. The 60 then is Finn Leslie, and then Riley Bishop in that 32 kart. We cut back to Lucas Field in 4th position, trying to chase down Jack Mowat there. Trying to stay on terms with them. If anything, top 3 working together here, getting some good pace. New fastest lap of the race from Cameron Pratt-Thompson in that effort to try and close in on this top 4. He's going to need that if he's going to catch up to these top 4, because they were able to bridge a bit of a gap. But you can see actually he's reeling them in, so good work so far from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Still Lewis Bird at the head of this one, absorbing the pressure well at the moment from Eden Spanswick, and Jack Mowat behind. got a fair few laps of this one left to go. But new fast lap of the race from Lewis Bird. He is responding, but the trouble is that everyone else is doing fast laps as well. Cameron Pratt-Thompson again lowered the ultimate fastest lap of the race immediately after it had been beaten by Lewis Bird, so he is slowly but surely reeling in. I think he's going to at least reel in Lucas Field, who's fallen a little bit off the back of the top three now. And then good battle there, Morgan Hill. I say battle, Morgan Hill, Finn Leslie and Riley Bishop, I think, are still trying to work together at this stage, see if they can pick up the pace and get onto the back of those ahead of them. So if it all comes to a battle towards the end, Lucas Field now, you can see, is now under pressure from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. So Pratt-Thompson's pace has been good and has paid off. He's now in a position to battle, but it's going to be interesting to see, do you try and work together to get on terms with the top three, or does Pratt-Thompson feel he has the pace advantage that he wants to spring now? Does look like he wants to go now into Christmas Corner from a fair way back. Good under-braking move and gets the job done. Pratt-Thompson up into fourth place then, ahead of Lucas Field. And will now try to set about getting onto the back of this Bird Spanswick Mowat trio at the front. There still is Morgan Hill. You just saw coming into the background of that shot. Morgan Hill, Finn Leslie and Riley Bishop. Luca Brooks has got by Charlie Locker further down the order, and Max Tompkinson has got past Josh Jones and Marley Pereo on that last lap. So there are battles further down the order in this 20 kart field. You can see just some of them off to the right of your shot just then, actually, looking back to Ozier's. But now some of these groups that I think have been working together. There's Charlie Mills as well. Ryan Gill, 37 and 33, just saw in the shot. That was one of the battles. Look at this though, for that is the 60 going through. So I was just about to say, I think some of these groups who have been working together are about to stop doing so. That was Finn Leslie going by on Morgan Hill, and that means that the dam has burst, as it were, on that one. Now, what does that mean for the battle at the front of the field as well? Because it's going to be called the last lap this time around. So if you're Eden Spanswick, now is the time to try and pounce. That's the optimal time. So here we go. This is Lewis Bird in the 10. Eden Spanswick just behind. Jack Mowat, if anything, dropped a little bit off the back of this one now as the last lap board is shown. What's going to happen amongst that battle? What's going to happen amongst the Leslie, Hill and Bishop battle as well? I think Pratt-Thompson and Lucas Field is now done as a story in this one. So it's just going to be if there's any opportunities in those two packs of three. But at the moment, Lewis Bird doing everything he needs to do to keep Spanswick just about at bay in that second place number 69 kart. Through Wilkins they go. So I think further back, not that I can see so far. So I think it is going to be Lewis Bird who comes round boot number one and brings it home into paddock corner, and that was a well executed final lap from Lewis Bird to secure a well executed race. Takes the win ahead of Eden Spanswick. Jack Mowat in third. Cameron Pratt-Thompson finishes off with another fastest lap of the race. Very good pace across that race for Pratt-Thompson in the 33. Lucas Field in fifth. Finn Leslie holds on to sixth in the end ahead of Morgan Hill and Riley Bishop. Ryan Gill ahead of Charlie Mills, which I think was a change in the last couple of laps there for 9th and 10th respectively. Ashton Wiggins in 11th. There's Jacko in Drawbridge, Luca Brooks, Max Tompkinson and Joshua Jones to round out your top 15. Charlie Locker and Marley Pereo, and then Charlie Neve to round out the 18 karts I have finishing that one. So a few issues out there potentially, because we started with a grid of 20. Do head to results.alphatiming.co.uk, click on Whilton Kart Club, and you can get all of the confirmed results there. Confirmed, of course, once the nose cones have been checked. So let's see on nose cone cam. That one looks good for Lewis Bird. That's good for Eden Spanswick, and that's also good for Jack Mowat. So it looks like the top three are secure in that one for your X30 Minis. Minimax heat number 3, and someone was asking when is Michael Dalton racing. He's next because he's one of our drivers in heat 3 for Minimax. Ewan Charman then is on pole for your third heat in Minimax. Josh Salvadore is in second. Then it's Harry Higgs and Oliver Bocock on row 2. Damien Barras-Haggett and Mikey Walker on row 3. Ronnie Coburn and Woody Radford are row 4, with Corey Fowler and Wolf Butler rounding out the top 10. George Ivanov and Devon Nolan are behind them. And then on row 7, it's going to be Daniel Amor and Callum Ghosh. Michael Dalton and Victor Hansen are row 8, with Oliver Smith and Ben Crosley on 9. Rounding out your top 20 is going to be Thomas Strauven and Lucy Wilden. It's then going to be Sasha Bagley and Harrison Morrow on 11, with Lena Summers-Kelly and David Mack on row 12. Riven Welsh and Ollie Naylor are row 13, with Alexander Zigarevich and Harry Clogger to round out your field of 28 karts. So that's the 45 waiting to pick up the back of the field. And that is Harry Higgs, who will now do so. Jess Amor says, watching from COVID isolation at home. Come on, Dan Amor. Thanks for your comment, Jess. Let's see how he gets on. I had my own experience of COVID isolation a few weeks ago now. And yeah, do hope we were keeping your spirits up. Let's see how we get on. Heat number 3 in Minimax. Away they go. Ewan Charman leads them into turn 1. And he's going to lead them up the hill. Barras-Haggett, though, with a good start as well in that 27, is going to start hounding for position. Can they all get through cleanly at the top of the hill? Looks like they've all got through. Oh no, we've got one spinner there, and that is the 32 of Mikey Walker. So he's going to have a bit of a recovery drive, but hasn't fallen too far off the back of the pack. Still Ewan Charman, though, leads them through Wilkins and Oziers, as there's a few overtake attempts being made into Oziers there. We will call them off as they come round this time. Charman, Barras-Haggett definitely looks to be, and then Salvadore, as we've got someone off to driver's left there towards the back of the pack. Charman, Barras-Haggett, Salvadore, Bocock, Coburn, Daniel Amor up 4 positions to 6th. Devon Nolan up 6 positions to 7th. Ben Crossley with a good first lap as well. Lucy Wilden, it looks, had an issue on that first lap, has not crossed the line. George Ivanov, I think, might have been the driver off to driver's left as well. He lost out heavily on that first lap, and we know about Mikey Walker having that incident at the top of the hill. So those are your people who have lost out somewhat on that first lap. Lena Summers-Kelly as well, sorry. Oh, and there's a moment up at Christmas Corner involving Ollie Naylor, and that was the 99, so that was Lucy Wilden, but I'm not quite sure what's happened with her race effort, because she hasn't registered as crossing the line yet. So, but that was definitely a 99 I saw there. So, have a look at that one. Oliver Bocock overtakes Josh Salvadore for 3rd place, as there's definitely yellows out at the moment at Christmas Corner. But that is your lead battle. Barras-Haggett on the tail of Charman. And that comes courtesy of Damien just having set the fastest lap of the race, a 47.9. There as well is the battle that's just been going between Bocock and Salvadore, and I think that's Salvadore going back past, but that's 42. That's the race leader, Ewan Charman round, and I didn't see what caused that, but the race lead has definitely gone away from Ewan Charman. And was that through any form of contact with Barras-Haggett? I'm not sure, but it's definitely Damien Barras-Haggett who now leads. And Josh Salvadore, who just got past Oliver Bocock, is now up into 2nd place. So costly moment for Charman, however it quite shook out there, whatever transpired. There is your 27 of Barras-Haggett, and then it comes Salvadore and Bocock, and Daniel Amor has caught right up with those two now as well, and he's taking Ronnie Coburn along for the party. There's Amor, I think, getting past Bocock. Yes, the 41 is now ahead of the 35. So Daniel Amor up into 3rd place. Barras-Haggett now with a bit of a comfortable lead. unless any of the stuff that happened at the front has caught the attention of the stewards. That is Woody Radford, who looks like, unfortunately, his race is run. Oliver Smith has got past Michael Dalton for 12th, and there's Devon Nolan battling away with Ronnie Coburn, and I think that's an attempt to get up into 5th place. It'll be interesting to see if that came good for Nolan. Meanwhile, Salvadore coming under pressure here from Daniel Amor. And if Amor does clear Salvadore, I'm not saying that's a foregone conclusion, but definitely Amor's pace has been impressive so far, then maybe he can set about getting onto Barras Haggett. He certainly feels not like he doesn't feel like working together with Josh Salvadore. So he's got by there. Good move by Daniel Amor, and now it's going to be interesting to see how his pace compares to that of the leader. Ewan Charman, though, on a recovery drive here, has just set the fastest lap of the race at 47.57. So look out for him, because he wants to recover something from this. Devon Nolan up into 5th, and that is because Ronnie Coburn fell down the order a little bit on that last lap. Still in the top 10, but something happened to Ronnie on that last lap. Maybe got, maybe went wide or was pushed wide at some point. So dropped down the order, and indeed Thomas Strouven has got by him as well on that lap. I think towards the beginning of the lap though. Salvadore under pressure from Bocock, and Oliver Bocock goes through to take the lead. And he's got to be careful if he makes a counter-attack, because Ewan Charman is right behind him, who got by Devon Nolan as well on that last lap, did Charman. As there is an attempt by Charman, and he's got through on Salvadore. So Charman once again ahead of Salvadore, but unfortunately from his perspective no longer first and second place. Devon Nolan now on the back of Salvadore, and also Ben Crossley there in the number 5 has worked his way up nicely. And he's scoring, often scoring consistently, is Crossley in this one, in this class. Good little battle there, led by Strouven, Thomas Strouven, Corey Fowler, Ronnie Coburn. They're all quite close together, as is Mikey Walker, Michael Dalton and Wolf Butler. Just under a minute to go on the clock of this one then. Barras Haggett, your leader, there he is, quite comfortable out in front by 2 seconds. 41 of Daniel Amor trying to reel it in, but I think so far, I said it was going to be interesting to see how the pace matched. Looks to me like Barras Haggett has got that one in hand, at least for now. There's going to be 2 more after this one. And they stream on to another lap. Now, Callum Ghosh and Josh Salvadore are joining onto the back of that Bocock, Nolan and Crossley battle. In fact, there is Ben Crossley down the inside of Devon Nolan there, up at Christmas corner. Good move there by Crossley. I'm joined in the box again. Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Jordan.
Hello.
Sorry, had you prepped something to come back on with me?
No, not at all. I was debating whether or not to join back in at this race, and crikey!
You picked a moment.
What a time I joined back in.
That was Bocock, Oliver Bocock, going across the grass there in his battle with Devon Nolan and Ben Crossley. So he's lost out a little bit there. Yeah, I don't want to. We're on the last lap, but good time out there.
Well, yeah, I enjoyed it. It's very sunny. It's very hot. I picked the wrong clothing to wear.
Yes. No, I know what you mean. Barras Haggett then leading this one, but side by side here between Nolan and the 88 of Callum Ghosh, which goes the way of Ghosh, and now Salvadore will try and get involved with Devon Nolan as well, but I think Nolan's been able to hold that off. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, from the recovering Ewan Charman as well. But coming through the boot section now, as these yellows out at Osiers, coming through the boot section now, though, is Barras Haggett. There is Dan Amor, who has actually got Ewan Charman for close pressure, but Barras Haggett crosses the line to take the win in heat number 3. Daniel Amor. Oh, and to be fair to them, there is a recovery effort going on there at Osiers. But take our word for it, Dan Amor finished 2nd, Ewan Charman in 3rd, Ben Crossley in 4th, then Callum Ghosh in 5th, Devon Nolan in 6th, Josh Salvadore in 7th, and it's Thomas Strouven, Oliver Bocock in 9th, and Corey Fowler's round out your top 10. Ronnie Coburn, Oliver Smith, Mikey Walker Sasha Bagley and Alexander Zingarevich rounds out your top 15. High position as well there for Zingarevich for a novice plated drive, so good drive from him there. Wilf Butler, Harrison Morrow, Victor Hansen, Harry Higgs and Harry Clogger to round out your top 20. There was Riven Welsh, George Ivanov, Lena Summers-Kelly, David Mack, and then issues there for Lucy Wilden, Michael Dalton, Woody Radford and Ollie Naylor. All of their races, unfortunately, as far as I can make out, finishing prematurely. Let's have a look here. That all looks good for Barris Haggett on our nose cone watch. Daniel Amor is given the clear, or in the clear I should say, and Ewan Chung. So it looks like it's good for the top 3. But the but Ben Crosley there might be in doubt. As I say, results.alphatiming.co.uk for your confirmed results of this one. Next up though, I know a lot of people have been waiting for this. Next up here at Whilton Mill is the long-awaited heat number 2. I'm going to double check this actually. Yes, it definitely is. Next up then is the long-awaited heat number 2 in our Honda Cadet O-Plate. That's coming up for you here next at Whilton Mill. Here at Whilton Mill then for your Honda Cadet O-Plate. Would you like to take it through the grid? Ah, there we go. We've got the grid.
Yes.
Go for it, Mr. Jordan.
Well, there you go. We'll go for it. I'm back now, aren't I? Noah Wolf and Max Cuthbert on that front row with Jarrett Clark and Thomas Spearing rounding out row number 2. Lewis Islin and Joshua Graham on row number 3. Cole Denham and Oliver Majewski on row number 4 with Leon Hasty and Luca Holmes-Ballack rounding out row number 5. Can you tell I was running just before I came into this commentary box?
Tag me in if you need.
No. Aris Majewskis and Albert Friend rounding out row number 6. William Murphy and Timo Youngling on row 7 with Jack West and Max Endicott rounding out row number 9. Owen Neve and Elliot Potter on row number 9. There we go. Kai Clark and Rocco Shenton rounding out row 10 with Christian Stefanov and Finley Lyons rounding out row 11. Noah Barham and Ellis Snow rounding out the top 12 rows. Row 13, Harrison Whitcomb and Logan Howes with Lachlan Johnstone and Mayan Patel running out row 14. Hayden Gray and Charlie Weston, I think it was there,
yes,
with Harley Musk and Adam Hill on row 16. Levi McCarty and Kenzo Craigie round out the grid on row 17.
Apologies. I'd have taken it myself, but I knew I was in trouble when it came up with pole position with transponder number 26857.
I'd have just gone with that.
Mystery driver.
I'd have just gone with that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Cool. Right then. So, ladies and gentlemen, the O-Plate, not to be confused with the 2021 FastR Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship. This, in its own, is its own event, the Honda O-Plate. Like we were saying, any one of these drivers could come away and change themselves. They could be a number 55 today. They could be a seeded driver O-Plate tomorrow. Let's find out who potentially could be that. Not the end of this one, though. This is only Heat 2. The finals coming up later today. That's where we decide who's going to be receiving said O-Plate. As the hand goes up at the rear, the lights come on at the front, and someone's chatting to the race leader currently at the moment, so we're not going just yet. So there we go. But it was a very exciting race number 1. Now we get the signal to look up at the lights. Lights out And off they go then for the Honda O-Plate here at Whilton Mill. Good start then from the front row, 4 wide in the background as well as they go through the Oblivion corner, through Fine Lady and up the hill towards Christmas corner. Noah Wolf leading the way at the moment as they go through, so retains that lead, and a spinner in the mid-pack. The 18 and a kart's over. A kart over on top, and it's the 55 who goes over. It's Christian Stefanoff who's on the roof now of the kart at Christmas corner. And my goodness me, that was just a sandwich effect. He had nowhere to go with the 18 facing the wrong way. Max Endicott facing the wrong way, and unfortunately over end. He is out of the kart, but understandably very, very shaken.
Yeah, never nice to see that. Dramatic moment, of course, but great to see the driver, as you say, although shaken, at least he's standing and sort of dusting himself off. Noah Wolf then still leading this one at the end of lap 1, or leading this one. Max Cuthbert in second and Thomas Spearing in third. And yeah, Endicott, the other driver involved in that, is still circulating. Or sorry, not necessarily involved. He was spinning at the same time, wasn't he? He wasn't actually involved in that, to be clear. As you say, the sandwich effect with these cadet karts, when you go 3 wide, 4 wide, unfortunately sometimes you can just create that effectively a launch ramp by two coming together in that way. But attention getting to that driver nice and quickly. You can see him in the back of shot then. Clearly, well, you know, no one's going to be fresh as a daisy if they've had that kind of drama. But good to see him interacting with the officials there at the side of the track.
There's an Ambition kart going very slowly there. Is that the 40 that I'm seeing?
It is, and that is Majowski, I believe.
Could be, yeah. Jarrett Clark also moving further down the order as well.
Yeah.
The 75 has dropped several positions, so something gone awry in the mid-pack as well. As up again in towards Christmas corner. Lunges left, right and centre, as you can imagine, with drivers trying furiously to gain positions. Of course, the points that they gain in these 2 heats will determine where they start for their final a little bit later on. Of course, as we see here, our top 3 at the moment. Wolf, Cuthbert, Spearing and Graham are the 4 with a small breakaway. Then you can see Noah Wolf controlling the pace at the moment. Of course, what were the finishing results from the first race? Again, I should remember, but you got to remember we go through so many heats and races, it's hard to keep track of everyone.
So your winner in the first race was Noah Wolf. So picking up where he left off in that regard, Lewis Islin in second, Max Cuthbert was third, Joshua Graham and Thomas Spearing were your top 5 in that one.
Good stuff. So, again to the folks on the stream, of course, welcome back. I've not seen or heard from you for a while. I've been gallivanting around the circuit myself. Do get your comments in of who you are supporting. We have also got some out there as well. Kit Bolofsky coming in with good luck now. Wolf, Lewis Islin and Max Cuthbert. Currently, 2 of those drivers are in the top 2. So there we go. So your support is well noticed.
I'm man enough to admit, and I think the audience will agree, Nose Cone Watch hasn't been the same without you, mate.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you were doing a spiffing job. I was listening. I can hear the commentary in the headphones.
You're very kind. I'm not. I mean,
I was enjoying it at my camera position.
I don't want to now sound cocky. I'm not saying I did a bad job. I'm just saying it wasn't the same without you. They're different things, technically.
Oh, very different things. There we go. So a clear breakaway then at the front.
And we've got this other pack as well that we're just looking in there.
I think this is 5th down, isn't it? So Cole Denham, Aris Majewskis, Timo Youngling, Rocco Shenton, Luke Holmes-Ballock, William Murphy, Lewis Islin. I think all involved in this group. I think Noah Barnes as well is just at the back of that group as well. It's a fairly large group. It's quite a substantial one. You can see there Aris Majewskis with the eyes on top of his helmet. Yes. Aris, I'm amazed he's not dancing at the moment because he's always dancing, is Mr. Majewskis. Any opportunity with the camera and he'll do it. So he did it at the paddock show at Warden Law. He did. He was a cheeky little so-and-so who's in the background of me and Henry just strutting his moves in the background. We didn't notice him though. But again, you can go back and watch that.
I mean, there's a reason There's a reason they don't put me on camera, I suppose. But there is a look there from the 95 of William Murphy. And that is given by Rocco Shenton, I think, potentially there. As they head through Ashby Corner. He's just on that last lap, got past Luca Holmes-Ballock. So he's on the move a little bit there. is Murphy.
Indeed. So less than 3 minutes to go. Side-by-side action here. Majewski down the inside. Majewski gets past Cole Denham. Timo Youngling wanting to get involved in this, and Youngling goes through on the SFR kart, so does a sterling job with that.
Good opportunism there. Read that nicely.
Did indeed, yeah. Could see the impending doom in front of potentialness, but it didn't happen, and he just went, thank you very much, I'll 2 for 1 bargain, and I'll go down the inside. So there we go.
Still as close as you like at the front. The question is going to be, I think, when do the gloves come off in this front pack, because they're working together well at the moment between Wolf, Cuthbert and Spearing.
Kit Bolofsky joins the stream as well. William Murphy has the same number as me. I'm the 95 and he is 95. Well, Kit, you're not racing today. Well, oh, I tell you what, who is racing though on screen? Oh, my goodness me, the 28 back out on circuit. Who is that? That is Luke Holmes-Ballack, who went off the track and then back on the track. I'm not sure if he was helped off the track at all, but it was out of my camera view there, because I was looking at the comment section again. It's bad me. Stop looking at the comments.
Thomas Spearing, new fastest lap of the race, trying to apply pressure here at the front, and here is that's William Murphy again trying to make a move at the top of the hill with Majauskas and Youngling as well, all involved.
Long train.
You'll forgive us if we get any of these names wrong. Please appreciate we're getting the numbers for like a split second because of how close they are. This is like playing a game of Snake on an old Nokia. This.
It's chess at 60 miles an hour is Honda Cadet. It really is. There is a lot going on and a lot you've got to think about and moves that you've got to predict 4 or 5 corners in advance in Honda Cadet. You know, you could go from first to 20th, honestly, in one corner, just if you get it wrong slightly. So that's why Honda Cadet is such a great class to be in for learning racecraft, for you know, learning those crucial parts of racing of what you need to know. It's again down the inside, looks Majewski, but he can't quite do it. He slots back into to place there, currently in 9th. How's it looking at the front? I have to say, it's only a 10th between our 2 race leaders across the line, wasn't it? So Noah Wolf still leading the way at the moment, but he is under pressure from Max Cuthbert, the number 10. You can just see there the train of 3. They're kind of line astern. So what they're doing together, we see this in the British Champs a lot. So we see them, the lull, basically, the mid-race lull. So they'll work together, they'll have a battle at the start, then they'll get into a position, then they'll work together, and then they'll go to the end of the race. And of course, now with that timer, with like 9-8 seconds to go, they'll see the last lap board come out this time, and that's their cue to, right, okay, we've done enough. We've basically, we've gained our battle buffer, and now we can go racing, and that is what we're seeing now up into Christmas Corner. You saw there Cuthbert going defensive from an attack from Spearing, but couldn't get that job done as the rest of the pack start to pile in now as well.
Yeah, this is the William Murphy-led group of karts as well, where the dam is bursting as well as we look back at the front. And this, it really is pressure being brought to bear now on Noah Wolf by Max Cuthbert, by Thomas Spearing. And they're going to come around this time and see the last lap board. But if anything, actually, I'd say that Noah has just got a little bit of breathing space that he could do well to keep hold of on this final lap. If anything, right now, I'd say it's more likely to see Spearing putting a move on Cuthbert here on the last lap. And there is everyone cheering on the massive pack of karts that are coming on to the last lap now.
There we go then. So, well, like you say there's an advantage that he's got, but those two, they're all teammates here. They're all synergy karts. So as they go through, again, now you can see they've closed the gap, because you've got to remember 8 wheels works better than 4. And there, wide goes Wolf, side by side now, because Spearing from 3rd place comes through to take the lead through Wilkins' corner. What an overtake that was. Wolf fights back immediately, though. Dives back down the inside of Oy's ears. Now it's a 1-2-3 all the way to the line. Furiously, says Spearing, says go, go, go. Cuthbert dives down the inside at the entrance of boot 1. Can't do it on the exit. Now they come down in towards pit bend, and look at the advantage. Wolf has got to see that checkered flag into the final. It's 2 race wins for Wolf. Spearing crosses the line in 2nd from Cuthbert. Then who's going to come in 4th place? It's Rocco Shenton. Oh my goodness me. The 86 comes through with a great finish in 5th place from Aris Majewskis, Timo Youngling. Leon Hasty crosses in 8th place. William Murphy and Noah Barham rounds out the top 10.
Wow, that was quite a last lap. I forgot, do you know what, when I said it was less likely that he had enough of a buffer, I forgot what class of karts I was watching, because that is exactly what you say. As you say, the 8 wheel's better than the 4, allowed those top 2 to really hound Noah Wolf there, but Wolf
now,
holding it brilliantly.
Now, of course, this is all pending.
It is all pending.
It is all pending for you nature watchers, for you scrutineers, for you technical folk out there. It's time for Nose Cone Watch. Dave Hillary there, checking. Good for Wolf. Good for Spearing. Good for Cuthbert. There we go. Top 3 safe and relax.
There we go. And yeah, Noah Wolf, the GP plate holder, well, so far putting himself in the best possible position to have a choice of lettered plates at the end of today.
Yes. So yeah, there is. So what do you want? I mean, the GP plate's quite a nice one to have.
Quite a nice plate.
You know, Noah's got that in both Honda Cadet and Iami Cadet. He hasn't got the O plate in Iami Cadet.
If you've got it, you can run your GP plate in Iami, you can run your O plate in...
Well, he's got the GP plate in both Iami and Honda.
Exactly.
He's got the choice, but yeah, we just don't know. He's got the preference, hasn't he? He's got the preference.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Still the big final to go in that one.
Oh, yeah, anyone can take it.
So, no, that's brilliant stuff and a really good race there. Next up in our running order here at Whilton Mill is going to be Heat 3 for your Junior Max.
So then the next race about to make their way out onto the circuit, and race 21 of the day today. William Young starting on that front row with Bobby Rosier on second place. Jensen Giles and Jacob Dukes on row number 2 with Luke Ringham and James Jackson rounding out row number 3 in that number 41. Ronnie Smith and Matt McFarquhar, sorry, I'll get that right, with Daniel Sabula rounding out row number 4 and 5 with George Donnell alongside as well. Jensen Weston and Ollie Ward rounding out row number 6. Michael Morgan and Thomas Carter on row 7 with Jessica White and Ronnie Mansfield rounding out row 8. Oliver Kerr and Alexander Adams Action on row number 9. Alfie Bray and Kai Pacini on row 10 with Max Lee and Ethan Simmons rounding out row 11. Spencer Burham and Leo Burgess on row number 12. Jack Cooper and Lexi Belk round out row 13 with Murphy Eldridge and Jack Spencer on row 14. Charlie Webster and Ewan Thompson rounding out row 15. Rounding out the grid on row 16, all on his own, George Allen in that number 48. 31 karts about to take to the circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, please do get your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting here today, and we will give your drivers a good shout-out as best as we possibly can. My co-commentator now he's gone for his break now. His well-needed break. He was left alone for quite a while. Lights go out, and this race is underway for Junior Max. And in towards turn 1, and oh dear, they're stranded, the 43. And that's not going any further, is it? Who is that? I don't have a 43 on my timing screen, which is a bit of a shame, so I can't know. There we go, 3 karts off there. The 87 has gone off, the 16 has gone off. As well. There was one more. So that was Alexander Adams Acton and one more who went off as well. So drama then at the start of this Junior Rotax Heat 3. But as the rest of the field slot through, a good start from the front 3. Clear breakaway then, as the 1-2-2 of William Young has taken the lead, albeit might not be for much longer because Jacob Dukes is up into second place and he wants a bit of the action as well. So as they cross the line, it's Young from Dukes, Rosier, Jackson, Smith, Mansfield, Sabula, Giles, Lee, Carter, White, Kerr, Adams Acton, Burham, Simmons, Belk, Cooper, Pacini. Then it's Aldridge, Thomas, Ward, Spencer, Allen, Webster, McFarquhar, Donald and Ringham. The top 27 karts out there at the moment. 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Action here at the lead because they changed for the lead as Jacob Dukes goes through. And the 49 as well of Bobby Rosier also wants a shot of the action as well as they go through Oisier's. Side by side as the 1-2-2 of William Young gets absolutely swamped here, and it's falling down the order rapidly here. 3 wide into boot section. Oh my goodness me, out of pits bend they go. How did they all come out of that the same direction? But my goodness me, Jacob Jukes now leads the way from James Jackson. Bobby Rosier from Ronnie Mansfield now are the top 4. And still more action here as the 62 of Ronnie Mansfield dives down the inside at Christmas Corner. Can't quite get the move done, or did he get the move done? I think he did, you know. I think he got that move done. It was a very late lunge under braking, but he managed to get that spot clear as they go through now. Wilkins in towards Oisiers once more. Again, Linus and everyone just edging for a move there down the inside, but no one going for a committed move through Oisiers. Out of pits bend there on your screen, the 37 of... who is a 37? I can't see a 37 again on my screen. Oh, I can. It's Jessica White, sorry. So Jessica White there. Great start to the race. Up 2 places, up into P7 as one of the karts there stationary at the moment. Didn't quite catch the number there as they go through. So a very interesting and heated start then to Junior Rotax Heat 3 here at Wilton Mill for the FastR Wilton Mill Kart Club. And, well, your race leader clear now by about a second, I would say, is that gap. James Jackson, Ronnie Mansfield, Bobby Rosier, Ronnie Smith, Max Lee, Jessica White in that group just behind as karts on top of karts. And Jessica White takes advantage of that and says, goodbye, Max Lee. I shall take that position from ye. There we go. Out of pits bend and over the start-finish line once more. Personal best times coming in from Jessica White, from Carter, from Young as well, also from Ward and Donald in 19th and 20th. They're setting personal best times also. Fighting back here, the 45 of Thomas Carter wants to get past as well. He's having a good scrub, and Carter down the inside there of White at the Ashby hairpin, gets it done cleanly. Good move there. So that's Thomas Carter now up into, I believe, P6 now. Good running from Carter as they go through. So the rest of the field then. Let's have a look. Who's some of the bigger movers out there? So George Donald, he's up 2 positions. Mac McFarquhar up 2 positions as well in 22nd place from 24th. Everyone else, again, Ethan Simmons also up another 2 places as well, now into P10. 3 minutes to go, side by side, just in the background there. Who is that? The 49. That's Ronnie Smith trying to get through. Ronnie Smith, I think, successfully does get through as a change there for the lead, because Mansfield went for the lead there into the Ashby hairpin, and it's all going P-tong here now, because who's that? Well, I tell you what, James Jackson, he saw an advantage there, and he went for that advantage, because that was 3rd to 1st in 2 corners. Absolutely great advantage driving there from James Jackson now, who leads the way here. Out of pits bend they go, back onto the start-finish straight. 2 minutes and another change for the lead. Well, my goodness me, we're 6 laps in and we've probably had about 10 changes for the lead. Lexi Belk now with the fastest lap of the race, a 46.02, currently in 13th place in that number 98. Again, clawing this battle. This is one of the closest Junior Rotax races I've ever seen. And there, another change for the lead. Mansfield back down the inside of Jackson, gets it done into the Ashby hairpin. Great move there. And this is excellent news for the rest of the field, because while all these front groups are battling, it's allowing the backpacks to concertina up, to close up. And now this is where it's going to start to get interesting with the last lap border that's going to be coming out probably the next 2 or so laps. Here now, a bit of breathing space has Mansfield. That 62 kart starting to pull away. George Allen with a contact warning, that number 48. Where is the number 48 currently on my screen? He's somewhere in the mid-pack section, I think. Side by side, though, defensive slightly goes the 34 of Dukes as Max Lee, I think, comes through. The number 12, he does indeed. So Max Lee back up into those top 3 positions now, wanting to come back. And that's Jessica White down the inside into Ashby once more. So again, there's changes all the way through this field. 1 minute to go, and there's plenty of action in this Junior Rotax Heat 3 race then. Through Oisiers once more, and there's a kart off there in the background. I'm not sure who that was, but oh, it's the 42, Ewan Thomas, who's gone round, so that's a big shame there. So with 45 seconds left on the timer, This has been a very exciting race. Again, look at that. The fastest lap was held by Simmons, it was held by Burham, it was held by Sabula, and now once again it's held by Lexi Belk there. 45.92. One of only a couple of drivers who have actually managed to get into the 45 seconds. So excellent stuff then from this Junior Rotax race. 17 seconds left on that timer. And at the moment, Ronnie Mansfield is looking very comfortable right now, leading the way. He's got a bit of a breathing space, about half a second, but like we say, and like we see in other karting classes, that gap can disappear very, very quickly if you're not careful. Again, look at that, personal best times coming in across the board. So something's going right with the track conditions out there, because everyone seems to be liking it. There's Jessica White up into P4, looking to try and get back past Max Lee for third place. Not able to find it. It's defensive again goes Lee. The last lap board has come out, so this is going to be the checkered flag lap. Who is going to take it at the moment? Mansfield looking incredibly comfy there in the lead of this race as they come through now down the sort of back straight in towards the boot section. Again, look at that lunge there. I think that was Thomas Carter coming through. It was Thomas Carter, but checkered flag comes out to Mansfield. Jackson, Lee, White and Carter, the top 5 across the line. Ronnie Smith crosses in 6th place for Jacob Dukes, Ethan Simmons, Bobby Rosier, Spencer Burham, Lexi Belk, Daniel Sabula rounds out the top 12. Jack Cooper, Alexander Adams-Acton finishes in 14th place from Kai Vicini, Oliver Kerr, William Young, Murphy Aldridge, George Donald, Mac McFarquhar, Ollie Ward, Luke Ringham, Charlie Webster, George Allen, Jensen Giles, Jensen Weston, Jack Spencer, who pitted early, and Ewan Thompson as well, who also finished. But provisionally, Ronnie Mansfield, James Jackson and Max Lee are your top 3. But now, once more, we come into nose cone watch and we find out whether or not our top 3 are going to finish in those top 3. It's good for Mansfield. It's good for Jackson. Oh dear. It's not good for Max Lee. So if Jessica White has got this, it could be a podium finish. It's good, so it's a podium finish, provisionally again, of course, because they go for their scrutineering as well. But provisionally then, it's Mansfield, Jackson, from White, your top 3. Max Lee, with that 5-second nose cone penalty, finishing in 3rd, unfortunately, will not finish in 3rd. He will finish quite a ways down, I think. Just trying to think whereabouts he would finish. Probably around 15th or 16th place. That just shows how close that grid was out there. But excellent running then for Junior Rotax Heat 3. Plenty more races coming up, and the finals coming up a little bit later, of course, as well. They'll be coming up around after 3 o'clock. In fact, they are the races after 3 o'clock. Quarter past 3 is the first final, race 25, and that will be the Honda Cadet final later on today. But coming up next, it's time for Senior X30. The disembodied voice in my head corrected me. I think it is Junior X30 coming up next. Yes, I do apologise. Junior X30 coming up next. There we go. Now, I found my confusion. I've got a big list of grids here, and it went from race 21 to race 23, and I didn't notice I was missing 22. There we go. Here's a look then at the Junior X30 Heat 3. Apologies to anyone that I may have just confused. Sam Longley starting on that front row with Jack Collins and Archie Heron. Cian Geraghty rounding out row number 2. Kira Harris and Jaden Gregg rounding out row number 3. Reese Lomax and Luke Taylor on row 4 with Lily Jeffs and Tom Wainwright on row number 5. Gabriel Stilp and Thomas Reddy on row number 6. Harry Yule and Tiger Dixon on row 7, with Ollie Stilp and Finley Harrison on row number 8. Kian Leon Gamio on row 9, with Sam Baker for company alongside, 17th and 18th on the grid. Benjamin Rowe and Zach Hussain on row number 10, with Jack Cox and Leo Brown rounding out row 11. Henry Gregory and Luke Sintler on row number 12. Oliver Harris and Mackay Taylor on row 13. Sam Shaw and Cian Gohill rounding out row 14, with Josh Agambar and Jensen Buckingham on row 15. Lorenzo Cordell, Kai Carrington and David Marzale on row 16 and 17, rounding out our grid. Again, they make their way out onto the circuit. To all the folks joining us on the live stream, please do get your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting. And please do, if you are enjoying the stream and you think there is someone in your family, friends or anything who think, you know what, I think they like karting, give it a share. And if you're not subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel as well, make sure you click that subscribe button and click that little notification bell as well, and you get notified every time we go live. And we do go live very, very, very often, so I do highly recommend that, just in case you do miss out on anything. So, Junior X30 about to get underway. Louis Johnson Cool comes in. Come on, Sam and Josh. Karting well, come on Cian. Here we go then. Junior X30 into the tram lines, lights out, off they go, in towards turn 1. Good start through the mist of Junior X30 up the hill side by side for the race lead as they go through Longley and Cordell, and they slot into position now when several karts off and a kart on top of one another. There's about 4 or 5 karts involved, and once again it's all gone awry. It's the 60 and the 20 on top of each other at Christmas Corner, so Ollie Stilp is there. And the 20 of Kira Harris also involved. Marshall's in attendance swiftly. Both drivers swiftly out the kart. And as you can see, Kira Harris, very chipper. And is saying, yep, right, get back in the kart. Let me go. I'm ready to go racing. There we go. So good to see that the drivers are both okay. Back here at the lead, though, and a clear breakaway at the moment from Archie Heron, the number 59, who's leading the way now by 0.4 of a second, and just for good measure as well, so that's the fastest lap of that first lap as well. 49.91 here in Junior X30. Up again in towards Christmas Corner, line astern, and all is calm, all is well this time at Christmas Corner. Everyone gets through nice and clean. Now, let's just take a reflection then of what potentially happened there. So a couple of karts that went off then. Lily Jeffs, the 54, lost 17 positions at the start of that one. Tom Wainwright also losing 17 positions, the 86 now down into 28th place. Luke Taylor, and of course the two main protagonists there, Ollie Stilp and Kira Harris, the 60 and the 20. Currently around there. Doesn't look like Kira Harris had returned back around to complete another lap, so potentially a retirement there, albeit out of the kart and that kart not going any further. Like we were saying, that breakaway is increasing at the moment as there is a bit of jostling for, I think this is around 4th or 5th place. It is 4th place, so it's Cordell and Collins. Support out there for Collins as well. Shane Grimshaw joins the stream saying, come on Collins, as the 52 is off the track. That is Reese Lomax. Oh dear me, Reese Lomax, the Class of Motorsport driver, who's had a, well, he's had a pretty all right day today, I think. So, you know, to see him retire now in this one, that is a big shame. There we go. So back here at the sharper end, because that lead that Archie Heron had, well, I have to say that has disappeared quickly, because the mad croc driver himself, Gabriel Stilp, is coming for the lead, and there he goes for the lead up into Christmas Corner. There we go, Heron fights back, but can't quite get the move. Good timed move there by Gabriel Stilp. Now takes the lead, but what a lunge here from Heron. Archie Heron fighting straight back there, under braking into Ashby, but Stilp again comes back at it. So Heron there with a very ambitious lunge into the Ashby hairpin, loses out there, and is going to lose out to 3rd place here, because Cian Geraghty is going to come through as well. The 73 dives down the inside of the boot section, now takes 2nd place. Now it's crucial that these two drivers now work together to try and close that gap back up to Gabriel Stilp, because now with Stilp with that clean air, Stilp will just pull away, because he is an incredibly quick driver. and he knows he's a quick driver as well, so expect him to pull away. There he is at the front. He's already got just under a second lead now from this pack, so these drivers behind need to work together. The 77 there, Henry Gregory's got Finley Harrison for company just in front of him. Finley on that comp kart chassis, just out of shot, going through the Ashby hairpin, and the rest of the train starts to follow. So let's have a look at some big moves there. Jack Collins, the number 10's just had a bad lap on that last one. He lost 13 positions, so something went awry there. So he's going backwards at the moment, which is a bit of a shame. Back here at the front, who is that? Oh, there's the number 7. Is that Sam Shaw? It is Sam Shaw there at the side of the circuit. Mackay Taylor as well is going down, the 48. So if they had a coming together somewhere out on circuit off camera, because both of those drivers are falling down the order. There, the 49, Finley Harrison, that comp kart driver, is coming through at the moment. Currently there in 4th place. He's there. He's got the company of 3rd place right in front. That's Henry Gregory, who has unfortunately not managed to keep hold of that top group and has fallen back. Yellow flags back out into the boot section, of course, because the incident there with Sam Shaw and Mackay Taylor there. Oh, there, and big impact with the wall, the 59. Archie Heron, the man who was leading the race, at one point has been ejected from his kart at the boot section there after an almighty whack with the wall. And my goodness me, he's over the fence. He's okay, folks. But wow, me, and a nod of the head there confirming he's okay. But I have to say, that's probably shaken his tibia, fibia, bone, pelvis all the way up to his, all the way up to other bones. There we go. But my goodness me, it's good to see that he's okay, but what an impact with the wall he just had. 90 seconds left on the timer then, and still action all the way through this field. Here, the 17, or the 77, I think, Gregory, under pressure still from Harrison. Harrison closing in as fast as possibly can. Then it's Luke Sintler, Josh Agenbar, Lorenzo Cordell, and Jaden Gregg, who are just behind as well. That's the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th, who are also having a good little scrap as well. Here they are, as down the inside goes the 11 of Sam Longley on Jaden Gregg. Gets that move done, moves up into P9, as Tom Wainwright gets a contact warning as well. The 87 being watched closely, the 86, sorry, being watched closely by the stewards there. Currently sitting in 17th place, as Jensen Buckingham has just been moved back up into P13. Less than a minute to go then, and look at that. Look at the lead that Stilp has got. Over a second now has Stilp from the 2nd place battle. Stilp and Gregory, Stilping and Geraghty with that gap over a second, but the gap for 3rd place, well, it's non-existent, and it's currently on your screen as well. As you see going in towards the Ashby hairpin. Gregory and Harrison working well, and they need to just basically right now they need to become frenemies. They need to become the best of frenemies, work together to try and catch up to the back of the other two, but I just don't think they've got the waft or the time to get past. So they've got to slot into position. Timer strikes 0. Last lap board will be out this time to our race leader, Gabriel Stilp, because he's already crossed the line. He saw that timer with about 9 seconds left to go. So he's comfortable there at the front is Stilp. Geraghty still there in 2nd place from Gregory. And very similar in 3rd. It's very off-putting. There we go. I appreciate that, drivers. Switch around a bit for me. It would be very helpful. There we go. So Shane Grimshaw coming in. Nice. Collins pushing back up. It is indeed. Collins currently P14 at the moment, and then number 10 was running a little higher up, but of course it all went P-tong everywhere. So I'm not surprised drivers may have gone down in that mid-pack. Last lap board out then to our race leader. Gabriel Stilp, Cian Geraghty, Henry Gregory, Finley Harrison, Leo Brown crossing the line in 5th place. So they're starting their last lap. Josh Agenbar, Luke Sintler, Jaden Gregg, Sam Baker, Sam Longley, Lorenzo Cordell, Cian Gohill, Thomas Reddy, Jack Cox, Jack Collins, Tom Wainwright, Harry Yule, Benjamin Rao, Zakai Hussain, Luke Taylor, Kai Carrington, Dawid Marzale there. He's up into 22nd place, the number 41 as well. So he's had a good start from the back of the grid. But here, oh dear, the number 3's gone off. And that's come to a stop. That's a shame. That's Kian Gamio. But here, your race leader, Gabriel Stilp, across the line for the number 12 Croc Promotions driver, his home circuit. And a good run there for Gabriel Stilp. Geraghty crossing in second place from Henry Gregory in third. Very spread out then at the end of that race. But of course, all is pending because that was quite a busy start to that race. And you have to remember that you may think, oh, well, he won that by quite a ways. But remember, he had to get there first. And how did he get there? Did he get there cleanly? Did he? Well, he did, to be fair. It was actually a very good race. But you've got to remember, those nose cone penalties, they come in, they sneak in when you least expect it. And they've snuck into many, many, many of races for drivers as well. So we head and we relax and we reflect on our race for Junior X30. And we come in to see our nose cone watch. Is it good for Stilp? It's good for Stilp. Is it good for Geraghty? It's good for Geraghty. Is it good for Harrison? He finished fourth, but it's good. There we go. Is it good for Gregory here? It's good for Gregory. So that's your top 4 clear and dry. And also for our top 5 as well, because Leo Brown goes through. All is well. It's good for Agenbar. It's good for Sintler. It's good for Greg. There we go. Look at that well-behaved group is Junior X30. My co-commentator joins me back in the commentary. You've had a nice break there. You had a much shorter break than I did. I had quite a long break.
Oh, well, just, you know, keen.
Yeah, keen.
Keno. Back in the box.
Back in the box.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much everybody would agree with your assessment of being clean, because the start of that one was...
Well, for Junior X30, that was remarkable. It was very clean.
True, I'll give you that. But
I'm kidding.
Yeah, no, good to see. It's good to see. You know, all the drivers seem to be okay. It seemed like a nasty hit for Archie Heron as well. So good to see. But yeah, well done to Gabriel Stilp. Let's look ahead now to our next race, which is Heat 3 for X30 seniors.
Right then, so our next race of the weekend, race 23, Senior X30 for their Heat 3. Cameron Coombs and Tyler Reid round out row number 1 with Benjamin Southgate and Teddy Pritchard-Williams on row number 2. Christian Brooks and Vishal Patel round out row number 3. Caelan Burbridge on row 4 with Jamie Rogers alongside, with Jordan Brown and Isaac Lord rounding out row number 5. Alex Moody and Benjamin Watt rounding out row number 6. Alex Donington and Daniel Hackett on row 7 with Ty Stansfield and Mason Weir on row 8. Ellis Busher on row 9 with Jerome Phillip on row 9 also alongside. Thomas Massarella and Archie Forber on row 10 with Jake Yangasawa and Archie Garlick on row 11. Alex Johnstone and Scott Smith rounding out row number 12 in 23rd and 24th place. Jude Ferrenhoe and Oliver Oregon on row 13 with Oliver Henwood and Brandon Matchell rounding out row 14. Nathan Amos and Thomas Glide on row 15 with the top 30. Martin Alger and Curtis Liu on row 16, 31st and 32nd place.
Absolutely. Now,
there's a man in a hat.
There is a man in a hat. Many people out in hats because the weather's so good.
It is good.
I've even got a hat on now and I'm inside, which is silly because I didn't have one when I was outside. So I'm doing bad.
Clearly delusional.
Yes.
Delusional.
Yes. Although in my defence, it's actually getting quite sunny in the comms box at the moment.
When it gets into the evening here at Whilton Mill, it does get slightly sunny. There's the rear end of Stu Stretton. I'd never thought I would say that live on comms. There we go.
Now, we are on race, did you say race 23?
Race 23,
so
yes.
You'd be forgiven for some of you for wanting a little bit of a recap. So just a reminder as we're going into this X30 Senior Heat 3 that Heat 1 was won by Jude Fernahoe and X30 Senior Heat 2 went the way of Teddy Pritchard Williams as the confirmed winners for those ones so far. And a reminder that your championship leader in this is Lucas Ellingham with Jordan Brown and Nathan Amos in third. That is your little revision package there ahead of Heat 3 of X30 Seniors.
There's a look at the balcony then, with everyone enjoying themselves. I'm sure there's a couple of ice creams out there as well. I'm sure if you haven't got an ice cream, how dare you? The weather is beautiful. And they sell ice creams in the cafe.
They do. I've been up there. There's ice creams. There's some people who've got some beers up there, which I decided not to partake in, otherwise the commentary will go south, or more southerly from me even.
The commentary would be excellent there with that in. There we go. There we go. So the disembodied voice in my head asked me to go and get everyone an ice cream, but I've decided to say no. Because every time I do a race weekend, my co-commentator always says he finds someone on the balcony that he recognises and go, "Oh, I'd love an ice cream, please," in the commentary box. And I always say, "No, don't do that. Don't tell the poor people to come and get you an ice cream." Outside to get you an ice cream, you know, so they want to watch the racing.
I mean, to be honest with you, we're quite hidden away in the Cobbles box here at Whilton Mill. They'd have a job. The ice cream would have melted by the time they found us. But
and plus, it always comes when I'm at the finals. So it's just like the finals until you have one. There we go. Then in we go for the
start of the race. Sorry, the voice in Anthony's head is continually demanding ice cream, but it is Cameron Coombs who leads them up the hill towards Christmas Corner in that 89 kart. Will they all work their way through cleanly? I'm delighted to say it. Oh, I spoke too soon, but not quite as big a contretemps as we saw at the start of our X30 Juniors, by my reckoning. They all work their way through there. All the drivers have recovered themselves, but I'll call out who was a little bit slower on timing as they come through this first time. So they all go into, actually that's the first time I've seen everyone going for the inside line at Osius on the first lap as well. They were all just hugging the left-hand side going into that one.
It's a good line.
It's a good line. It works well. It looks like Tyler Reid, though, may have got to the front of this one as they come round to finish lap number 1. Indeed, my timing has stopped. There we go. Tyler Reid is in the lead. Christian Brooks up to second place. It looks like Jamie Rogers, Isaac Lord and Teddy Pritchard Williams, your race winner from Heat 2, may have been involved in that incident up at Christmas. Indeed, Isaac Lord is taking to the pit lane, so I'm sorry to report that's probably a race run for himself as they all work their way into Ashby.
Big shame, especially because he's on that Kart Republic chassis as well, and it's good to see the Kart Republic chassis coming back into karting in the UK as well, so good to see that one. 5.5 minutes to go then, and in through the boot section they go. And is that a premium kart leading the way?
I believe it might be. I'm just looking to see as well. We've got a bit of a timing issue there because there's definitely a number 55 in the mix at the front here, and I can't see that on timing. So bear with me.
And that would be Teddy Pritchard Williams. He says he's currently
that said he was down the bottom. Okay.
So
I think that. I don't think he had that bad of a first lap, so I think that might be a transponder error, and that would certainly make a bit more sense. So I did some faux drama there about the former race winner being at the back because I think he's in second.
Yeah.
But there we go, working that one all out. So we think it's Tyler Reid followed by Teddy Pritchard Williams and then Christian Brooks. That's certainly what's borne out by what's in front of us here on your screens now, with the 10 ahead of the 55 and the 82.
Indeed. Oh, and there's someone going for an unintentional rotation there. The 38
Matchell
is indeed. Yeah, that is a bit of a shame there as they slot back into position. Line astern up into Christmas Corner once more. Tyler Reid leading the way from Teddy Pritchard Williams, who's now actually clocked up and is currently sitting in 31st place. But I can confirm Teddy Pritchard Williams is there in second place.
He's not anymore. He's in first place now.
He is in first place. Yes, he is. So our race leader is Teddy Pritchard Williams as the field slots through the Ashby hairpin. And a nice clean running from them as diving down the inside. That looked like, to me, a 52. It could have been the 53 of Jude Ferrenhoe.
It could very much be Jude Ferrenhoe. I think it was the right colours as well for Jude. So could have been that move there. As they all work their way through the boot section to finish another tour of this wonderful Whilton Mill circuit, all the more resplendent in this sunshine. I'm not sure if that's the correct use of the word resplendent, but it works in my head. As they all work through Christmas Corner at the at the top. Tyler Reid still under close pressure. Fastest lap of the race currently with Teddy Pritchard-Williams, sorry, your race leader, who isn't showing as such on timing. Keep up at the back. And he has got the fastest lap of the race, 45.41. I think timing's just docked him a lap at the very start.
Yeah.
But yeah, pressure being applied now to Tyler Reid by Brooks and Patel as well, who's not too far back either. And indeed, is this a look here from Tyler Reid up the hill? Yes, it is on Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Going to go down the inside. Nice clean overtake. Not fought too hard at this stage in the race by Pritchard-Williams. Presumably, there's enough time to, you know, no use losing all the time defending right now. Live to fight another corner.
Yeah, that exactly. So, like I say, just absolutely line astern. Just waiting for that prime opportunity to fight back. There's 2.5 minutes left to go of this race, so he's got a bit of time to do it. Yellow flags out, though, going round Pitts Bend. Not sure what that's for, but I did see a yellow flag out there.
I can also report there's been a mechanical flag issued to Curtis Liu, so unfortunately he's having to report to the pit lanes. Look at this, Christian Brooks down the inside now, Pritchard-Williams, and in exactly the same place. Pritchard-Williams has dropped a position there, now down to third.
So, but look at the advantage that they've pulled away at the moment, haven't they? So is that Cameron Coombs there in fourth place that I can see?
Yes.
He's quite a bit further back. He's some 3 seconds further down the road, isn't he?
Yeah, they've been in a bit of a class of their own at the top 3 here, as they've all pulled away at the front.
It's definitely a yellow flag into the final corner, but I'm struggling to see what that is for. There was a hint of a yellow flag over the start-finish line there, but again, I've not seen what may have caused that.
No, I'm not seeing anyone having any drops down the order either, although I'm not sure what's happened to Jude Fernahoe on the last lap or so. No, actually that's fine. Well, not fine. If you're a Fernahoe fan, he had just lost some positions, but I don't think it's a critical drop down the order.
No.
I shall keep my eyes peeled as to exactly what's going on with that.
Oh, yeah, jolly good.
We're keeping with... Actually, we're not keeping with the lead battle. We're looking there at Daniel Hackett leading Alex Johnston and Benjamin Watts in the battle over fourth place. And then comes the massive battle. I think that was the Mason Weir-led body of traffic that you just saw there as well. So some quite long trains still in this. I'm going to say we're now down to a 29 kart field, because I think we've lost 3 of the 32 that we started with.
You are correct. Okay, quick maths on that one.
What can I say? I counted the number of pit on my timing screen.
And there were 3.
There were 3. This is the battle then between Archie Forber in that number 14. And has he just got by Vishal Patel potentially there? Yes, I think he might well have done. I'm looking out for this yellow to see if it's still in session at this final corner.
I think it's cleared now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's nothing out there to suggest why there would be anything out there. So, yeah, that looks to be clear now. Back here, though, with this battle, there's the 304. So this is 4th and 5th place, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Watts just going past Hackett there. 66 now ahead of the 44. So change for 6th place there, excuse me, once you've factored in the timing glitch for Pritchard-Williams. So they're all working themselves out there. And Ellis Borsche and Ty Stansfield involved in that battle as well, as the 44 of Hackett has a bit of a look at coming back at Benjamin Watts, but thinks better of it. We are, though, on the last lap. Tyler Reid is at the forefront of this one. There he is. And then there is the 82 of Christian Brooks. And, see, this is what happens when there's a bit of a timing issue. Brooks ahead of Pritchard-Williams. No, that is how we last saw it. So Reid, Brooks and Pritchard-Williams as they come through the mid part of this last lap.
Indeed. So let's see what they can do then. So at the moment, I'm seeing now. Is that number 10 leading the way? It is
Tyler Reid.
Yeah, because I'm trying to see where the 55 is. But yeah, you can see there. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has dropped back down to P3. So across the line, Tyler Reid does take the checker flag from Christian Brooks. Teddy Teddy Pritchard Williams crosses in 3rd place, albeit timing will say that he finishes in 29th. Cameron Coombs crosses the line, finishes in P4 from Alex Johnstone in P5, Benjamin Watts in P6, Daniel Hackett finishing P7, Ty Stansfield in 8th, Jerome Phillip in 9th, and Ellis Bashir finishing in the top 10. And there, who is that? Is that the 14? And the driver out of
Archie
the kart.
Forber.
Yeah. And it is the 14. He's had, again, another...
That's the 2nd race in a row. We've seen a...
big hit at the exit of the boot, isn't it? So, and there's a red flag.
There is a red flag being shown on post B. Post C, sorry.
Yeah, and more. So there you can see the driver out of the car, Archie Forber. You can just see him there, the white helmet, blue suit, just off to the right of shot. His helmet's just come off now. It's sat down. He's being seen to. Looking like he is okay. Nose cone watch looks like it went okay as well. And all is, well, an exciting end to that Senior X30 race for the Heat 3. So, the disembodied voice in my head is answering.
Voice is summoning you to the...
He's summoning to the thing. He's basically, what he's doing is he's saying, oh no, it's for something important. And then he'll go,
no, seriously, an ice cream.
Yeah, ice cream, please, yeah. No, seriously, it's important for an ice cream. There we go. Cool, I'll be back in a moment.
Of course. Next here, though, is the last of our heat races, actually, for today, before we look ahead to the all-important finals across all of our various classes. Next up, then, here at Whilton Mill is going to be Heat 3 in Senior Max. Let's take a look then at your grid for Heat 3 in Senior Max. Freya Belk will start this one from pole with James Webb alongside. Joshua Pickford and Sam Light are on row 2 with Archie Elliott and Lawrence Sverdlov on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Charlie Pinkney and Benjamin Ballou, which I will wait for. There we go. Rounding out the top 10 is going to be Harry East and Alex Hughes, Joshua Valance and Catherine White. Row 6, row 7 will be Tommy Thompson and Nathan Chafer. Alfie Brooks and Max Martin are on row 8. Jaden Neil Holder and Mark Sayers are on row 9. Row 10 is going to be Mikey Austin and Matt Jones. And then it's going to be Rob Ellis and Millie Hart on 11. Joshua Taylor and Liam Ferguson make up row 12. Row 13 will be Carl Dunford and Lucas Avaskavicius. Tommy Edmonds and Lewis Wild are row 4. Row 14, excuse me. Row 15 is Jack Davis and Tommy Lee Davis. Row 16 will be George Hunter and Josh Twitchen, and then Alex Jackson will round out the packed 33 kart grid in Senior Rotax. That's how they line up then for the final heat race of the day, race number 24. But make no mistake, the main action is yet to come. We've got all of the trophy finals, of course, and then obviously we have also got the all-important, amongst those finals, we have got the all-important Honda O-Plate final, which hopefully by this point, if you're looking out for the O-Plate races, you've got used to the format. It happens after a Minimax race. The same will be true in the finals. So the finals will go Honda Cadets, Miami Cadet, X30 Mini, Minimax, Honda O-Plate will then happen after Minimax, and then it'll be Junior Max, X30 Junior, X30 Senior, and this class that we're about to see now in their final heat, the Senior Max final. And I'm just checking, we're running around about, we're running at the moment about 48 minutes behind the original schedule as it was published on my sheet. So that means that if you head over to results.alphatiming.co.uk and you look at the schedule there, then I'd say at least add 40 minutes to that. I'm wondering if the organisers are going to do anything to maybe reel in, catch the time back up again. I'm not sure. But at the moment we are running a little bit behind schedule. Various little bits and pieces. I think the most significant delay was that second heat in Miami Cadets. Yeah, we're soon to be getting into the all-important trophy finals here at Whilton Mill. But before that, there's one last chance to get some championship points, but also the best possible position on the grid in that final within the Senior Max class.
Indeed. I have returned to the commentary box.
Did they want ice cream?
They did. The recent comment on the stream from Luke Austin from Alpha Live. Anthony wouldn't get me an ice cream, so I'm going on strike. Well,
does that mean
the next camera that we're going to...
I was going to say, did we just lose paddock camera?
Yeah, no, well, yeah, basically. So the next camera, not the next camera right now, so the next camera that we should see will be his, and if it's not moving...
It's tracking a little bit to the left.
Yeah, so there we go.
Right, well.
Clearly I've upset that cameraman.
Oh.
So, there we go.
All for Flake 99. He's stood. Look at him.
He is
just stood there.
He's not even got his hands on the camera.
Oh.
He is upset.
Most importantly, he's not having relinquished it. I mean, you are at least here still talking and commentating instead of getting an ice cream.
Well, yeah.
If he's not going to operate the camera,
exactly.
I'm just saying.
You can't get the staff here, quite literally. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Is it good? It's a false start.
It is. And as you see, we knew you wouldn't. He didn't go on strike during the race. He's gone back to the camera now.
There we go.
That's all. He just took a false start to get him back on.
Yeah. Well, the queue was out the door for the cafe.
To be fair, it is actually, the cafe is doing a roaring trade here, and well, it might. It's a fine cafe.
It is.
Yes.
And I don't want to be that person who goes to the queue. Sorry, I'm the commentator. I've got to get back in the commentator. Can I just get in front of you? I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be. I will queue with the rest of you, as I should. And yeah, it's. I'm not waiting outside the door.
I fear I'd get into a ridiculous form of like bartering where someone will go, well, I'm out in 2 races time, and then the whole queuing system has just been undermined.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's not worth it.
No, it's not.
It's not worth it.
So I said no to ice cream.
Fair play.
Yeah.
Freya Belk and James Webb, Joshua Pickford and Sam Light, your front 2 rows, just as a brief reminder as we go into this one. Hopefully this time around the formation will be to the likings of the officials. And it's not. To be honest, I could have unplaced. Yeah.
Very good call.
Yes.
On that one.
Yes. There's that moment in the back of your mind where you go, well, if they do call that one good, then it's not my call to make.
No.
That one was questionable from early on there. So
the stewards and the clerks are a lot cleverer than I am.
They are. But even we worked out that was probably going to be a full start.
Yeah. They just what that was basically, that was accelerating far too early, and you could just see there they couldn't stay in the tram lines. So it's just the front 2 were just like, yeah, go, and it was just So you stay slow. The drivers at the front are controlling the pack. No one can overtake you until you are past a certain part of the track. So don't worry. So back that pack up, hold the pace, wait until you're in the tram lines. There's actually an acceleration line on the circuit. I believe it's a long yellow line across the entirety of the circuit, and you'll see it when it cuts to the next shot. I think it's like on like the 6th or 7th row or something like that, or like the 5th or 4th row. On the grid, so it's quite late on, and drivers are just accelerating too early from that point. So again, just watch them into here now. Just wait, patience, don't accelerate. And you can see a hand went up straight away there. Just he's accelerating. This is a lot better.
Yeah,
and
it's called good.
So it's called good. So it's a good start then for Senior Max, and they make their way up the hill then towards Christmas Corner. Good start then from Freya Belk, who leads the way. The 18 having a good start to this one, and very eager to get that race underway, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. And at least was rewarded for the patience with a good start there as they work their way through Ashby. Delighted to say it has been a clean start as well as they go over the top of the hill. So Belk at the front of this one. James Webb, though, with a good... It looked like a fairly even start from both sides of the grid, though. James Webb not faring too badly there, although he does seem to have dropped behind. Is that Harry East? That's the 20... No, it's not, because that's the 26 that he'd gone by him. I'm going to double-check that. It was Harry East who's had a good start. So Freya Belk, James Webb, Harry East, Joshua Pickford, and Sam Light, your top 5. But look at the start that Freya Belk has had there. To get on up the road. That is an impressive gap to have after just the one lap for her there. And who are the other big movers on that? Tommy Edmonds has got up 5 positions of that first lap, so has read the situation well there. Likewise has George Hunter, actually, so good start from those two within the pack. But yeah, there is Freya Belk with a pretty healthy gap for the end of 2 laps as they go 3 wide out of the boot, which they thankfully sorted themselves all out before paddock corner. Nathan Chafer on the move in that one, up to 8th place. We saw him battling hard earlier on in his second heat, and there he is trying to put a move there on the 37 of Benjamin Bailu, and has got the job done. So I think that's Chafer up into 7th place, and also trying to make a move there. I can see the 17 of Alfie Brooks, and that has ended up with the 37 of Bailu on onto the grass and coming to a stop, I think, and I think that's because he was dragging his bumper behind him.
Yeah, so disaster for Ben Bailu there, so that kart going no further, and that is a big shame, as another kart going very slow just at the edge there. What is that?
Is that Max Martin in the 126?
I think you could be right, yes, because Max Martin has gone ways down the order. So there's one of the Kart Republic karts diving down the inside. Looks like the 28 of Joshua Valance, who gets that move done. Nicely done in towards the Christmas corner, and moving up into P9 now. Yep,
at the expense of Archie Elliott as they all work their way through. I say that Freya Belk had a dream start. The gap is only 4/10 at the moment. That's still, in some ways, quite comfortable for senior. Oh, and that's a moment. That is Freya Belk going wide there, out of the boot. And there's something about that part of the lap these last few races. There's always been some drama there. But,
well, clearly
the gap didn't seem... I mean, I said it was only 4/10, but it was still big enough that... Was that an unforced error or contact? I really don't know.
Well, judging by the hand gestures, certain hand gestures could have been involved with an unintentional coming together with another driver. I'm not sure who the other driver was, but at the moment, James Webb leading the way. Let's have a look back at then what we can see. So if we slow it right down into this section here, we're not in shot at the moment, so Freya Belk's just off shot.
Okay, maybe it was.
So now...
Okay, so James Webb was in the vicinity at least, but that didn't look too much like it was... He wasn't like alongside and, you know, forcing out wide.
No, already ahead at that point. So maybe that was Freya Belk trying to come back, and unfortunately where the car was positioned was unable to do so, and that just caused some contact. Not too sure, but couldn't really tell from that angle, couldn't really see. So, yeah, can't really say anything about that one, can we?
Yeah, a bit of an odd one. Nathan Chafer on the move, though. Got past Harry East just there in Christmas corner, so that puts him up into 3rd place now for the number 99 driver. Although, there's a kart going into the pits very slowly as well. So that looks like another kart has had an issue there. If they can indeed get all the way down the Chicken Run pit entry. They can, and it is the number 52 of Josh Twitchin. So unfortunately, I think that might be race run for his good self there. As who's this battling up the hill? That is a move on the 54 of Archie Elliott, and I think that was Tommy Edmonds making the moves there in the 23. I'm having to reset my eyesight in we've changed the light conditions over the course of today, and. Yes, now it could be interesting to see the numbers at some point, but that is definitely the number 29 of James Webb at the front of this one. And He starts his final tour of the circuit of this race now with Alex Hughes, not a million miles off the back of him. And Alex Hughes has had the pace in this race. He has got the fastest lap of the race, and indeed here he is, hounding, as there's another person off. That is Lexi Belk, former race leader, at exactly the same part of the lap. At exactly the same place. We've seen an incident. We've seen a near identical incident in the last 2 races. This is the front, though, side by side into Wilkins. That is James Webb and Alex Hughes. And Alex Hughes, I think, has had to duck out of that one. But Nathan Chafer is on the scene and would like a piece of second place. Thank you very much. But there's yellow flags that's going to neutralise the whole thing. And that should mean that James Webb is going to come round and take the last heat win of the weekend. He takes the win in Senior Max heat number 3. Alex Hughes in second, Nathan Chafer in third, followed by Alfie Brooks and Josh Vallance, Harry East, Joshua Pickford, Jaden Neil Holder, Tommy Edmonds and Sam Light to round out your top 10. But there's no particular reason why all these incidents should be happening at that part of the lap. It's just fate is a bit odd at the moment. I don't think there's,
Now, Jez Williams comments in saying Freya's bumper got stuck behind her left wheel from her perspective. Now,
okay.
I'm just trying to work out what that means.
Do you mean the front bumper got stuck under the front left wheel and what affected the ability to steer through that part?
Possibly. Yeah. Unsure.
Yeah, bit of an odd one there.
But that corner, like you say, in the last 3 races now,
yeah.
3 races in a row.
Having not seen anything down there for all day.
We've had Cummings together. So
interesting one. But that does bring to an end our heat racing. Don't worry, folks. Nose cone watch is coming any second now, I'm sure. But unless the camera... he hasn't gone to get an ice cream. So, yeah, it does look... we pick it up with no particular infringements being caught yet. A lot of thumbs up there coming in. But that does bring to a conclusion our heat racing for the day, which means that next up here at Whilton Mill will be our first of the trophy finals. All the finals run into one, so if you've seen B finals and A finals at previous rounds, we are going straight into the finals here, so they're as big as the heat races that you've seen today. And the first one up will be the finals, the trophy final for the Honda Cadets. That is not the Honda Cadet O-Plate. If you're tuning in for the Honda Cadet O-Plate, that is a little later on. But it will be the Honda Cadet final, the club final for round 7, that is, coming up next for you here at Whilton Mill. This is your Alpha Live stream of round 7 of the FastR 2021 Whilton Mill Kart Club Series of Championships. Don't go anywhere, because next up we're getting some silverware out. So there's just a brief pause here whilst we get all the grids sorted out for the finals, of course, totting up all the confirmed results from the heats. If you are interested in getting any of those confirmed results, well, not one last, I'm sure I'll say it again, but just as a reminder, head to results.alphatiming.co.uk. You don't need to be sticking www on the front of that, just results.alphatiming.co.uk, and click on Whilton Mill Kart Club, and you will get all of the confirmed results. Frankly, and not just from today, going back years, you can if you want. You can go on there and see all of the results there. You can see what the grids were. You can see what the lap times were. There's a little replay feature and everything. You can download the times and everything. It's really good service there up at Alpha Live, Alpha Timing. Excuse me. You're watching Alpha Live. But alphatiming.co.uk and click on Whilton Mill Kart Club. And don't forget live.alphatiming.co.uk and click on WMKC. There is my commentating colleague, who I don't want to be pedantic, but he hasn't. No, he was going to get the grids uploaded, not get them printed. So hopefully there's some information coming through to us here. There is a Honda Cadet final grid that I am getting now on my screen. I don't know if we're going to give a brief pause to see if we can get that for you on the graphic. There it is. That's fast. Well, good job, guys. Oliver Majowski will start this one from pole. Points totals alongside the names you'll note as well. Joshua Bigembe will be alongside Zach Starbuck and Hayden Gray row 2. Row 3 is Theo Champney and Joshua Smith. It's going to be Oliver Meek and Riley Till on row 4. Alexander Kojikov and Callum Wilson round out the top 10 with Finley Lyons and Adam Hill on row 6. Jake Schulz and Zach Champney will be on row 7, Sam Gamayo and Rio Licata on row 8. Row 9 will be Sebastiano Tutseo with Mayan Patel alongside. Tyler Davis and Ellis Pullen-Meemin will round out the top 20. Then it'll be Charlie Wolfett and Jensen Walker, Oliver Warner and Alessio Lamalfa on row 12. Row 13 will be Bobby Pete and Max Fallon. Then it'll be Sergio Wirtz and Noah McNicholas on row 14. Row 15 will be Jacob Battler and Logan Giles. And then rounding out the 32 kart grid, Albert Friend and Amin Saran will conclude our grid for your Honda Cadet Club Final. So just one final reminder, this is about deciding round 7 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Honda Cadets class. The O plate is coming later on after we've done our Minimax final. So if you're tuning in for that, well, if you're tuning in for that, you must be interested in Honda Cadet action. So yeah, stay exactly where you are.
Exactly where you are.
But,
there we go. Lots of support coming in then. Leah Starbuck joins us. Good luck to Starbuck. Good luck, Bobby Pete. Love all the Aaron Richardson family. Best luck to Zach Starbuck. Go get him, lad. Good luck, Zach. Lots of support for Zach. Good luck, Oliver Majewski from Passion Motorsport. Correction, Motorsport. He comes back with 29 seconds later.
There we go. Zach Starbuck getting support. Obviously, last time that successfully spurred him on to take a heat win. So we'll see how that goes this time for him. The thumbs up from the back of the grid. It's going to be eyes on the lights for the start of our Honda Cadet final. And we're away. Oliver Majowski in the 40 leads them off towards oblivion for the first time. Looks like a good start, though, also from Joshua Bigembe in the 52 alongside as they all stream into oblivion and the crook for the first time. How are they coming up the hill? That looks to me like Bigembe has got to the front of that one. We'll just double check. I can't quite tell with the sunlight on the number plates there, but I think I saw the 52 at the front of the field as there's a driver riding up onto the back of another there, and that almost ended in tears, but I'm happy to say they all negotiated it rather well towards the back. But that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Oliver Warner at the back there as he rode up onto the back of another cart but managed to regain control.
There we go. So good start small. Jensen Walker, this 96, looked like he stalled off the line there as well. It was quite slow just off the block. So has managed to get it going, but yeah, dropped I think a couple of positions at the start of that race, which is a bit of a shame. Rest of the field slots through, and as they come back towards the start-finish line now, here's the order: Bigembe, then it's Champney, then it's Majowski. Smith, Starbuck, Kowajikov, then it's Till, Meek, Wilson, Hill, Gray, Linz, Gamio, Champney, and there's a cart that's not going any further. That's the 33, Logan Giles, who's not come across the start-finish line and has come to a stop at the boot section there. Sun coming down and another cart coming back onto the track, and a red flag. Red flag has come out, so the race has been stopped. Not sure for what incident, because obviously we've seen drivers off left, right and centre in this race, so I can't confirm as to what driver it is that has caused the red flag. But there we can see drivers look like quite a bit of NASA panel damage on that kart just coming into shot there. So if you are just joining us now on the live stream, we have just had a red flag in the Honda Cadet final. You can see the carts coming to a stop just at the entrance of the boot section. Drivers out of the cart now. But as we say, safety is always a priority for the drivers, and the stewards and clerks and marshals here attending to the injured driver at the moment. And we will hopefully get this race underway again in just a moment. So a recap then of positions then as they last crossed the line. Joshua Bagumbe, the 52, was leading the way from Theo Champney, up 3 positions, and that number 55 from Oliver Majewski, the top 3. But while we wait then for this red flag to hear, let's have a quick word from our sponsors.
I really want to go on one of those crazy books, but I think I might be a bit too big. As you can see, the ambulance just recovering back to its position. So just to cover what's happened there, folks, because that red flag did come around in a slightly confused manner from our perspective, at least. Logan Giles, we saw off the number 33. There was just a bit of concern about him there, so the paramedics car has headed out to give him some assistance. But as we understand it, he's fundamentally okay, which is good stuff. So with the ambulance recovered, we should be able to get this race underway. For reference, if you're just tuning in via the YouTube stream, this is the trophy final for Honda Cadets in the for the what I would say the regular running, the club running of Honda Cadets. That is deciding who wins the round within the 2021 FastR WMKC Honda Cadets class, as opposed to the Honda Cadets O-Plate, which is still coming up later on, albeit I will accept that we are now at exactly the time that originally the O-Plate final would have begun. So if you're tuning in for that, then we are slightly behind schedule here in our running of today's proceedings. But as I said a few minutes ago, if you're here for the O-Plate final, you must be here because you were into some Honda Cadet racing. So you're in the right place.
Oh yeah.
You know. So, yeah, there we go. That's. Which means we're probably at this point, obviously, you know, the red flag needed, you know, safety and concern for a driver after an incident, obviously of paramount importance. Just to give everyone reference, though, that probably puts us about an hour behind on the schedule, just short of. Because it's 12 minutes past 4 now, and the cadet final was originally. The Honda Cadet final originally due to get underway at 3:12. My backup career as being the new talking clock is well in order.
What does a talking clock do?
To be honest, I haven't used the talking. I don't think I've ever used the talking clock service, but you can call it and it'll tell you the time.
All right.
Which, you know.
I mean, like, doesn't the phone that you're calling the?
It is. I'm not going to lie. I don't know I don't know how well used it is in the modern era. But traditionally, you would call.
Like traditionally, you know,
tell
like
you the time.
you know, when you had a phone, like a phone with buttons on it, like physical buttons on it,
yes.
and no screen.
No.
You couldn't see what the time was, and you didn't have a clock anywhere. That would make perfect sense.
If anyone knows if the talking clock's still going, I mean, I've no idea.
I'd be amazed if it is.
I would be quite amazed, but it's also one of those things that I could totally imagine was still going, just for like, there's one for you to, there's some homework for you. But yeah, so just to clarify, under red flag conditions here at the circuit, just while some attention was being given to Logan Giles in the number 33 kart, but they're now just working out and I think explaining to these drivers how they're going to get this one restarted. Bearing in mind these amongst our youngest drivers competing here today, 8 to 12 years of age. So to be fair, red flag procedure might be one that needs to be just shored up with them. I think my commentator is now calling the talking clock. There you go.
That cost me £1.
Okay. That's dedication.
Don't do it. It's actually just, don't do it. It costs money. So I just spent £1
if
there
you're ever
to find out that it was even wrong. It said 16:14 precisely.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, yes.
Yeah. But it's got a beep for every second as well.
Yeah.
And I think it updates every minute. So
there you go.
Yeah. So
I've never used that service, but I didn't know whether that was still going.
It's still going.
There you go.
Yeah, it's still going.
If you are caught in a spot where you don't have a phone that tells you the time, and you don't have anything to tell you what the time is, then there you go.
But you've got a mobile phone that tells the time. Some people might be out there with phones that don't have screens. There are still people out there who,
I've just heard what the
disembodied voice in my head is clearly delirious at
Yes.
some point, and he's saying random things.
I mean, we'll do many things to drive interaction, guys, but I don't think we should set up our own rival service to the talking clock. I don't want to be honest, knowing that it's still going, I don't want to tread on its toes, Oh dear me. We're sorry, we're getting some interesting stuff through from production HQ next door. Anyway.
So,
as we look to get this one underway, as I say, I think there was just some need to explain how we're going to get this one restarted to the drivers. And we shall double check as well once it gets underway. Quite how long will be left on the clock with this one?
Action though, because karts are being fired up again.
Always a good, reassuring sound. And stewards and marshals and clerks all returning to their various posts and positions to get this one underway.
Oh, right, okay, I understand. So basically what he was saying is if people post super chats, I will tell them what the time is.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but don't do that, people, because I'll give you a false time. So, there we go.
Lucas Draw says, good luck to Oliver Majeski.
Good,
That's
finally,
good.
Thank you.
That's it. Chat us and tell us who you're supporting,
Lucas.
although it's been great to see so much interaction with people already today on the stream, so thank you very much for that. And and another challenge here, isn't it, Anthony? We spoke earlier about this a little bit with the Miami Cadet race that got red flagged earlier on. There's a bit of psychology here for these young drivers to take into account, that their race came to a stop and they've now got to G themselves back up again effectively for the race restart, but also keep it clean.
So they wound up for the start of their race. They had their first lap, and now they've wound all the way back down again, and they're going to wind themselves back up again. It's very hard to do at, again, such a young age, because, again, these are the youngest drivers that we have here this weekend. They're the cadet drivers between the ages of 8 and 12 years of age.
Yep.
And, of course, when I was 8 years old, I was running around with underpants on my head.
Well, there we go. Hopefully not around a go-kart track, though.
No, they wouldn't let me.
No.
I tried.
That's probably for your own good. You know, they were being cruel to be kind.
Cruel to be kind. Cruel to be kind.
You know.
There you go.
But it does look like we're ready to get things underway again, and it is going to be... So, we've got... It looks like Majewski has resumed a pole position. Just seeing how this compares to... And it's Bigembe alongside, which is not how. So have we gone back to a full?
Well, it will probably be a full restart because they've done one lap of the race, hadn't they? So
yes.
I think it has to get past a certain percentage for them.
Because they can't count back otherwise. If they count back and get to 0, then it's a restart.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. So I think it is a full race restart. It might be have quite a bit of time taken off it, but yes, we are going to get a full race restart here. Here we go then, pointing at the lights. And Honda Cadet final is back underway, and it's a good start from the front row, absolutely side by side. Joshua Bugham there gets that lead straight away and takes the lead fairly early on as they go up the hill once more, the train forming.
And it was an aggressive angling, wasn't it, from Majewski on that grid to really be positioning himself. He's been watching a few F1 grids where the drivers position themselves ready to cover off and attack there, and it has paid dividends for him so far as they all work their way through Ashby Corner, and it looks to me like 10 minutes have been put on the clock for this.
Yes.
Work their way downhill into Oisers and heading onto the back straight. Delighted to say that this second attempt at a race start has been a clean one. They will stream through the boot and see Joshua Smith there having a look for 6th place, I think it is. Some drivers streaming wide, but otherwise a very clean first lap. And it is Majewski who's in the lead, but has Bigembe for close company here towards the top of the hill. Hayden Gray is in 3rd with Zach Starbuck in 4th, and Theo Champney rounding out your top 5.
It is indeed. So with the sun getting low here at Whilton Mill, you got to think drivers with those clear visors on may be starting to struggle. A lot of the field with the iridium visors on. Again, that's Henry Bidet's favourite word, that is, and I like saying it as well, so it's becoming my favourite word. But as they go through, again, just line astern, absolutely comfortable there are all of these drivers going through. A bit of a breakaway at the front, though. Majewski and Bigembe now leading the way by about 0.5 of a second, so about half a second that they've got from Hayden Gray. Zach Starbuck still there in 4th place at the moment, but Theo Champney, fastest lap of the race, 54.00. So fastest lap out there.
Oh, there's a moment here up at Christmas Corner for a couple of the karts. I'm just trying to spot with this light who that's involved. That looks like the 44 of Riley Till is involved, and I think that was that Koejikov trying to have a look. There was someone going all in on this overtake. Look at this, right down the inside, and that's the 88 doing that, and he went so far in that there's the clash.
There we go.
And so yeah, sorry, it was the
bit of a passenger
it was
there.
Zach Starbuck involved as well, wasn't it? We'll confirm this time as they come around on timing, but I'm expecting to see... no, Zach Starbuck is fine. It is Hayden Gray and Riley Till involved in that. Apologies to Starbuck fans there, but Hayden Gray and Riley Till, and that was just yeah, they went so committed on that overtake that they ended up compromising themselves. Another driver goes, all right, I'll have some of that. And then suddenly there's 3 of them all going for the apex of Boxing Day.
Yeah, unfortunately, the unsuspecting victim did come in there, wasn't it? So that was a disaster there.
That shot that we were just on, as you're heading into Ashby, that's where the sun is right in your eyes at this point in the day.
Yeah, into the braking zone of that, into the braking zone of the boot as well. So the entrance into the boot and the entrance into Ashby, you've got direct sunlight into your eyes, and it's hard work. It is, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and as we were saying, the best part of an hour behind schedule. So this is significantly later than these drivers would have planned to race. So if they maybe did have a clear visor, it's probably not too comfortable right now. There's a bit of a moment there for Adam Hill going over the cattle grid curbing on the exit of paddock. Here it is back with our leaders though. Oliver Majowski leading ahead of Joshua Bigembe, who so far is allowing them to work this gap out at the front. Good. We talk about how these are some of our youngest drivers, but mature driving so far from these top 2, not tripping over each other and allowing themselves to pull out a gap, whilst everybody from Zach Starbuck down behind them does battle.
Like you say, we say it a lot. We see more mature racing in Honda Cadet than we do in some senior races.
Oh well, I'm not saying anything right now, but yeah, I know where you're going from.
Yeah.
Move here from Mayan Patel there in the second part of the boot. I think that's going through on Kojikov. We'll see that confirmed as they come through this time. No, it was not. It was yes, it was. Sorry, on Kojikov, because Joshua Smith followed through as well. So it's Patel from Smith from Kojikov, your 5th, 6th, and 7th place. Meanwhile, ahead of them, this is Theo Champney having a look at Zach Starbuck, and he's got that move done. Under braking into Christmas corner. Nice clean move there from Champney to take himself up into 3rd place.
Indeed, Hayden Gray then, the number 16, with a contact warning. Currently in 21st place is Hayden, so got to keep an eye there. Less than 5 minutes to go then, and the battle for 3rd, which is what we're watching here. Of course, 3rd all the way back to, oh, God blimey, about 10th place that we've got here, isn't it?
Back down to Daventry, I think.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it, yeah.
And that, I think Patel may have got past Starbuck as well in this lap. We're just going to look how it is. It's Champney in 3rd. It is Patel ahead of Starbuck. Yes, indeed. So Champney in 3rd now, with Man Patel in 4th and Zach Starbuck in 5th. Here they are coming up the hill once again. As you say, a train of a good 7 or 8 karts here in amongst this battle, and quite a few who would fancy getting involved as well, should they keep on battling. But what this is doing, I think this is making it a straight fight between Majowski and Bigembe for the winner's spot here out front. And what it does mean as well is it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because does Bigembe go, right, got enough gap now's the time to spring the trap, or there's still a fair amount to go in this final, just under 4 minutes left on the clock, so a long way to go yet. You don't want to strike too early, because then there's the opportunity for a counter-attack.
Yeah, no, the best time to do it, I think, is going across the line with the last lap board coming out. So if you do it into the boot on that last lap, then it kind of shocks them, and then it's like, oh no, what do? You don't want to do it on the last lap because that's too late. You want to give yourself an opportunity where you can at least have 2 attempts at it, but you don't want to be doing 2, 3, 4 attempts at it. So yeah, definitely I'd be waiting to the penultimate lap, knowing that last lap board will be out this time. But like I say, right now those front 2, they are just frenemies at the moment. They're pulling away. They know they don't need to battle. They're comfortably pulling away at what they're doing, and then the last couple of laps, yeah, that's when the elastic band that were stretching all the way throughout this race will then suddenly patwang, and it will all kick off.
Yeah, absolutely. Joshua Smith, I think, had a look at Zach Starbuck there into the boot, but couldn't make anything of it. We'll say this, though. Bigembe has got the pace when it comes to it. He's currently got the fastest lap of the race of 53.21, although that is a relative statement. He is faster by our race leader by a whopping 2/100ths of a second. So it is fairly even Stevens between those two at the front, but it's going to be a thrilling one when things get a bit spicier towards the end. This, though, the battle for 3rd place. In fact, you just saw them flashing through the shot, our top 2 there. But here's the battle for 3rd place, and there is Mayan Patel going for a move into Ozias on Champney. And I think he he didn't make it stick, and he's left himself exposed potentially to attack from behind here from Zach Starbuck. But I think, in spite of all that, it was what you were saying earlier about this being, high-speed chess in our Honda Cadets, because it stays as you were in spite of all the various attempts and efforts there to change it.
Yeah, exactly that. It's it's very technical. There's lots to think about, and like I say, these drivers there with hand signals there, just saying think, don't go for a lunge, just work together. Let's try and catch the drivers in front. Just there's a lot going on in this technically, and there you see the drivers just diving into each other, into Ashby once more.
Callum Wilson and Finlay Lyons on the move, though. I think they just got past Oliver Meek there up at Christmas Corner, so a bit of a change towards the back of this train that we're looking at. Shout out as well to the sort of next train down the road, which is currently led by Max Fallon in 13th place. He's leading a bit of a battle with himself and Tyler Davis and Jake Schulz as well. So battles up and down the field.
Yeah, there's another battle as well from 17th down as well. Charlie Wolfett, Sergio Wers.
Sorry, there is the battle with Max Fallon and Tyler Davis, which Davis having a bit of a look there to try and get through. And then there's another train of karts, which we cut away from, rightly so, because this one's getting quite tasty up at the top of the hill. But just for reference, it's Sebastiano Tutzea and Rio Licata leading that pack of karts, that next one down the road. But we are looking at the battle over third. They will work their way through Wilkins.
Again, good stuff from these Honda Cadets. Just, racing so close to each other in these sorts of situations is not easy to do, because you've got to think your braking zone changes. It goes a little further back as the concertina effect goes up, and there has been a change for the lead there on your screen. So that now is Joshua Bagembe now leading the way from Oliver Majowski, and that is nearly around the time I was expecting it to happen.
Yeah, he's given Majowski a good 2 laps to see if there's a response here. So there is the opportunity for Majowski, but it's a decent time for Bagembe to have pounced. He's not going defensive into Ashby, though, and Oliver's going to go for it, and he's going to get that job done. So there we go, and he's going to go side by side into Wilkins, though, and back through for Bagembe. Good little battle this. Will Majowski come back into Ozias? Yes, he will. Down the inside, it's changing every corner all of a sudden. The gloves have certainly come off in this one, and it's good drive off of the corner onto the back straight for Majowski as well, such that I think he's going to deter a move into the boot at least. But this one could certainly run throughout all of the last lap between these two. And don't forget the whopping great battle for third place behind them as well. On to the last lap then comes Oliver Majowski, as Bagembe's right in tow, and there is everybody else in Northamptonshire, I think. Ryan Patel currently leading that one onto this lap, up to the top of the circuit here at Christmas Corner, and there's nothing for Bagembe there as they head through Inkermans down towards Ashby.
Yep, so close running from these ones. Like you say, Majowski may have done that one a little bit too early. Bagembe, sorry, did that a bit too early, because like you say, he's already lost it, and now Majowski knows where he did those moves. He knows where he wants to fight it there. There is a bit of contact between the two of them. Smoke off the wheels, and now they slot back into position. A bit of hand gestures there, but they slot back into position. There's not many more places that Bagembe can get this job done. So it looks like Oliver Majowski, pending, of course, any post-race scrutineering issues across the line, will see the checkered flag for the Honda Cadet final. So Oliver Majowski takes the checkered flag, and this is a replay of what happened.
Yeah, no, I could see that Bagembe went for the wide. So on the previous corner, Majowski had gone defensive into Wilkins, and I could see that Bagembe was trying to get that switch back. But Oliver's going to obviously cut across the inside to try and cover off Ozias, and just at that point, that's where they've converged. Fortunately, well, I say fortunately, contact's never good, but it was wheel-on-wheel contact that sort of, bumpers didn't go flying, or there wasn't riding up onto the rear of another car. It was just a bit of a rubbing of the rubber of the tyres there. Oliver Meek, though, coming through into third in amongst that lead battle. That is a big change, because Mayan Patel started that lap in third, that last lap. So Oliver Meek in third to round out the podium. Joshua Smith in fourth. Then it was Starbuck, Callum Wilson, Zach Shampney, Alexander Kojakov, Sam Gamayo, Max Fallon rounds out your top 10. Mayan Patel finishing in 13th in the end. So dramas aplenty on that last lap. Now this one could be interesting. There was contact, but it's called good for both karts on the old nose cone watch. And then here is Oliver Meek coming through as well. And And it's looking good. So there we go. I think provisionally, at least, we can say congratulations there to Oliver Majewski. I can understand the frustration that Bugembi clearly had there.
Yeah.
You know, young driver, but it was just the, you know, for my part, that was almost a racing incident. He was looking for the switchback. Majewski thought that didn't realise perhaps the overspeed that Bugembi had on him. But good little fight there to end our Honda Cadets club running for the day. But don't forget the all-important O-plate final, still to come. Coming up next for you though here at Whilton Mill is the trophy final in Miami Cadet.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The first final of the day, the Honda Cadet final, has just finished. The next final, the Miami Cadet final, is about to make its way onto the circuit in just a moment. Again, for any viewers on the stream or here at the circuit, get on the stream and post your comments of who you are supporting, and we will give them a shout-out. Gillian Bennett joins us on the live chat saying, good luck to Aaron Richardson. Love all of your family. So, Aaron Richardson, you've got your fans watching, friends and family at home.
Won the second heat in that class earlier today, so definitely a one to watch in this final. You'll have to bear with us in comms. We don't currently have the grid, but the drivers clearly have one because they're lined up on the dummy grid ready to go. And if we're being honest, that is the more important one. You know, imagine if only we knew.
Yeah,
pandemonium would be ensuing.
Oh yeah, it would be crazy. Donna Kelly now joins us. Good luck to Braith Murdoch. Go smash it. Well, yeah. Not physically, not literally, yeah.
No.
But,
we knew, yeah.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah. But that, just having a look. So, unsurprisingly, it looks to me like our pole sitter is the 42 of Jacob Ashcroft. Unsurprised by that. Won heats 1 and 3 in this class. As engine notes are rising, they're going out on circuit.
Tonya Cat joins in. Let's go JK. I am assuming Joseph Katsantonis there. Good to see you back. Good luck to Levi. 68, Miami Cadet from Gillian Hall. So again, lots of support coming out on the live stream for the Miami Cadet. Donna Kenny coming back saying he can handle it.
Yeah, no problem.
He's got it. Good. Glad we clarified. Mano Shrimp there coming in with nice weather for it. It is lovely weather.
It's ridiculous. Honestly, I have got all the wrong items of clothing in my car today.
You know, for late September, coming into October, you know, it is fantastic weather.
Right, it does look like your front row of the grid is Jacob Ashcroft and Archie Lovat in the 88. And I'm just doing a little bit of kart spotting. It looks like it might be Finley Hines on the second row, but we are good for a start. We will have to call it as they come through. The grid doesn't matter. It's how this one finishes that matters as they head up the hill for the first time in this one. So it is Jacob Ashcroft in the 42 that leads them up the hill. These 34 runners that we've got in this Miami Cadet final through Christmas Corner. I'm delighted to say it's by and large clean, but we do have one spinner towards the back, which is the number 82 of Henry Clark, as he's now down to the back, unfortunately. But here is your early lead battle, which is Jacob Ashcroft and Archie Lovett. or sorry, I think Finley Hines may have got himself up into second place. Yes, he has. Now coming under pressure from the 14 of Braith Murdoch there, but he ducks out of doing that move lest the door gets closed on him. It looks like Zach Green is in fourth place to me as well, as they all stream through to finish this first lap of the race.
There we go then. So it's Ashcroft that leads from Hinds, Murdoch, Green, Zach Green that is from Lovett, Katsantonis, Richardson, Rao, Phillips, McDermott, Weldon, the top 11. Jones, Chalk, Kira in 14th place with Yela Sayer, the top novice driver out there. P15 currently gaining 5 places in that one, the number 49 plate. Max Mason up 9 places on that lap. So a great lap there from Max Mason, the 71 plate, up into 16th.
I think that was Zach Green making a move into Osiers there on I think it was on Braith Murdoch, but we'll have to confirm that one. And there is the 12 of Katsantonis going for a move on Archie Lovett, which he has been able to convert, and yes, it is Zach Green ahead of Braith Murdoch. So that's Green up to 3rd and Katsantonis up to 5th there on that lap, as is now confirmed on timing. We've got further moves going on down, and Will Green is on the move as well, just up 2 positions to 16th place. So plenty of battles going on as well, you might expect for a train of karts such as this. That is Archie Lovett getting overtaken by Kanishk Rao now. He's had a good few scraps out there today, has Rao. Been impressed with his pace and racecraft. But in fact, by and large across the whole class I've been impressed by that. But yeah, good little move by Kanishk Rao there. Still Jacob Ashcroft, though, at the head of this one, as that's the 22 of Kanishk Rao. I think having another look at a move there into Osiers, maybe on Archie Lovett. So we'll have to see how that works itself out. And we will have to wait, because it's not worked itself out there. I can see Braith Murdoch battling away with them through the boot as they come around to finish lap number 3. That is Jacob Ashcroft still in the lead, then it's Hines and Green. So your top 3 unchanged, but it's now Katsantonis in 4th, Kanishk Rao up 2 into 5th, and Jesse Phillips in 6th. Haven't mentioned him yet, but working his way up through the top 10.
There we go then, 7 minutes to go then of this race. The Miami Cadet final, and this being race 26 of the weekend, or the day I should say. It's been a very long day, hasn't it? We've been racing since, well, they've been in the karts and on the track since 9 o'clock this morning, haven't they? So it's been a very busy day for all of these drivers, and to see them now in the finals after all of their hard work in the heats, it's good to see them finally getting to, you know, this is where it matters. This is where the trophy comes into play. This is where the double points come into play, really, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. The bigger points on offer in this one by quite a way. The 60 points on offer for the win in this one. I'm just looking to see. Oh, that's the 24 of Jensen Jones at the side of the road. So an issue for him, I'm sorry to report. This, though, that is the 26th, though, of Jesse Phillips, looking very racy, and I think putting a move in against Kanishk Rao through Ashby. Yes, it was a very tremendous overspeed out of Inkermans and down the hill towards Ashby there for Jesse, and was able to get the move done, and is now up into 5th place.
Yep, so Jesse having a good run there. Now, with that timer slowly running down, changes all the way through the field. Everyone going through a bit of a, like you said earlier, Noah's Ark forming, 2 by 2 by 2 they form here in Miami Cadet. And here on your screen, the 53 of Zach Green and Finley Hinds. That is the battle for 2nd place. But you would have thought at this point that those two are working together to try and close up to Jacob Ashcroft. Now that gap has started to come down, albeit only by a small margin. The gap was just under a second. It's now 0.8 of a second, or 8.9 tenths of a second now between Zach Green and Jacob Ashcroft for the race lead. So they are closing in. Those 8 wheels are working better. But it looks to me there that Zach Green, the 53, is starting to pull away from Finley Hinds at the moment. They're just behind them, the 26 of Jesse Phillips and Kanishk Rao as well, also working together across the line that time. Zach Green was slightly faster again. He took another 0.06 of a second out of Ashcroft. So again, albeit they're only small increments, he's nibbling away at that lead. But he is doing that, and at the moment it's now just over 0.8 of a second is the gap now between those two. So as they go through, again, line astern, another little move down the inside there. The 71 of Max Mason getting past Ethan Weldon there, the 98 for the 10th place spot. 4 minutes left on the timer as they go through once more. And again, you just see everywhere, they're in the lull. And we see this in every championship, that it's the driver's lull. They'll battle at the start, then they'll wait. They'll just bide their time. They'll wait. They'll wait for an opportunity to go for a move. And with Kanish Grau just setting there, the fastest lap of the race, the number 22, expect potentially a move back on Jesse Phillips for 4th place. You can see him there on screen just whizzing past now, but no move up into Christmas Corner. So despite the fact that Kanish Grau had the waft, had the momentum, didn't go for the move. Side by side a little further back as well. That's everyone getting through.
I will say this, if Ashcroft did take this win, it would be, by my understanding, his first ever win of a trophy final in this IAMI Cadet class in the WMKC.
You're probably right.
Finished 5th back in round 1. Did compete last year as well, but didn't take any finals victories then, as far as I'm aware. Zach Green, though, has already had 2 finals victories this year. So he's got some experience of fighting for these trophy wins. Oh, someone's going well off to driver's left there, heading towards it's the 61 of Isabel Banks, who's gone off there. It was off camera, but did rather well to collect that together on the grass, actually. Oh, that looked much more sort of spearing off towards the embankment there, but
gets back on track.
Yeah.
You can just see in the background, slots back in and continues the race. So there we go, interesting one there. Now, look at that. That's definitely closed down now, isn't it? Oh, God. Take a moment, folks. That was Jensen Jones, the 24, just getting a blue flag and getting told to get out of the way.
Delighted to say he's back underway again after we saw him talking to one of the officials earlier on. So
yes.
Good to see him circulating again. But yes, on this occasion, traffic, and that was quite a close encounter with Zach Green there, heading into the boot. Make no doubt about that. But yes, this closing up at the front, isn't it?
Yes, definitely so. Now, Zach Green is closing up at quite a ways. Now, what are we going to see here? Now, are we going to see Ashcroft defend early? Because if he does do that, that's going to bring Jesse Phillips, that's going to bring Kanish Rao, that's going to bring Finley Hinds into this, and then we're going to have a big old brouhaha with quite a few of them, aren't we? So now, look at this. Zach Green is all over the rear bumper now of Ashcroft. I'm sure Jacob Ashcroft's dad is at the sidelines now, biting his fingernails to go, oh, no, come on, Jacob, you can do this, you can do this. You know, it is a tough old sport, and it takes a lot of strategic elements to, to get to the end of one of these races, and these drivers are incredibly talented at doing that. Zach Green there, personal and fastest lap of the race, and down the inside, there's the lunge for the lead. Ashcroft didn't defend it at all, which is good from Ashcroft because they've not lost any time. He's still got a nice buffer to the rest of the guys behind. I
mean, Ashcroft gave the gesticulation there, to my mind, of let's continue to work together to pull out a gap. But Zach Green decided he didn't want to play ball. He had just set the fastest lap of the race, by the way. Zach Green's pace at the moment, I think Green feels that he can pull out a gap here, that he doesn't need, effectively, that he doesn't need to work together. But you're right, it keeps Ashcroft in the fight. And if Ashcroft can stay with Zach Green, then that's going to serve him well. They have not lost out major time. And you were talking in previous races about the optimum time to strike. Zach Green has gone for that early, such that there is the opportunity for Ashcroft to fight back if he can keep with him. So this one's not necessarily done yet in amongst that. We should say as well, the battle, in fact, here it is, nose to tail. Absolutely. So they'll have this lap plus one other. Jesse Phillips leading still quite a battle over third place with Kanish Grau. Finley Hinds and Archie Lovett in amongst all that. There it is. So plenty of positions to yet be exchanged. But here is that lead battle. And Zach Green. I mean, Zach Green did have the pace, but that's when he had the slipstream. And now he is the one punching the hole in the air for the two of them. So as they come round for this final lap of this IAMI Cadets Trophy final, this is by no means a foregone conclusion whatsoever here. Zach Green leads them on to the final lap Jacob Ashcroft is going to be in his wheel tracks as they come up the hill. Surely Zach Green will go defensive to the inside, but that in and of itself can give the opportunity, because that's going to allow Ashcroft to duck to the outside and try and get the switchback through the top of the hill. He tries to get the switchback through Boxingdale, and he's going to try and have the overspeed into Ashby. You can see Zach Green checking this way and that. Which way does he need to cover? But at the moment, he's positioning his kart well to deter any move behind them. I get the impression that all manner of attempts are being made on third place, and this is going to be an impressive drive off the corner that Ashcroft is going to get onto the back straight. Is he going to be able to set up a move into the boot? Can he even sell a dummy into the boot for the last time? But Zach Green is going to cover the back, the inside well for the second part of the boot, and he's going to round the corner to take the win in Miami Cadets for round number 7. It's a brilliant battle, though, with himself and Jacob Ashcroft. I think Jacob Ashcroft can go away from here with his head held high. Kanish Grau finishes third in the end, manages to take third place ahead of Finley Hines, Joseph Katzentonis in 5th, Archie Lovett in 6th. Jesse Phillips drops down at the last there to 7th, Braith Murdoch in 8th, 9th for Max Mason, and Will Green rounding out the top 10. But brilliant strategic play there from both of the top two, but good positioning there from Zach Green on that last lap. No doubt about it.
Oh no, definitely not. He positioned that car exactly where he needed it at exactly the right time, and in the right places of the circuit as well. So an excellent drive there from both of these drivers. Of course, Zach Green and Jacob Ashcroft right to the flag there. Nail-biting stuff for these two drivers, and I'm sure a bright future ahead for both of these young drivers as well. In towards the pit lane, and nose cone watch begins. It's good for Zach Green. It's good for Jacob Ashcroft. And it's good for Kanish Grau. So the top 3 there through the nose cone part of the scrutineering phase. The rest of it yet to come. And the rest of the field will now come through, and of course they will see there whether or not they got away without a nose cone issue as well. But from what I saw there, you know, an absolutely fantastic race, clean as a whistle. Couldn't have asked for anything better for a final.
Yeah, very impressive stuff from these young drivers, got to say. And I'm delighted to say, update, you were wondering on when we whether we had the grids in the comms box. Delighted to say I've now got the grid for the race that we just watched. So coming up next, and of concern to me that I don't have a grid for it, coming up next is your trophy final in X30 Mini.
Well, there's a look then at Christmas, not Christmas corner. That is Pitts Bend. There we go. Yeah. It's been a long old day, hasn't it? And look at that lovely, beautiful.
It's brilliant.
I want to say autumn sky, but it's not autumn. Look, the trees are still green, but it's nearly October. What's going on?
I mean, we've only just crept into autumn, haven't we? Meteorologically speaking. So, yeah, good stuff there. Give us a good wave. Give us a wave to the camera, folks. Yeah, as we're getting ready there we go.
Yeah, we can see you there sitting on the barriers. There we go. Give us a wave.
That's
perfect.
good.
There we go.
That is best wave of the day. So,
it's the only wave of the day.
Don't. As they're getting ready down in the paddock, I'm just going to see if no, we don't. So let's. At the start, I've been going, let's take you through the grid then. Let's not take you through the grid right now, because we've not got it, but the important thing as ever is that the drivers know it, and we will, if we don't get it in time, we will obviously call them round at the end of the first lap anyway.
Of course.
In this in this X30 Minis final. Just to recap what's happened thus far, Riley Bishop took the win in Heat 1 of this one, and then it was Cameron Pratt-Thompson taking the win in Heat 2, followed by Lewis Bird in Heat 3. So always good to see when you've got a variety of Heat winners. Does tend to indicate that we're in for a treat, a close run thing in the final. Can sometimes be a predictor of that. So that's nice to see.
It is indeed, and for the folks at home as well, now is the prime opportunity to get your support comments in, because with the engines off and them in the pit lane with the PA on, they can hear us. So if you are supporting a driver around this, get your comments in and we can shout it out and the drivers will hear it. There we go. But as soon as the engines fire up and they leave out of track, there's no point. But still do get your comments in and let us know who you're supporting.
Nailed it. Nailed it. So yeah. It's a 20 kart grid in this one. I'm still just, I mean, the fact that that's the smallest grid of the day, I'm just, it really has been a fantastic weekend, well supported, and I mean, we were just talking about the weather. I'm quite glad that it's come out to sort of reward the support that we've had. And there we go. Lucas Racing saying, go on, Croc promotion. All the Croc representatives out there. Go Ashton as well, which will be coming in for Ashton Wiggins in the number 57. And Beverly Pratt-Thompson rooting for Cameron. And that support, of course, proved successful earlier today with a heat win coming for him.
Now, Geo3 comes in and says flip-flops are better than Crocs. Now, I'll question that, because flip-flops in Australia are called what, ladies and gentlemen? What?
In Australia?
Yeah.
They're called thongs, aren't they?
They are indeed called thongs. There we go. So walking around with something like that on your feet would be questionable in the UK. So there we go. Crocs are better than flip-flops.
Definitely ticking one off on the list of words I thought I wouldn't be saying
on
live today.
You said it, not me. There we go.
But yeah, I don't know. That's another. That's like schedule versus schedule has just been reignited in the chat with flip-flops versus Crocs.
There you go. Crocs are more supportive. They have a sport mode. You put the like the brace thing, flip it over, and then it goes over your heel. There you go.
I tried to think of what to say then. And I don't know if it's because I do my day job is engineering. I just thought the cross member.
The cross
sounds a bit technical for what is effectively a sandal.
The support beam.
Yes.
Comes across.
Anyway, it looks like it is Finn Leslie who's in the pole position on this grid, with Eden Spanswick alongside.
Cameron Pratt-Thompson there in the second row as well.
Yep, indeed. And we are good for the go here. And it's called good. So away we go into our X30 Mini final, into Oblivion and through the crook. And it looks to me like it's been a good start there for Finn Leslie as they run up the hill for the first time and into Christmas Corner. Maybe a slightly smaller field than some that we've seen today, but they've all got to navigate themselves through cleanly, and I'm happy to say so far that that's exactly what they've done, although someone playing the Joker lap maybe towards the back. I think that might have been Ryan Gill in the 34, but we'll look to confirm that on time as they come round. But it is, I think Spanswick has got through on Leslie, though, in the mid part of the lap as they come onto the back straight.
There we go.
But coming back again, immediately for Finn Leslie there on Eden Spanswick. Spanswick will try and get the undercut and will tuck under. That was a beautifully executed counter-attack there from Eden Spanswick as they come round to finish lap one then. It will be Spanswick ahead of Finn Leslie, already having had a fun exchange on that first lap, and that's going to be interesting if that runs and runs for this one. Lewis Bird, Morgan Hill and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, your top five, and it was Ryan Gill who was having to cut across at Inkerman's slightly and resumed on the circuit, having done so.
There we go. Henry Gregory has support. Auntie Katie is watching, so support there for Henry Gregory. Hi, Auntie Katie. I get on well with aunties. There we go. you're questioning that one.
No, I'm taking that. Move for second place there of Lewis Bird down the inside of Finn Leslie. Contact on the rear of Finn Leslie from Morgan Hill, who mainly was going for that because he either had to attack or be attacked, to be honest, in that one. He had very close attentions there from the likes of Jack Mowat and Lucas Field behind. So all changed there in many ways. Spanswick, Bird, now Morgan Hill up into third. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Finn Leslie now your top five. So a few changes going on there. Morgan Hill has been battling a lot today, I've noticed. I mean, they all have, of course. It's been a very close run thing in this class. But it seems to have been involved in so many battles as Cameron Pratt-Thompson goes down the inside of him at Osiers. And I think has made that stick. Yeah, so the 33 now ahead of the 22 as they head into the boot. Change for third place, and it is to Pratt-Thompson's advantage there.
It is indeed. So a good start then from Mini X30. Of course, one of the IAMI classes here, and down through across turn number one. Good starts all the way throughout. As they say, the lead pack not breaking away at the moment, is it? So it's all line astern, all the way back to around 8th or 9th place. And this is your top three at the moment. Spanswick, Bird and Pratt-Thompson at the moment. And they are starting to slightly break away. And when I say slightly, I mean ever so slightly. 0.3 of a second, not even a cart's length, half a cart's length that they've got. But it is still a gap. Looking over the shoulder, once again, Pratt-Thompson, just to see what the action is behind, see who it is. And at the moment it is the 22 of Morgan Hill at the moment as they go through, and again just line astern there rounding out the back of the pack. Riley Bishop, the 32, your champion from Honda Cadet last year, you know, here in the Mini X30 pack there, and Pratt-Thompson for second place gets that move done, moves up the order. Riley Bishop currently leading this championship as well. So he's had a good year so far, and he is with this top pack, and watching them scrap away. You'll probably see during this race that because they're so close, you'll see like an overtake here, an overtake there, but you won't see a main big battle. You'll still see overtakes in this, though, during this entire distance. It's only when you'll start to see gaps starting to form, that's when you'll start to see drivers start to work together and close in. But as they are right now, expect little micro lunges here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. There is that, you know, the tactics of working together to try and bridge a gap. But if you're unsuccessful, everyone sort of shrugs and goes, all right, let's battle then. And sure enough, it's almost a 2x2 formation there. And there to the lead goes Pratt-Thompson with a textbook move on Spanswick. And behind them, Morgan Hill does a near identical move on Lewis Bird to take himself up to third. So it is now Pratt-Thompson, Spanswick, Hill and Bird, your top four. And that was a tidy little move there by Pratt-Thompson. Had the good run up the hill. And
I think Bird lost a couple more positions as well, though. I think
he might have done,
because I think Finn Leslie, the 60, came through as well.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, Lewis Bird has dropped down to, looks like 5th place now. Yep. And has got the very close company of Jack Mowat just behind as well. Across the line, Pratt-Thompson now with the fastest lap of the race, 47.4 compared to the 47.9 that the rest of the field backwards was doing. He's got the pace and he's starting to pull away.
And now this is the change where if Pratt-Thompson has enough speed to pull away, then you might start to basically calm down the battles behind as everyone goes, oh, right, they're pulling away. Quick, work together again. So such is the tactical play that has to be employed in sprint go-kart racing. Lucas Field with Riley Bishop and Ashton Wiggins in a nice little battle over 7th, 8th and 9th as well. Now those three I would expect to work together because they want to try and get onto the back of this pack. You can just see the gap there between the 23 of Mowat and the 77 of Lucas Field. And if anything, they want to work together. And then there is the 72 of Jacko and Drawbridge and Charlie Mills in a good little battle over 10th that we just saw going through shot. But this is back with our leaders over the top of the hill.
Lewis Bird did just set the fastest lap of the race just then across the line. So expect, despite the fact that he has gone back down the order a little bit, expect a brief fight back very promptly from Lewis Bird. You can just see there in the background of shot coming through. Rest of the field, though, the entirety of the grid separated by 19 seconds at the moment, but the top 12 separated by less than 10 seconds. So they're incredibly close out there.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff. I mean, do not be fooled for a moment by the idea that, it's the smallest grid of the day and thus can't provide the entertainment. Absolutely not. This is fantastic stuff that we've had throughout the day from these X30 Minis, and I think they're giving us a treat now. It does feel like it's just cooled slightly. It's no longer the bright gleaming sunshine. It's just cooled a little bit here, I think, at the circuit. We're way off from, obviously, way off from sunset times. I'm not saying that, but it's just greyed over slightly, which might be very much to the driver's liking for it to get a bit cooler, as there's a look there from Morgan Hill on Eden Spanswick, and goes for it, and he made it stick for all of a couple of seconds before he was out wide as a result of the attempt, and it's actually allowed Finn Leslie to get through up into third place. Meanwhile, behind, Riley Bishop has overtaken Lucas Field in that battle over 7th place, so Riley will now try and lead the charge to get them onto the back of this main pack that we're looking at, with Jack Mowat currently at the back of that. But being told that sunset is at 6:50 actually, so it does come in quickly at this time of year. That is earlier than I actually thought. So
the disembodied voice in our head is also Wikipedia.
It is. Yeah.
It's a Google extension.
It is.
Disembodied voice in my head.
It is. So yeah, that should our latter races will be dealing with some sunset conditions by that timing. So definitely.
Well, that's still another
aspect.
2 hours from now.
It is. Oh, it is a way away, but we've still got a good few more to go. We've got 6 more races after this one, as there's a kart being recovered off to driver's left there, which I have to assume is the kart of Charlie
Mills.
Charlie Mills. Okay.
Yeah, the 37 losing 7 positions on that last lap and not crossing the line again. So that is a bit of a shame there for the 37 of Charlie Mills, out of this final at the end of such a busy day. Just over a minute to go then, and with the drivers just coming across the start-finish line, it's still Pratt Thompson who is leading by just under half a second from Eden Spanswick, Finn Leslie, Lewis Bird, Morgan Hill, Jack Mowat, from Riley Bishop, Lucas Field, Ashton Wiggins and Jack Owen Drawbridge rounding up the top 10 at the moment. And as they go through there, you can see hand gestures at the side of the track. Drivers line astern, and again not going for moves at the moment, because as you can see, Pratt Thompson has got that small buffer, very small buffer at the moment as they go through.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel that on this particular lap, this to me feels like one last attempt from them all from second place back to work together to try and get onto the back of Pratt Thompson, but I tell a lie, because Lewis Bird there had a look at Finn Leslie into the boot section. It didn't pay off, but it also didn't hamper him either. Morgan Hill did not see an opportunity to make a move. Personal bests from our top 2 as they come on to lap number 13. And I do just feel like so far Pratt Thompson's able to keep them at arm's length, but there is a move from Lewis Bird, this time more successful on Finn Leslie to take himself up into that 3rd position. And does this allow Eden Spanswick to focus only on whether or not he can close in on Pratt Thompson in the last lap and a half of this final?
Well, that would be the case now with that clear air behind, and on that last lap Spanswick was slightly faster.
I say that, actually, having got up into 3rd place, Lewis Bird is a bit of a man on a mission here, and if anything he's closed up just as much as he has got Finn Leslie for company behind. So here we go then, on to the last lap. It is Cameron Pratt Thompson who leads them onto it. How is it going to finish? He'll lead them through the crook. Eden Spanswick up the hill is having to think about defending, though, which is got to be music to the ears of anyone who's a Pratt Thompson fan right now, because I think the battle is going to begin over 2nd place. Is Lewis Bird going to have a look in this mid part of the lap? The real interesting one is if they're all working together in inverted commas right until the last moment. So some of the young drivers look on. But there is Lewis Bird having a look into the boot. It's not going to pay off, but is it going to allow Finn Leslie to have a look? Yes, it is. Finn Leslie's going to come through up into 3rd place. It will be Cameron Pratt Thompson who takes the win for round 7 of the FastR 2021 WMKC X30 mini class. Eden Spanswick will be second. Finn Leslie will round out the podium with Lewis Bird in fourth, Morgan Hill in fifth, then Jack Mowat, Riley Bishop, Lucas Field, Ashton Wiggins and Jack Owen Drawbridge to round out the top 10. Charlie Locker crosses the line in 11th, 12th for Luca Brooks, Ryan Gill in 13th, 14th for Max Tompkinson, Joshua Jones in 15th, Marley Preo in 16th, and we would expect to see Charlie Neve in 17th. Charlie Mills, we saw stricken at the side of the road.
There we go. That brings the end of racing for Mini X30. They will come into the pit lane promptly, and nose cone watch may begin for you nature fans out there. Very swiftly and decisively comes the number 10 of Lewis Bird into the pit lane. Gets the thumbs up, all is well, and but a shake of the head, so clearly not happy. Spanswick. Ooh. Double check. Oh no, he's just having a bit of a chin wag there, I think. I think all is good. No photo was taken there. So Spanswick good. The number 60, Finn Leslie, all is good. We've not had Pratt Thompson yet. Pratt Thompson just there in the background. All is good there for the 22. The 23, Jack Mowat, all good. Now here, your race winner. All good. There we go. So Pratt Thompson comes into the pit lane, but of course everything is still provisional until we get the final results posted. Absolutely. After, of course, because of course everyone can dispute and have arguments to clear up, and the stewards are very busy and the clerks are very busy as well. And I've seen the list of disputes. It's about this thick.
Yes.
Of course, you at home, the viewers, can't see how thick this list is because I'm doing the hand gesture in the commentary box, but it's thick.
For your reference, I'm going to say, from that hand gesture, you were talking about thickness of the sheets of paper, not the length of the list.
No, the thickness. Yeah.
I'm going to, for the audience at home, I'm going to say that looked like it was getting on for a good third to a half of an Argus catalogue.
Yeah.
I think that's a good
God, do you remember Argos catalogues?
Oh, yeah.
I've not seen an Argos catalogue in years. They still have them.
I have no idea. That may not be. I'm coming out with all these older references today. It's not the intention.
We're the same age.
I know. I don't know.
Don't say you're old, because if you're old, that means I'm old.
Coming up next here at Whilton Mill is going to be the trophy final for our Mini Max class. That's coming up next here in WMKC. Slight delay here then, as we're just waiting for Minimax final to get underway. But do hope you're enjoying the coverage. Spoiler alert, I don't have a grid yet for our Minimaxes. But in fact, yeah, we were just talking about the thickness of the disputes. I haven't actually got confirmed results for all of the heats in this class. So, aside from my references to the talking clock and Argus catalogues, I'm behind the times in a literal sense here, because I don't have the latest and greatest in terms of results here in the box. But do please keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting as we go through these finals. This one is Minimax, and then after that we will be going into the Honda Cadet O-Plate final. And then just to take you through the rest of the days running, Junior Max will then be out for their trophy final for round 7. X30 Junior will follow them, followed by our 2 senior classes, X30 Senior first, and then Senior Rotax to round out the days running on what has been an absolutely brilliant day of racing here at Whilton Mill. As I say, if you've never visited the circuit, just outside of Daventry in Northamptonshire, definitely check it out. You can go to wiltonmill.co.uk to find out everything that's on offer for you there. And if you are enjoying the all the action that's being streamed for you, courtesy of Alpha Live, head over to alphalive.co.uk as well, or just check out their YouTube channel. In fact, let's having referenced Whilton, let's just take a little look again at some of the stuff that's open for you to have a go at here at Whilton Mill.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you can choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
It is quite a staggering selection of things that you can get up to here at Whilton Mill's fantastic facilities, and indeed it is also incredible how much stuff that you can enjoy courtesy of Alpha Live. So check both of them out. If you are watching, do make sure that you give a like and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Incredible amount of action that Alpha Live managed to cover. And I say that not as someone who just does work alongside them, but I spend a fair amount of time watching their content as well. So no, it's brilliant stuff. Do please show your support. And yeah, wiltonmill.co.uk to find out more about all the various events. And as Anthony was saying earlier, they've recently got a new corporate fleet of karts here, so it's a good time to check out that aspect of it. I'm a bit biased, obviously, towards the karting, but there is plenty of other good stuff as well. And do hope you're enjoying the stream, courtesy of Alpha Live, with myself, Howard Mitchell, in the box. I'm from Double Dash Motorsport Media. Do check us out, double-mm.com. And I've been alongside Anthony Jordan as well in the box so far today. Okay, so I'm just hearing actually that we are going to have a change of the order. Stop press on this one. If you're tuning in for your Minimax final, I'm just being told that they are actually going to run the O plate final first, because we are awaiting a steward's decision in relation to one of the heats earlier on in Minimax. So whilst that decision is being made for the Minimax class, we are actually going to go into our Honda Cadet O plate final. This is the open plate that the drivers are all going for. So that is a change of order there. So if you're tuning in for Minimax, I'm afraid there is a bit more of a wait on that one, as we await the steward's decision relating to a dispute over one of the heat results. So, as the shadows do begin to lengthen here at the circuit here at Whilton Mill, we look ahead to the Honda O plate final. So yes, for those of you watching on the stream, we are just having a bit of a switch around here for the Honda O plate final. So don't adjust anything. You're in the right place. We'll be with you in just a moment with coverage of that Honda Cadet O plate final. Welcome back to everybody watching on the stream. We are now ready to look ahead to our trophy final in the all-important Honda Cadet O-Plate. Let's take you through the grid then for this Honda Cadet O-Plate final as they get ready on the dummy grid. Noah Wolf winning both of the heats leading up to this final, starts this one from pole. Thomas Spearing will start alongside. Then it'll be Max Cuthbert and Joshua Graham on row 2, Rocco Shenton and Aris Majauskas on row 3. Timon Youngling and Leon Hasty will be on row 4. William Murphy and Noah Barham will round out your top 10. Then it'll be Lewis Islin and Owen Neve on row 6. Elliot Potter and Harrison Whitcomb are row 7 with Jack West and Albert Friend behind them. Kai Clark and Oliver Majowski are on row number 9. Mayan Patel and Hayden Gray round out your top 20. And then it's Cole Denham and Laughlin Johnston on row 11. Adam Hill and Logan Howes on row 12. Jarrett Clark and Charlie Warren are your 13th row of the grid with Ellis Snow and Max Endicott on row 14. Then it's Finley Lyons and Levi Mashadi to round out your top 30. Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 16 with Harley Musk alongside. And then Christian Stefanov and Kenzo Craigie are rounding out the 17-row 34-car grid to decide who is going to take home the open plate in Honda Cadets for 2021.
Again, for the viewers at home, if you have just joined us and you're wondering what is going on, so at this point we were supposed to have our Minimax final, race 28 of the weekend. Obviously we're running quite a bit behind at the moment due to certain stoppages and false starts throughout the day. Unfortunately, because the Minimax have had, they've got quite a few incidents with the stewards at the moment. Their final has been delayed slightly, so we are pushing forward the Honda O-Plate final, which is what is about to take to the circuit now. And of course, the Honda O-Plate, this is probably the most one that people watching at home, of course, you know, it's that chance to be one of those seeded drivers. We have got seeded drivers out there already. We have a GP plate. I'm pretty sure we've got an S plate. We've got an E-plate out there as well, so there are lots. We've got an English champion, we've got a Scottish champion, and we've got a Kart Masters 2x champion out there as well. Who could take the Honda Cadet Open Plate? That is what is going to happen. Well, that is what we are about to start out. So Kip Bolofsky joins in on the stream. Good luck to Noah Wolf, Lewis Islin and Max Cuthbert once again. Murphy is starting in the same place I started for my O-Plate final, and he has the same number as me. Well, there we go. Let's hope he has got the luck he needs then from you with those comments to potentially come away with the O-Plate in this one. There on your screen, I believe, is Mr. Dan Parker from Motorsport UK. He's trundling down the pit lane at the moment, looking like he has a purpose. He definitely does have a purpose. I'm sure he'll hate me if I say things like that. He'll turn around and throw something at me.
How close is he to the Tannoy speaker right now?
Oh, he's right underneath it. Oh, he can definitely hear it. There we go. Thumbs up. I'm sure that was a thumbs up to someone else.
That's to race control.
Yeah.
But that is a good thing. That means that we're ready to get underway here, I think, for the Honda Cadet O-Plate final. Yes, indeed, if you were tuning in expecting a different race, frankly, any different race by this point, just to notify we are running behind schedule, and the schedule has moved around a little bit, so Minimax will come after this, as will your Junior Max, your X30 Junior, your X30 Senior, and your Senior Max. But as the shadows lengthen here, our 32 contenders for this year's O-Plate. The first O-Plate that we've been able to run for 2 years.
Yep.
Obviously with the oddity that was 2020. So fantastic that we're going to be able to run this again.
Yeah, of course. And I look back at previous O-Plate winners. in the Honda Cadet class. In 2014, it was Miles Apps. In 2015, it was Wesley Mason. In 2016, it was Oliver Behrman. In 2017, it was Lucas Ellingham. In 2018, Sebastian Bloch. And in 2019, Connor Duncan, who in 2021 is going to take the Honda Cadet O-Plate. We are about to find out as the karts come round to the grid. It's Noah Wolf, who's had 2 race wins so far in the IMEO, or the Honda O-Plate. Sorry, that's blasphemous, that is, saying that in a Honda Cadet final. There we go.
It's because he's also got the Kart Masters.
He's also got the Kart Masters, that one, for that one. There we go. It's, like we say, Noah Wolf starting on that front row as well, with the very close company of the 10 of Max Cuthbert alongside as well. Joshua Graham and Thomas Spearing also on that second row. All of those drivers are in contention. All of these drivers are in contention. Every single one of them. Because you've got to remember, Honda Cadet is such a close. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's Joshy's rear end. Well, there's no way to beat around the bush on that one. But yeah, these Honda Cadets, absolutely fantastic. Nothing between them. And if I am calling them something else, I do apologise, but I do get confused all the time. Here we go then. Lights out for Honda Cadet O-Plate here at Whilton Mill, and it's a good start from the entirety of the grid. Everyone gets away cleanly, but we've still got that long run up the hill through Fine Lady in towards Christmas Corner. This is where it all concertinas up for the first time, and everyone once again looks like they get through. Nicely done, Honda Cadet for the O-Plate. Now it's Ashby Corner coming up next, and again, once more, line astern, everyone slotting in, the concertina effect kicks in, but good stuff, good clean start.
Yeah, once again, I'm impressed by the maturity of this class. They know that the race can't be won in the first corner, but can definitely be lost, and this is about playing, for the drivers who are further back in the field, it's about playing the long game and seeing what positions they can make up. No point going for glory in that to that extent on this first lap and risk it all ending in tears. So good opening lap, but it is going to be Noah Wolf who still leads this one at the end of lap number 1. Thomas Spearing up into second place. Joshua Graham, Aris Majauskas and Leon Hasty, the Scottish plate champion, your top 5.
There we go then, as they all slot into field. Spin there in the background though, because that's the 67 going round.
Kai Clark.
And that is indeed Kai Clark is off the circuit. Also the 28 is off Clark. That's Luca Holmes-Ballock, who was sitting in 24th place and has fallen right down the order now. So that's 2 drivers right to the back of this field and potentially out of the O-Plate running here for Honda Cadet, which is an absolute disaster. Back here at the front though, because it's all heating up. Wolf is still there leading the way from Spearing and Graham. Graham, of course, one of the Ambition drivers, has got the 2 Synergy karts in front of him. There's going to be a tough work to get those done. Again, everyone is frenemies until the last 2 laps. Remember that, folks. They're all going to work together slightly until those last lap boards come out.
Yes, absolutely. All about the tactical play here as heading up the hill. Who's that going for a move there? 2 wheels on the grass. That looked to me like it might be to be honest, it was quite a wide angle for me to make that out in this light. I think it might have been Max Cuthbert trying to go for a move there as they came through Christmas Corner. And I'm going to say, actually, I think it might have been a battle with Jarrett Clark going on for there, because I think the 75 was involved as they're coming through the boot section towards the end of this lap. I have to say, I know we're behind schedule. I do think it all looks really cool in this light.
Oh, yeah.
I love the look.
It's like a retro arcade game, isn't it? Yeah. You know, you're there, you put your pound in, and then you get about 10 seconds of gameplay before the timer runs out and says, you lost. But there we go. The sunset here, beautiful here in the Northamptonshire countryside, just south of Daventry, of course, and clouting that curb, and the rear bumpers come off. That is the 63 Kart, and that is Adam Hill, currently in 22nd place, and that will mean a retirement because he hit the curb so hard the rear bumper decided to not play anymore. Yeah,
harsh, because it was just the finest margin on that move. Just the lightest contact as he came to the point where the 2 lines that they were taking converged, and in many ways handled it well. It's just unfortunate that the bumper gave up, such that he can't continue on that one. So disappointing for him, unfortunately, but fair play for trying that move.
Yes, indeed. So as they go through, the mechanical flag does come out to Adam Hill.
Yep.
And I think he has already pitted, so he's aware of the damage. And that is unfortunately the end of his O-plate attempt as well. 6 minutes to go then in this final, and it's already, the time has just disappeared already for this race. That just shows you how quickly they get through it.
A battle there that we were catching on the stream between Hayden Gray in the 16 and Jack West in the 92, battling away at the top part of the circuit, and there's more battling going on into Osiers. Still, though, as Anthony was saying and alluding to earlier, there's a bit of frenemies going on at the front here. Spearing at the moment holding station behind Noah Wolf, but crucially, Wolf isn't getting away with this one.
No.
You know, he is being kept very honest on the pace. So this is going to run and run, make no mistake about it. And Joshua Graham doing a good drive here to keep himself in contention, as that is the 63 of Adam Hill. And you can see the frustration that, you know, and as I say, it was such fine margins up at Christmas Corner that meant that he ended up spearing off left into the grass and hitting the curb. So frustration, but you've got to go for these moves if you're going to work your way up in this O-plate final. But yeah, it's I think the only risk for Joshua Graham at the moment is if he gets dropped and he doesn't have somebody to work with. Is perhaps the only risk at the moment. But he's able to keep with them well enough so far, I think.
Yeah, I think he is just in slipstream range, I think. You know, he's on that fine margin. If he messes like a single corner up, that's it. He's going to be out of it.
Yeah.
And at the moment, he's in a bit of a no man's land. It would probably, he'd be better off falling back to that group behind. And those several wheels will work a lot better than the 8 wheels in front of them. I would try and do the maths, but yeah, I'm far too occupied to think about maths right now and do that. So with 4 minutes to go then, it's Wolf leading from Spearing. Joshua Graham is there in 3rd place, but is in a bit of a no man's land, as we were just saying. Then there's a group of 4 just behind. That's being led by Leon Hasty, the S-plate, the Scottish champion, leading that group, currently in 4th place from Aris Majewskis, Timo Youngling and Lewis Islin. They're all scrapping for that spot as well. But like I say, they're all working together. Oh, I say they're working together. They're 3 wide into the boot. What are you doing? There we go. You need to be catching up to the group in front, not battling. There we go. But like I say, we can forgive them because, you know, it's the O-plate. They just want to get up positions, and that's exactly what they should be doing.
Also, I don't want to, you know, focus on my problems, but as a commentator, having a battle between the S and the 5 kart is particularly confusing at this time in the day, but never mind.
I've done that many a times where I've gone, oh, it's the S plate. Oh, no, wait, no, it's the 5. It is a pain. It is a pain. One kart that's very easy to spot is that GP plate, and it's leading the way currently. Noah Wolf looking comfortable at the front, controlling the pack, controlling the pace as the rest of it. Look at that shot there, the sun gleaming down on the track. You can clearly see the racing line there where all the rubber's gone down over the day and over the weekend, of course, because they had practice and qualifying all day yesterday and even some test days on Friday. So you'll find a lot of these drivers do get the day off school. They get that elite sportsman buffer that allows them to have a day off school, which is cool. I never got that. I was just like, no, you go to school every day. That was an impression of my mother. She'll probably kill me for that impression.
I'm going to move swiftly on for your sake. Battle coming through the top part of the lap then. Graham, Hasty, Islin and Youngling. And are they working together now, or are they starting to feel that it's too much of a task to get up there? It does look like they're starting to battle, because there was a move from Aris Majewskis up past, I think he's got past Youngling and Islin on this lap. We'll have to double check that one as it comes through. As beautiful as this shot is, we can see it's actually terrible for me reading the number plates.
Oh yeah,
they're in shadow, but it's a great shot.
They're all silhouettes. Yeah.
There has definitely been a change in amongst all of that, hasn't it? I think it is Lewis Islin in 4th, Aris Majewskis in 5th, and then it's Timo Youngling and Leon Hasty now down to 7th. Oh, and that is an incident between the 21 and the 82. So that's going to be Harley Musk and Charlie Warren. That was battling over 25th place that they were before that all came to blows. And where has it come to blows, actually? Is that off to
that looks
left down the back?
No,
is that very far out of Ashby?
Very far out of Ashby.
No,
no, it's not.
It was on the back straight somehow.
So that must have been through Oi's ears that happened.
Yep.
And that is a very interesting one. Now, this is where it could get interesting, because now our race leaders are coming into play through this section now. So they're coming through, and they've got back markers, so blue flags will have to come out. And already, I think they have managed to get past one of them. The second one's a little further up the head. But look at that. Look at the gap that they've gained from that group behind. Joshua Graham has fallen right back. Or actually, no, he hasn't fallen right back. The gap now between Joshua Graham and Lewis Islin, is just about 3 seconds is the gap. So they have really worked together in this one. It's going to be either one of these two potentially at the front, or either one of these three, because Graham is still there.
I will say as well, at the moment, 3rd down to 15th, separated by about 3.5 seconds at the moment.
Yes.
Oh, there's a little moment over the grass there for the number 10. I think that was of Max Cuthbert, having a bit of a heart-in-the-mouth moment. So, yeah, here goes the battling beginning now. That is a move. Was that Youngling, I think, getting a pass there on Majauskas as they go into the boot. And then Hasty is having a go at Islin as well. Oh, it's the S versus the 5 again, just to keep me on my toes. But at the moment, it is Islin in 4th, Majauskas 5th, Hasty in 6th, and Youngling in 7th. But what's going to happen at the front? It was very close between our top two across the line on that last time through, as that was Hasty on the grass, I think it was, and that meant contact. That he didn't have any grip as he turned into Boxing Day, and that's led to contact with William Murphy, and I'm afraid that's Murphy off on the grass, and that is gutting for Murphy, because you have to say that was, you know, no fault of his own,
yeah.
But no malice in the other moves. It just all came together in a racing incident there. But where are our leaders at the moment? Because we are coming to the crescendo of this final. We are rightfully looking at this fantastic battle from 3rd place
and
down.
another spin in the middle of it as well. The 66
that's
goes
a
round.
heavy impact as well with Jack West in the 92. And they now have a bit of a meeting, frankly, on the apex, the second apex of that corner. We are on to the last lap, though, of the Honda Cadet O-Plate. And already our leaders, I believe, are going through the top part of the circuit towards Ashby.
Yeah, they're halfway around the lap already. So, yeah, our race leaders, Noah Wolf and Thomas Spearing, are absolutely nose to tail. There it is. But if there's yellow flags into the final section, it means it's in place for Wolf to finish this O-Plate. I mean, he sees, you can see there, Spearing is just saying go, and there's the yellow flags. There's nothing Spearing can do. It'll be a last lunge into the final corner, because that's where the green flags will come back out, but there's absolutely nothing can do. So it was a double GP plate for Wolf. It's now an O plate for Wolf in Honda Cadet as well across the line. But of course, that's all depending on what happens in scrutineering afterwards. But Spearing crosses the line in 2nd from Joshua Graham. But with these two, absolutely line astern, no battling and no lunges really from the two of them. You know, they just seem crystal clear, I think, from this one. That looks comfortable and that looks good for Noah Wolf. Like we said, he's had 2 GP plates this year, and now he can add an O plate on top of that.
Absolutely brilliant stuff for Noah Wolf. Just to run through the rest of the provisional order: Thomas Spearing in 2nd, Joshua Graham in 3rd, Lewis Islin in 4th, Aris Majauskas 5th, then it was Timon Youngling, Max Cuthbert, Rocco Shenton in 8th, Leon Hasty in 9th, 10th for Cole Denon there, Noah Barham in 11th, 12th for Albert Friend, and then here is a crucial bit, the nose cone watch, and it looks good for Noah there. Still a provisional result, of course, not all just on the nose cone, but
no.
Thomas Spearing and Joshua Graham all being directed as if okay on at least the initial inspection. But yeah, Noah Barham in 11th, 12th for Albert Friend, Jarrett Clark in 13th, Oliver Wajowski in 14th, Hayden Gray in 15th, there was Mayan Patel, Logan Howes, Max Endicott, Finley Lyons and Kai Clark to round out your top 20. Ellis Snow, Luca Holmes-Belloc, Jack West, Harrison Whitcomb and Levi Mashadi to take you down to 25th. William Murphy recovering off from that incident onto the grass that we saw, unfortunate for him, in 26th, and Charlie Warren, Harley Musk, Laughlin Johnston was 29th, and then issues run into for Owen Neve, Elliot Potter and Adam Hill. So that is very much a provisional result, but do not forget results.alphatiming.co.uk and click on WMKC to get the results of this. You're going to need to click on O plate rather than round 7 because it's being covered under a slightly different heading, but that's where to go. And yes, provisionally we say, very well done to Noah Wolf.
Oh, there's a nose cone penalty coming out. Photo out for the 18. That's Max Endicott, and as you can imagine, incredibly frustrated there after a tough race. But like we say, more races coming up, more finals. 4 finals left to go. I'm going to do some investigation work.
I was going to say...
there is a word, that is the correct word.
It is, legitimately.
Legitimate word, that is, investigation, to find out what is actually coming up next. So
yes.
bear with me.
Yeah, do bear with us here on the stream. We think it will be Minimax, but with the change in order, we are just going to seek to confirm that one. We're hearing it is Minimax. Let's have a look then ahead to our trophy final for Minimax. Let's have a look at our grid for the final in Minimax then. Daniel Lamour, your championship leader coming into today, starts this one from pole with Damien Barras-Haggett alongside Ewan Charman and Thomas Strauven are row 2 with Ben Crossley and Mikey Walker on 3. It's then going to be Oliver Bocock and Corey Fowler on row 4, Callum Ghosh and Devon Nolan to round out your top 10. Josh Salvadore and Oliver Smith are on row 6. Row 7 will be Wilf Butler and Ronnie Coburn. Sasha Bagley and Harrison Morrow are on row 8. And then Harry Higgs and Lucy Wielden will make up row 9. Your top 20 is rounded out by Michael Dalton and Victor Hansen. George Ivanov and David Mack are row 11. Harry Clogger and Alexander Zingarevich. And then row 13 is Woody Radford and Riven Welsh with Lena Summers-Kelly and Ollie Naylor. Rounding out the 28 cut grid, going into your Mini-Max final here.
Just to confirm, it is Mini-Max that's out on track right now.
Cheers, man.
Yep, you're welcome.
I'd feel bad if I'd just gone through the grid.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure that you were aware.
I appreciate it.
Good. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah, it's cool.
Good, yeah.
So, Daniel Lamour, championship leader in Mini-Max, has done so, by my reckoning, courtesy of only 1 finals win so far this year. So, can he etch up another? Who else have we had? Our first final was taken by William Ray, who's not here racing today.
Oliver Smith took a final win.
Yeah, Ben Crossley has had one.
Yeah, and here we go.
And we were good for the go here at Mini-Max, as Daniel Lamour leads them away into oblivion for the first time as they work up the hill. Now turn 2 completely in shadow as the shadows lengthen here, and that's the 27 of Barras-Haggett. Damien Barras-Haggett has got himself to the head of the field there, ahead of our pole sitter as they all work their way through Christmas Corner for the first time. And it looks to me like Ewan Charman has had a good start as well to get up into second as they head through Ashby. The light right in the driver's eyes at this point, and maybe that's why we've got a driver squirreling onto the grass, and that is the 10 of Josh Salvadore, and he's not the only one by the looks of it, because the 72 of Harry Clogger looks like he might have had an excursion from the tarmac as well. But as they come around to finish this first lap, it is Damien Barras-Haggett and Ewan Charman, your top 2. Who else is with them? It is Daniel Lamour in 3rd, Ben Crossley in 4th, then it's Thomas Strauven, Mikey Walker, Corey Fowler, Devon Nolan, Ghosh and Oliver Smith round out your top 10. And yes, Salvadore dropping down the order, unfortunately, as a result of that trip onto the grass.
There it is. So, train starting to form then, with just under 7 minutes to go then of this Mini-Max final. Of course, slightly delayed for this one. And a little bit later in the proceedings as well, but nevertheless they're going to give us one heck of a race. I can guarantee you that, as the 2 leaders at the moment, 1st and 2nd, are line astern, and the same with 3rd and 4th as well. They're all nose to tail as they go through, and they'll all be working together at this point to try and close those gaps best as they can as they go through once more. And you're pointing at something.
Yeah, just spotted there on the shot and indeed on timing. The number 70 of Rivan Welsh, unfortunately in the pit lane at this point, so I think that's race run there. And Lucy Whilton as well, not classifying as circulating. In fact, yeah, there is the 70.
There is the confirmation.
So unfortunately there for Rivan. As we look back out on track, here's Daniel Lamore defending against Ben Crossley, or perhaps working with Ben Crossley actually to stay in touch with our top two at this time, with just under 6 minutes left on the clock. And there are your leaders, Damien Barris-Haggett and Ewan Charman, working their way out of pit bend, or paddock corner.
There we go then. Through Fine Lady, or past Crook and through Fine Lady. Up the hill then to Christmas Corner. And again, no lunges there for the front. There's a lunge there a little further back. That looked like that was potentially Callum Ghosh on Corey Fowler.
Yeah, looked like it might well have been.
There, the 61 Sasha Bagley, currently in 16th place, having a good little scrap in that midfield pack, as the rest of the field slot through as well. Everyone running a little wide out of Wilkins today, aren't they? And a couple of them hitting that little divot that's in the ground as they're going to all his ears.
They are all pushing the absolute limit.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely out there, you know.
Maximum potential.
I mean, it's worth bearing in mind, we've talked about how there's been delays to schedules. These drivers have been, you know, raring to go, waiting to get out there. So it's all about optimizing your psychology, really, being that you know, that heightened level of readiness and of alertness, but without over driving. You know, after all of this weight, that's the risk, is that you can go too far the other way, overdrive, and as you say, just takes a moment of going wide out of Wilkins and you're running it over the grass, and suddenly you might have damaged the car, or you've lost out a lot of places. Not, you know, so many times today we've been talking about how costly it can be. You know, if your rhythm is upset when you're pushed offline, or you go offline, you're not going to lose 1 space, 2 spaces. You can be losing 5 or 6 spaces in this kind of sprint format to karting in particular. So that's why it's crucial. Changes there, though. Devon Nolan getting past Corey Fowler over 8th place. And further down the order as well, Harrison Morrow and Sasha Bagley getting past Wilf Butler for 14th down through 16th.
That's Thomas Strauven just in shot there, the 66, the Belgian driver, who joined us at Warden Law for the British Kart Champs last weekend. Of course, it was his first time racing in the British Champs, and he was saying, how does this compare to mainland European circuits? Oh, it's a completely different kettle of fish, and everyone here is so, you know, they're very lungy. Everyone goes for a move as compared to over the small pond, not the big pond, to America, over to mainland Europe, like I say, in Genk or anything like that, where they would very popularly race.
I know not the Flemish, nor the French, nor the Dutch for lungy.
Lungy.
But
a UK driver, oh yeah, lunge central. Not afraid to go for that move. There we go. So just under 3 minutes to go then. It's been Linus Sterners. A couple of karts off the track there.
That's Zingarevic and George Ivanov.
Yeah,
in their battle over 21st place there. So they've both managed to gather it up, though, I think. And we'll see if they keep circulating. We cut back to a battle in amongst the top 10, though. Ben Crossley has just got past Daniel Lamore, and that is for 3rd place. But Thomas Strauven, Mikey Walker, Callum Ghosh all staying with them. Then there's a bit of a gap back to the Devon Nolan battle. You can just see in the back of shot there now coming towards Christmas Corner. That's Devon Nolan leading Corey Fowler and Oliver Smith. That's the other battle going on, and that is the battle over 8th, 9th and 10th respectively. There is Ben Crossley in the number 5 kart, leading Daniel Lamore, having recently deposed him of 3rd place.
How dare he do such a thing?
Well, that's probably what Daniel Lamore is thinking right now, to be perfectly honest.
How dare you? I must fight then, get this position back at once. That's exactly that's sort of my racing mentality.
I like that. It's,
How dare you take this position from me? I shall get it back at once. There we go. 90 seconds left on the board then, and your two race leaders, Damien Barris-Haggett and Ewan Charman, breaking away at the moment. Lots of support on the stream, of course, for a lot of these drivers. Come on, Charman says... my oxer, that's what I'm going to go with. Jingley comes in with Let's Go Thomas. Get your elbows out, Harry Higgs, says Harry Frail. Come on, George, as well, from The Detonator 71. I like that YouTube name. There we go. That is a good name, that is. Expert Almond. Oh, no, go on.
No, it's all right. Bit of a look there, but it didn't quite pay off there from Callum Ghosh on Mikey Walker. He was trying to do that cheeky one where you just slide down the inside of the second apex of the boot, which I'm always a big fan of that move when it's pulled off successfully. That one time didn't quite work. Yes. But new fastest lap of the race, though, from Thomas Strauven. So the pressure being applied here to Ben Crossley and Daniel Amor in that battle over third place, which you'd have to presume is about to become an earnest battle over third place, because at this point they've got to conclude that unless the top two really start holding each other up in a battle, that's as good as they're now fighting for, is over that third place.
It is indeed. Callum Ghosh with a contact warning there, as well as support on the stream for Dan Moore as well from Jessa Moore on the YouTube chat. Again, keep them coming in. Crossing the line, 2 seconds to go. So a couple more laps in there. And Charman with a personal best lap of the race. Oh, I tell you what, Barris-Haggett and Charman, absolutely identical times. 47.00 for the both of them. And it is also the fastest lap of the race. But I'm guessing that Barris-Haggett gets it because, of course, he's in the lead.
He set it first.
He set it first, I did.
By 1.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's harsh. That's more than like Jerez qualifying levels of I set it first.
Yeah, exactly that. So last lap board will be out this time. Any one of these two drivers could take it, but of course if they start scrapping, to which they will, be aware of that, ladies and gentlemen, it could cause that group behind to catch up, but they have got a big gap to catch up, haven't they?
Yeah, and they've got their own set of problems to worry about, because if anyone goes for the lunge, that's the battle that they all have to unify around, and by unify I mean all go to battle with each other over. As coming through the top part of the lap, Barris-Haggett, to my mind, just has enough pace to not... He went a little bit defensive there into Ashby, but he's not fully compromising his line at the moment. So Ewan Charman is going to have one heck of a run through the Osiers corner onto this back straight now, and he is actually a bit closer, but good drive off the corner from Barris-Haggett, and he'll presumably hug the inside here to deter any move from Charman. Unless Charman can find the overspeed and tuck underneath heading towards paddock, I think it's going to go the way of Barris-Haggett. It's been a brilliant drive from the number 27, and he takes the win in Minimax for round 7, and it's going to be Ewan Charman in second. Ben Crossley manages to hold off what must feel like the world behind him there to take third place. Daniel Amor in fourth. More good points for him in the championship. Thomas Strauven in fifth. Mikey Walker in sixth. Seventh for Callum Ghosh. Devon Nolan in eighth. Corey Fowler in ninth, with Oliver Smith rounding out the top 10. Then it's Oliver Bocock, Ronnie Coburn, Sasha Bagley, Michael Dalton, and Harrison Morrow in 15th. Wilf Butler, David Mack on his trip down from his normal racing grounds at Teesside, finishing 17th there, and the highest place of the novice drivers, so well done to him for that. Josh Salvadore in 18th, 19th for Victor Hansen, Harry Higgs to round out the top 20 there. Alexander Zingarevich did manage to continue circulating, finished 21st, as did George Ivanov in 22nd, Lena Summers-Kelly, Harry Clogger, and Ollie Naylor takes us up to 25th, and it was issues, unfortunately, for Lucy Wielden and Reverend Welsh, there. So unfortunate for them, as nose cone check seems to be going well for our top finishers here.
Despite that huge tyre mark on the front of that one, it comes out unscathed.
It's a special limited edition sticker, that.
Definitely so.
Definitely. So there we go. We provisionally at least say congratulations to Damien Barris-Haggett there for his win in Minimax. Coming up next here at Whilton Mill is going to be our trophy final in the Junior Max class. That's coming up next here at WMKC. Engine notes rise then for our Junior Max class coming out onto circuit. Let's take you through the grid for this trophy final for round 7 of the FastR 2021 WMKC Championship for the Junior Max class. Ronnie Mansfield is on pole with Spencer Brewham alongside Ethan Simmons and Lexi Belk on row 2, Jack Cooper and Oliver Kerr on row 3. Row 4 is going to be Jacob Dukes and James Jackson. Then it's going to be Ronnie Smith and George Donald to round out the top 10. Bobby Rosier and Jessica White are on the next row. And then it's going to be Thomas Carter and Matt McFarquhar, Kai Bacchini and Max Lee on row 8, with row 9 occupied by Will Young and Daniel Sabula. Alexander Adams Acton and Murphy Aldridge round out the top 20, with Luke Ringham and Jensen Weston on row 11, Ollie Ward and Alfie Bray on row 12. Row 13 is going to be George Allen and Charlie Webster, Jensen Giles and Jack Spencer, Ewan Thomas and Michael Morgan, and Leo Purchase will be there on his own on row 16. But as I always say, for a driver on their lonesome on the back row, they have got quite a few drivers ahead of them who would like to go racing with them, so they're not going to be lonely for long as we get ready for the start here. Who is going to take home the spoils in Junior Max? And we're away, and the start is called good as they all come into Oblivion corner. We've got one driver who seemed to be quite far off the back of the pack there, so didn't go not the perfect start for them, but it looks like a good start from Spencer Brewham and Lexi Belk on that front row. Who is it actually who's coming through? That looks to me like it is Spencer Brewham coming through as they all work their way through Ashby. It has been a nice clean start to this one from the drivers, but it is indeed Spencer Brewham. And then it looks like Ronnie Mansfield has got himself up into second place. It looks like a good move there from Thomas Carter, I just saw in the mid-pack going into Oziers. So he's on the move in these early exchanges. Lexi Belk, it looks, has slotted into third place, and then I think it is Ethan Simmons in the 23 who's into fourth. It is indeed, with Ronnie Smith behind him fifth as they cross the line to end the first lap. So good clean start there to our Junior Max final. But a long way to go in this one, as battling at the top of the hill there is the 77. I thought that was going to go a bit more dramatic there. James Jackson gets past Jack Cooper for 6th. I was very impressed by how Jack Cooper slotted back in there, because I honestly thought we were going to see, not for the first time today, someone getting nerfed onto the grass.
Well, it certainly got my attention.
Yeah.
I'd say it certainly woke me up. There we go. As they go through then. So 7 minutes to go then of this final, or 6.5 minutes, I should say, if you're going to be pedantic about it. There we go. The drivers will head out of the boot section round Pitts Bend once more. And like we say, there's a bit of a breakaway starting to form at the moment from our top 5 drivers. There's only a schmickle of a gap, which is a bit more than a smidge for all you technical noggins out there. Yeah, so as they go through then, clear breakaway, but they are scrapping now, aren't they? And that's going to allow, that's allowing the top 2 to break away and the group behind to close in. Yeah,
move for third. Ethan Simmons past Lexi Belk over the through the Christmas Corner complex, so Simmons now up to third. I wouldn't say as well, another spot from the last lap, William Young in the 1-2-2, getting closer to the barrier out of the final corner than I ever feel comfortable either going myself or seeing someone do, to be honest. It's one of those hairy moments where, because you know if you click that barrier, it's never a nice one. You start to go into quite the pirouette off of that. It's the safest, don't get me wrong, the barrier and the configuration they have is as safe as they can make it for a corner of that nature. Obviously they're confined by the pit lane, and going back quite a few years you had loose wood chips and all sorts of solutions on that. But
it's still a squeaky bum moment if you go
still a squeaky bum. You can't, it's a fast corner and there's a barrier.
Yeah.
So
new race suit, please, por favor. if you go too close to it. There we go. So there's a look then at your race leaders at the moment. Spencer Brewham, Ronnie Mansfield leading the way. How are these guys' heats earlier on? How did they do earlier on in the day with their heat races? Because I'm pretty sure Mansfield didn't take a race win earlier. Am I correct in saying? I could be completely wrong when I say things like that.
I am going to double check.
Well, that would be tremendous.
So Max Lee took your Heat 1 win with Lexi Belk in Heat 2, and Ronnie Mansfield did take the win in Heat 3, so you are correct. There we go. I'm recalling that. What is interesting to me, though, is that Spencer Brewham didn't take a win.
No.
And amongst all of that, extremely accomplished driver that he is, around this circuit.
Ronnie Mansfield, a driver who has taken 2 of the final wins. so far this year, wanting to take, I suspect, one more or a couple more, because there's still plenty more rounds to go.
Yeah.
10 rounds in total this year, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so. I'm just doing the maths quickly because they added some extra ones. Yes, I believe it's 10.
Cool.
And yeah, Spencer Broom, as I say, very accomplished driver. The Honda Cadet final winner, as he's under pressure here from Mansfield. I'll tell you about that in a moment. Ronnie Mansfield through at Christmas Corner. What I was going to say is the 2019 Honda Cadet champion is Mr. Broom. So he, as I say, is very accomplished around this track. But right now, he is in second behind Ronnie Mansfield.
Yes, indeed, you are correct in saying that. The junior Max, last year's champion, Tommy Edmonds, as well. We don't see Tommy in this one, so I'm guessing he's either gone up to senior or gone on to better things.
Yes. No, we'll be seeing him later, I believe.
Okay, cool. We'll be seeing him later on.
Look at this top five, though, nose to tail, coming on to lap number 7, separated by a ridiculous 48 100ths of a second. And look at this, trying to pass on. That is Spencer Broom coming back at Mansfield. Oh, no! Up to tears.
Oh, and the leaders are off.
Contact there, and it's going to put both of them onto the grass. And do you know what? That all built up so quickly. I wonder if maybe we can get a replay of that one. Who was it who took to the grass? Was it Lexi Belk who had to go across the grass?
I think it was, yeah.
I think it was. But that all went dramatic, going for a pass on the grass coming up to Christmas. So here we go, Mansfield on the inside, trying to find the gap. There was rubbing on the wheels as they were defending. And then it was just all tightened up, and it was Lexi
just
Belk.
A sandwich.
Yeah, it was Belk trying to see that they were tripping each other and go, I'm going to go around the outside. They were then 3 wide by the apex. And as we've seen so many times today, albeit maybe not in quite as dramatic a fashion, it just all ended in tears at that point. So, yeah, dramatic stuff. And it now puts, well, it did put Ethan Simmons in the lead of the race, but that's already changed, because coming to the head of the field here, it looks to me is, are we looking at the, no, we aren't.
No, we're looking further back.
We are looking further back.
It is. So, I tell you what, I don't think Ethan Simmons knew he'd be sitting here at this point of the race. No. I think at one point I think you could see that kind of breaking away at the front then. So Ethan Simmons now the 23 plate leading this one. And Ronnie Smith, though, that 96 plate, oh, he's right there. He's eager for a race win, is Ronnie Smith. Let me have a look back and see if Ronnie Smith has had any wins. No, Ronnie Smith hasn't even had a heat win yet this year, let alone a top 3 finish in a final. So potentially for Ronnie Smith, a final win here.
But by the same token, I don't think we've seen Ethan Simmons all year. So I think this is his first
appearance
round of the first appearance. Oh, and there's an incident there. 77 of Jack Cooper. This is from quite high up in the order. So Jack Cooper has got entangled with, who else is that involving? So this is the 45 of Thomas Carter, having a battle here with the 12 of Max Lee. Oh, and Max Lee spun around. Oh, and that's just, and gutting there.
Absolute
for Jack
passenger.
Cooper in particular. And it's actually all 3 of them have been collected. Max Lee, Thomas Carter and Jack Cooper, the unfortunate passenger, really. There was nothing he could do. You couldn't have reacted in time without unsettling the cart, and got significant damage to the carts there. So, yeah, that's another dramatic one in this race. It's the race that keeps on giving in terms of intrigue and incident. Yellow flags, of course, out at Ozier's corner. As Simmons and Ronnie Smith continue to lead this one by some 4 seconds. Does everyone remember when the top 5 were separated by like half a second?
I know.
I can't remember if I can't remember if I mentioned that earlier, or they all started battling before I could mention it. But the gap was incredibly close. Now, though, it is between Simmons and Smith as they come onto the very last lap.
There we go then. So Ethan Simmons leading from Ronnie Smith. Jessica White is there in 3rd place, and Lexi Belk there in 4th place as well. So an incredibly close battle all the way throughout this. But these 2 leaders who have managed to get a breath of fresh air at the front in this final are leading the way comfortably at the moment. Of course, yellow flag still out in that mid-section there. I think they clear now as, oh my goodness me, Lexi Belk to the outside of the circuit trying to get past Jessica White unable to do so and has now dropped another position, is side by side with James Jackson as they go through. But here, the 23, Ethan Simmons takes the win in Junior Rotax final from Ronnie Smith. The battle for third heats up, and it's Jessica White who takes it from Jacob Dukes, from George Donald. Lexi Belk finishes in 6th place from James Jackson, Bobby Rozier, Alexander Adams Acton, and Daniel Sabula round out to finish the top 11. But my goodness me, what a final that was, and I don't think Simmons expected it. It's a first top 3 finish for Ronnie Smith. It's a first win for Ethan Simmons in the WMKC Whilton Mill Kart Club Championship here. And my goodness me, what a final that was. But now, the nose cone watch, everyone, because I suspect there's going to be quite a few.
I think of all the races I've seen today, I feel like, not that this should be done by feeling, but I feel like there'll be some infringements, surely.
It's quite good for Simmons.
There we go.
It's good for Ronnie Smith. It's good for Jessica White. There we go. It's all good. Our top 3 are clear in terms of nose cone penalties. The rest of it all comes into play now, so it's still pending, of course. But what a race that was, and yeah, that certainly shook things up a bit, didn't it? Well done, Junior Rotax.
Just a bit. Coming up next then for you here at Whilton Mill, as we rattle through our trophy finals here, it is the final in X30 Junior. Let's take you through the grid then for your final in X30 Junior. Gabriel Stilt will start this one from pole with Josh Agenbar alongside Luke Sintler, and Finlay Harrison are on row 2, Leo Brown and Henry Gregory on 3. It's going to be Jack Cox and Cian Geraghty on row 4, Lorenzo Cordal and Zaki Hussein rounding out your top 10. Sam Shaw and Sam Longley are row 6 with Micah Taylor and Thomas Reddy on row 7. Jaden Gregg and Reese Lomax are on row 8 with Jensen Buckingham and Cian Gohill on 9. Sam Baker and Jack Collins round out your top 20 with Benjamin Rowe and Ollie Stilp on row 11. Luke Taylor and Tom Wainwright are row 12. Row 13 is going to be Harry Yule and Cian Gamayo, and then it's Archie Heron and Oliver Harris on row 14. Dawid Mazel and is on row 15, as we're good to go already here. That caught us a little bit off guard as they lead them away. Apologies, we will call the rest. As I always say, the important order is the one they finish in. So Gabriel Stilt leads them up the hill towards Christmas Corner. As and there's another incident up at the top there. That is the 34 and the 45. That is Jaden Gregg in the 34 and Cian Gohill. And that is going to be their final done before it really got going.
Oh, the 34 there, Jaden Gregg, carrying his nose cone back, or his NASA panel, I should say, not where the manufacturer designed it to be, in the driver's hand.
And probably not going to pass nose cone watch. Probably. Just my take.
Well, yeah, his nose cone might be all right, but it's the NASA panel.
So and it was a lock-up, I think, from the 50 leading to contact with the rear of the 45. You can see the 45 sort of raise his hand to go,
That wasn't my fault. Yeah, that wasn't my fault. So, sorry about that.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a misjudgment on braking. I think it was the 50 that I saw that from, which would make it Jensen Buckingham. Not the best light for me to call that in, so I'm not, but yeah, I think both drivers who actually came off worst in that were largely passengers in that one, unfortunately. Gabriel Stilt, though, does lead, though, ahead of Luke Sintler and Josh Agenbar. Which, just as a reminder, your heat winners in this one earlier in the day were Luke Sintler, Gabriel Stilt and Sam Shaw. I was quite surprised to see how far down the grid Sam Shaw was, actually, given that he was starting in 11th. So to start in 11th, having got a heat win, suggests that he's had a mixed bag today. So we'll be looking presumably to work his way up the order, and indeed he has, insofar as he is 8th thus far.
Yes, indeed. So working hard all the way through this field are all of our drivers, but like we're saying, Gabriel still leading the way comfortably at the moment, cleared by just about a second as the 133 Leo Brown goes off the circuit out of Ashby. That's a disaster there.
And again, remember, that is the part of the circuit where the sun is right in the driver's eyes at this point in proceedings. Although you can really see even the whole start-finish straight now in shade as the sun starts to come down here at Whilton Mill. But I think still a fair amount of sunlight in the driver's eyes as they come to. Yeah, in fact, you can see it on this shot as there's a very late lunge there into Ashby Corner in the mid-pack. Fastest lap of the race currently with Micah Taylor in that number 48, who just got by Cian Geraghty on the last lap. There is Gabriel Stilt, though, coming round the boot section. It's a beautiful shot of the sun coming down here at Whilton Mill, though it does make for slightly challenging conditions for some of the drivers out there.
Complain when it's raining, you complain when it's sunny. Welcome to the UK, folks.
It's a pastime.
Nothing happens in the UK.
Apart from good go-kart racing, obviously.
Did you just call it go-kart? Oh, well, I will tell you what, I wouldn't like to be you when you exit this commentary box. Karting.
I know. I was the generic name for it.
Shame. Here we go then. 3.5 minutes left of this final then for Junior X30. Support once again for Henry Gregory. And a lunge there, and who is that? Is that the 7? Is that Sam Shaw?
It is Sam Shaw trying to make his way back up, but it hasn't quite worked on that occasion, trying to get past Lorenzo Cordal in a very good karting manoeuvre there.
Yes.
I feel like I've got to make up for it now.
There you definitely do. There we go. And another one there, but from his teammate there, the 14 of Josh Agambar, trying to get a move done. The two premium karting drivers moving forward in this final of Junior X30.
Reece Lomax has just got past Jack Collins over 16th place, and Cian Gohill is still going and circulating after that incident we saw at Christmas Corner on first lap. I'm somewhat surprised by that, but there we go. Jaden Gregg has unfortunately had to call time on his race effort, but yeah, Cian Gohill still out there, just got past Kira Harris, who herself will have been glad to have got through Christmas Corner unscathed on the first one, because I think in the Heat 3 she was one of the ones involved in the incident in that race, as there is a move in Christmas Corner by the 40, which would make it...
See, Formula Tube's just come in and said, see, that team's called Premium Karting, not Premium Go-Karting. There you go. Shame.
I was describing it as it is known by the common or garden person in the street. Well, I call it karting too. I just want to make that clear. I haven't been doing kart commentary for years under the illusion that it's all go-kart. It's not.
Shame on you. With a C as well. Spelled karting with a C. Here we go. Here comes Josh Agambar, though, down the inside of Sintler there, gets that move done, and as well the 18 of Jack Cox follows as well. So Sintler losing a couple of positions there up into the braking zone of Christmas Corner. And yeah, it's all kicking off here because Sam Shaw wants to get involved as well as he comes through once more. The 7 plate trying to get past Finley Harrison. Harrison saying, no, you're not allowed to get past just yet, even though it looks like he has.
No, he has got. He
has got past.
No, so Sam Shaw's a man on the mission. He set the fastest lap of the race the last time around. I said that he was maybe starting out of position on where he would feel perhaps on balance he would be. As I say, took that one heat win. And it does seem to be working his way up through the field. But this is a very impressive run so far from Gabriel Still.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. The Mad Crop Promotions driver working well here at Whilton Mill. Of course, the home circuit for the Crop Promotions team. They're based in the pit lane, really. Their garage is. They've got all their team in there. But lovely team, lovely bunch of guys there. Very nice team. It's down the inside once more. What a lunge that was, but can't quite get it. Didn't work that done. So that wasted time there for Sam Shaw. He's got to be sure that move works next time. There we go.
we'll say he's here all week, but being as I consider my week to start on Mondays, that's actually...
I am here all week because I am based here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, true. There you go. So it will be the last lap board the next time round, but there's this one and another one. There's the move this time from Sam Shaw, and that time it does work for Shaw on Finley Harrison. It's... I'm having to hold back the laughter. But there, and immediately ahead of them as well, there's a good battle there going between Josh Agambar and Jack Cox. So this is brilliant battling there. I feel like I was too harsh there. I am a fan of a good pun.
There you go.
You know,
pun central, and it's lunch central here
Hey.
as well. As we go into the last lap, Gabriel still leads the way by 2 seconds now from Henry Gregory, and I'm sure Auntie Katie at home is watching with glee at the moment to see her nephew battling away for potentially the lead, and here side by side.
Sam Shaw versus Finley Harrison and Micah Taylor trying to get involved as well, I think there. So that one's getting quite frenetic. But for Gabriel Stilp, it's a calm evening drive in the Northamptonshire countryside.
It is. It's a Sunday drive. Note a worry in the air.
Is that Luke Sintler who's had to pull off the road?
I believe you are correct. Yep.
But it does look like it's going to be Gabriel Stilp who takes the win. A very impressive, dominant fashion indeed for round 7 in the X30 Juniors. Henry Gregory in second, Josh Agambar in third, Jack Cox in fourth, followed by Sam Shaw battling away hard there and making it work for fifth against Finley Harrison and Micah Taylor. Lorenzo Cordell, Cian Geraghty and Zaki Hussein round out your top 10. Then it was Sam Baker, Thomas Reddy, Ollie Stilp, Sam Longley and Reece Lomax for your 15th place. Cian Guimau, Archie Hare and Leo Brown, Jensen Buckingham and Jack Collins to round out the top 20. Luke Taylor, Benjamin Rao, Harry Ewell, Cian Gohill and Kai Carrington in 25th, the highest place for novice drivers. Well done to him. Kira Harris, David Marshall, Tom Wainwright, Lily Jeffs in 29th, and Luke Sintler and James Gregg, unfortunately, are DNFs for that one. There you go.
There you go. As the sun creeps below the horizon, there are 2 finals to go. And now it becomes our favourite part of the evening, Nose Cone Watch. All you technical...
It's a Nose Cone evening edition of Nose Cone Watch.
It's an evening edition of Nose Cone Watch here at Whilton Mill. All is well. All is calm, apart from Cian Geraghty has got his cart stuck. There we go. He got it going again. And it's a thumbs up. There we go. Just for good measure. Thumbs up again for the 13. Zaki Hassan. Oh dear. The 36, Sam Baker. And that, to me, looks like a nose cone penalty. Finished in 11th.
There is a rather incriminating tyre mark on very prominently on the front of that one, isn't there?
Oh, we've seen bigger on other
we have. I'm not saying it's a, but it's a bad omen.
Yeah, it is a bad omen. But with that race done, more racing coming up, because up next, it's time for Senior X30.
I'm going to try and get through as much of this grid as I can. Forgive me if I go through quickly. It's going to be Teddy Pritchard-Williams, Alex Johnston on the first row. Then it's Jude Fernahoe and Nathan Amos on row 2. Scott Smith and Christian Brooks on 3. Row 4 is going to be Jamie Rogers and Thomas Massarella. Archie Forber and Cameron Coombs are on row 5. Ty Stansfield and Tyler Reddy are row 6, with row 7 made up of Caelan Burbridge and Ellis Borshire. Then it's Vishal Patel and Jerome Phillip on 8. Row 9 is made up of Benjamin Watts and Thomas Glyde. Jake Yanagasawa and Daniel Hackett round out your top 20. It's then Oliver Oregon and Brandon Matchell on 11. Row 12 is Archie Garlick and Oliver Henwood. Benjamin Southgate and Mason Weir are row 13. Row 14 is Alex Doddington and Isaac Lord. And rounding out your 30 kart grid is Martin Auger and Curtis Liu. And if there is a false start now...
there will be a false start. Get ready for it, folks. Please false start. Senior X30, please false start. There we go.
So there is Pritchard-Williams in the 55, Alex Johnston in the 304, and it's called good. There we go. Pritchard-Williams leads them away into oblivion and through the crook and gets a good start up the hill there to lead by quite a comfortable margin as they all break into Christmas Corner. And it looks like they're doing all right there, 2x2, 3x3 in some parts, but so far so good as they stream through the top part of the circuit.
Yep, good start then for Senior X30. Oh, until they get to Ashby, and then it all goes P-Tong, and that's definitely going to be a nose cone penalty there for the 46 because it's come off at the hairpin of Ashby. That is Mason Weir, and yeah, that kart is not going any further, methinks.
And it was Jake Yanagisawa, the 84, that he made contact with as well, but there's damage here on the 304 of Alex Johnston. Now, is that related? Because he was quite far up the order when I last checked in.
Yeah, that might be something else that's happened out there. But here at the front, battle for the lead as Jude Ferrinho goes for the lead. So gets past Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Pritchard-Williams now down into P2. Whether or not he'll stay like that by the time they get to the end of this lap, because they've got a nice battle bumper buffer at the moment from their drivers in third place, Scott Smith and Archie Forbes, or Forber, I should say, as they go through. Just under 6 minutes left on the timer, and this race, I suspect, will heat up quite promptly, quite quickly, I suspect, because there is plenty to be had all the way through this one as they go side by side here. The 22 getting out the way. That looks like that's Caelan Burbridge getting past Ty Stansfield. No, it was Tyler Reid getting past Ty Stansfield. Sorry, the number 10 plate up 2 positions there on that lap, getting in now into the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. And just going through shot there was Scott Smith with the pressure from Archie Forber. So close on times. Technically, it's Scott Smith with the fastest lap of the race at the moment, a 46.23, but they're all that's a whole hundredth of a second faster than Archie Forber on that last lap. So they are working together there with some pretty impressive pace, which you would have thought should actually work to bring them onto the back of the top 2 if they can just keep working together. Plenty of time left in this one. There is the 82 of Christian Brooks leading a battle through the boot section now. As they come on to lap number 4. It's another fastest lap of the race from Scott Smith, and Archie Forber is just a few hundredths behind. So they are really reeling in these top 2 now of Ferniho and Pritchard-Williams. And there is a move of Tyler Reid on Tom Massarella through Christmas Corner. So the 10 now ahead of the 21 for 8th place.
Yes, indeed. I quite like this going racing into the dark.
It's quite good, isn't it?
It's quite cosy, isn't it? It's nice. You got a slightly concerned look on your face.
No, I'm trying to think of the times when I've commentated at this time and going into the dark at Whilton Mill before. I've done it. British University's Karting Championship sometimes does that.
Bit of BUKC.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just in my ear as well. Yeah, Northampton Karting League used to do that as well.
Oh. The NKL. That's a throwback, isn't it?
It's a bit, but. Yeah, so we have got floodlights around here, but we should just about be okay, I think. We've got this and another race to run afterwards, so we should be all right. It's probably quite nice, actually, for the drivers. Much cooler. I'm feeling it even in the box here.
I think the air is a little cooler out there, which is good for the engines. It's been quite a fairly hot day. The sun's been out, so the track is warm. The air is cool. This is perfect karting conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, you know...
Oh, and that's an exhaust that's come off.
There is an exhaust that's definitely come off, and this time I'm not denying that for a second. Yeah, somebody out there has got a more sonorous exhaust, you might say, but it's definitely...
It's definitely better sounding.
It's definitely true, but it's definitely not compliant with the rules, and I'm guessing it belongs to that kart. That is Vishal Patel. The exhaust didn't look too bad.
Probably just a small gap. Maybe if you've got a rubber mallet, just give it a good whack and then send it back out. So there you go. That's all a karting mechanics toolbox needs. Duct tape, WD-40, and a big hammer. That's all you need.
Now we may have both said stuff that we need to be careful about once we get out the comms, but I don't know. True. I mean, you know, if it's moving and it shouldn't, use tape. If it should be moving and it's not, WD-40. There we go.
Yeah. And if it's in the place where it shouldn't be, big hammer.
Yeah. There we go. Jude Ferniho and Teddy Pritchard-Williams, if anything, do seem to have responded to the pressure from Scott Smith and Archie Ford, because what was once a very good attempt to reel them in has somewhat stalled at the moment. Then Christian Brooks is a little bit in no man's land in 5th there. He'll be looking to see if some things come back his way when maybe some battles start towards the end. But if they start too late, he's gonna struggle, I think, to make up the time because he's not got anybody to work with. As there is an attempt for the lead, and that is a successful attempt for the lead. Pritchard Williams up into first place, and the nature in which it happened has actually thrown Fernahoe straight back into the clutches of Scott Smith and Archie Forber. So everything I just said is not true anymore.
Null and void. There we go. It was, I tell you what, it was a very robust overtake for the lead. Yeah. It was very swiftly done through boot section number 3, or 2 and 3, I should say. But that's definitely an overtaking opportunity that you have out there. And like you say, yeah, that has indeed put Fernahoe into the claws of Scott Smith as they come out of Oisiers down the back straight. And I suspect Fernahoe's just going to be a bit cautious now of who's potentially behind him, if they might go for another move like that.
Yep, further down the order, Alex Johnston in the 304 has got past Jerome Phillip. We did see an incident for 304 early on near the boot section, so I think he's on a bit of a recovery drive, if anything. Alex as well for 19th place. Good battles all the way through this 28-strong kart field, because I think we've lost 2 of the runners in this one. There's Thomas Glide gets past Oliver Oligan for 24th place.
There we go. So last lap board is out, meaning that that move that Teddy Pritchard Williams did at the boot section may have signed, sealed and finished this final, because with only 2 corners to go, the 55 plate is looking comfortable. After 8 laps of racing, he'll cross the line after 9, and checker flag will be greeted by Teddy Pritchard Williams from Jude Ferrenhoe and Scott Smith rounding out the top 3. Archie Forber crosses the line in 4th place from Christian Brooks. Tyler Reid crosses in 6th place with Jamie Rogers, Nathan Amos and Ty Stansfield. Thomas Massarella rounding out the top 10 finishers. But of course that is all pending scrutineering. Nothing is final until it says it on a piece of paper. And it doesn't say it on a piece of paper yet. So there we go.
Can't be true.
Can't be true.
Can't be legit.
Can't be legit. There we go. But we'll find out, because again, ladies and gentlemen, your evening watch here of Nose Cone Watch is about to take place as celebrations for the drivers as they come in. A shake of the head there from Jude Ferrenhoe in the background as we check. All is good for Pritchard Williams. All is good for Ferrenhoe. All is good for Scott Smith. Sorry.
Is that frustration maybe at the manner in which the lead was taken from him there, potentially?
Potentially.
It was a robust move, wasn't it?
I mean, you can understand. I mean, there's always frustration in karting. It doesn't matter in what element you're doing it in. There is always that element. I think just Blitzing out as well. That was Tom Longfield I saw just in the shot here, supporting the Comp Kart team, of course. Finished second in the KZ2 Championship in the British Kart Champs. And the floodlights are on here at Whilton Mill.
And they are on because we have one more race to go here for you today, and it is the final in Senior Max. We're going to be honest with you, we don't have a grid. But we will call that as it goes around. And do you know what? Once this is done, this is the final race of the day, so it's going to be, I think, a quick, and we are behind schedule, so it might be a quick wrap-up. So I'm going to use the opportunity instead to say a huge thank you to all the viewers. Thank you so much for your interaction. It's been fantastic to have you along. Don't forget, if you've missed any, you can watch it all back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Huge thank you to all of the officials and everybody who makes it possible, the FastR WMKC team, everybody there who's made this event possible, and Alpha Live, of course. We hope you've enjoyed the streaming. If you like what you've heard from my side of the comms box, do check out Double Dash Motorsport Media. And I'll say, Mr. John, it's been a pleasure being with you for the first time in a comms box.
No one enjoys my commentary, but here we go then. We're going to enjoy this racing because green flag comes out for the final race of the day. It's Senior Rotax, and they get the green flag. 7 minutes of racing plus that one additional lap, and it's side by side for the race lead up towards Christmas Corner. It's 3 wide into the braking zone of Christmas Corner, but everyone gets through it, albeit Nathan Schaefer now down into P3.
I feel like he's been battling in every single heat. Nathan Schaefer has been absolutely pushing towards the front, and it was a bold start from him. It's taken him to the front of this one as they all work their way out of Ashby. I'm delighted to say that thus far it seems to be a clean start, but it is Nathan Chafer and Jaden Neal Holder as they come onto the back straight. Although there's frustration there at the back for Mikey Austin in the 12, who looks to have had some contact or an issue of some kind, which means he's dropping off the back. So keep an eye on if he needs to visit the pits as they come round to finish lap number 1. It is Nathan Chafer at the head of the field, Jaden Neal Holder, followed by Alex Hughes, Tommy Edmonds, and Josh Vallance. I told you we'd see Tommy Edmonds later in the day. There he is.
There he is.
In 4th place at the moment as they work their way through Christmas Corner.
Last year's Junior Rotax champion. Could he be this year's Junior Rotax champion?
No.
Okay.
He's not in Junior Rotax.
No, sorry, Senior Rotax champion.
That was an easy question.
Oh, it's been a long day, folks.
He could be this year's Senior Rotax champion. He's second in the championship coming into today.
There we go. Everyone knew what I meant. We don't have to speculate on what I got wrong. We'll just admire the laugh of what we had. Oh, look at that! Kart Republic kart almost going up in the sky there.
Sorry to report, Mikey Austin has had to pull into the pit lane in the number 12, so that is race run for him. As coming in to Christmas Corner, that is the 46 of Rob Ellis, putting in a move on the 96 of Joshua Pickford for 7th place. So that is a return of favour from the previous lap, I believe.
Yes, yeah, you are correct in saying that. So with that timer quickly running out, under 5 minutes to go, then Nathan Chafer still leads the way comfortably. Half a second he's got as a bit of breathing space from Alex Hughes. Jaden Neal Holder there in 3rd place has got about a 3/10 buffer as well as they go through. And I have to say, that doesn't look like half a second. That looks like, well, it's 3/10 of a second is because Alex Hughes, once again, fastest lap of the race. That gap is now closing in, and I think Alex Hughes would like that 1st place back.
I think he would. And I don't think he's going to do it by mail order. I think he's going to go there and take that position if he can at all manage it. But, as I say, Nathan Chafer feels to me like he's had his elbows out all day today, and he will not give that one up without a fight, I'm fairly certain. Good train of karts battling away. Neil Holder in 4th, Josh Vallance in 5th, and Alfie Brooks, all those drivers battling away. This is a contact warning for Jaden Neal Holder, so he'll need to be careful about that. As here we go, up the straight, and is this going to be the opportunity for Hughes? Yes, it is, and it is under braking. Nathan Chafer, oh, that was almost contact on the front. I feel like there was a tiny bit of contact between the front left of Chafer and the rear right of Hughes' karts there. It was so close as they all went through Boxing Day, but it is Alex Hughes for the moment, and well, you see, their pace is so close that it feels like the difference is whoever's at the front and punching that hole again. So I'm not, based on the pace of the last few laps, I would expect these two to stay together, which now I've said it invariably means that they won't, but that's my take on it based on how close their pace has been the last few laps.
There was only 2 people on that racetrack that liked that move for the lead, Alex Hughes and Tommy Edmonds, because Tommy is now able to close up that gap. Is he seeing those scrapping? And what a lunge that was from the 33. Was that Catherine White? It was indeed on Joshua Vallance there, moving up into P7. Great move up into Christmas Corner. Signed, sealed and done. No worries about it.
Absolutely brilliant stuff there. And Vallance also under pressure from Joshua Pickford now in that 96 as well.
I just saw James Webb's 29 dive down the inside of Archie Elliott 54 in towards Oisies. So that was a good little lunge there, a little further back in the field. As the drivers cross along the track once more. Ben Ballou also got past Archie Elliott in that one also.
Well, James Webb is another one of those drivers who had one heat win, and I have just confirmed that was classified as such. But seems to have started quite far down the order with this one. So I think he's another one of those drivers where, a bit like Sam Shaw in the previous race, where it's, you know, keep an eye out on him in the remaining couple of minutes plus a lap, because
he's shimmying up that order.
He is rather. The 75 of Neil Holder still leading quite a battle there over 4th between himself, Brooks, Ellis, Catherine White now getting that move on Vallance, as we said last lap. So good little battle there going on over 4th place. What that means, though, is probably Tommy Edmonds can just focus on what's ahead as we go on to the final lap of the day.
Where did that come from?
I don't know.
Blink and you'll miss it. Oh, Kart pulling off to the side
Yeah.
of the track there. That's not what you want to do with the last lap board coming out. So that's a disaster. And here, it's now all kicking off. Nathan Chafer goes to the outside into Christmas corner. Couldn't quite do it as Alex Hughes goes defensive. Look at Tommy Edmonds as well, because he's closed it up as well. Contact warning out for Chafer. And side by side once more as Hughes hugs the inside line through Wilkins. Here comes Tommy Edmonds. He wants a part of this as well as they come through. Only a couple more corners to go then in this final race of the weekend for Senior Rotax. Hughes leads from Chafer, from Edmonds. There's not much they can do. There's a spinner in the background, but the race leaders come out of the final corner. It's Hughes who takes the checker from Chafer and Edmonds.
And the spin there was Neil Holder, and that's huge because that was from 4th place as well. So it's Alfie Brooks who finishes that race-long battle over 4th in 4th. And disaster for Neil Holder there is dropping down the order. Not sure if that was contact or what, but yeah, you can see the disappointment there. And well, he might be disappointed because he was running in a strong position. The 46 of Rob Ellis is off as well. Oh no, is that a 46 from a different class that was in the background there? I think it might be. But disappointment there for Jade and Neil Holder, and Joshua Pickford as well dropped down on the last lap. So there was plenty of drama further back. Oh, you can see the disappointment there. But what a battle that was. What a battle that was between the top 3 on that last lap. Alex Hughes taking it ahead of Nathan Chafer and Tommy Edmonds. And for one last time, I feel you should take it through it, Mr. Jordan.
Nose cone watch, ladies and gentlemen. It's good for Alex Hughes. It's good for Nathan Chafer. It's good for Tommy Edmonds. There we go.
And that is it. That's all our racing action. Don't forget results.alphatiming.co.uk. Click on WMKC to get all of the confirmed results. As I said before, thanks to everybody who made this possible. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, folks. Do remember you can go back and watch it if you want. But from myself, Howard Mitchell, and Andrew Jordan here.
Andrew?
And Anthony Jordan. Oh, because I do it with Andrew Mather so often. Do you know what? You get to close it out because of that.
There we go. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and here, Howard Mitchell. No, I thought I'd get it wrong. It's Howard Mitchell. There we go. Goodbye from us, and of course, thank you to all the staff here at Whilton Mill and to the Alpha Live crew here as well. Thank you very much, and have a pleasant evening.